I removed my friend from Facebook because she got drunk and hooked up with a married groomsman at my wedding after making me stop the whole reception, so she showed up drunk at my dad's house screaming for the truth, and then got herself arrested. Posted by you/Could This Be Theon? About a month ago, I, 36F, realized that every time I saw a post from her, 37F, it made me upset. I realized we don't even live in the same state, and I don't want to let her have control over my emotions any longer. Backstory: we worked together about 10 years ago, for 2 years. When we met, she was very negative and controlling, constantly telling me how to make decisions in my life. Things like not getting a dog because I wouldn't care for it, because my pupper will be 7 this Halloween. At the same time, she seemed to idolize me and said I was her best friend almost immediately. After only knowing her for 2 weeks, she became upset and started crying because I didn't invite her to a girls' night from a group of girls that I have known from high school. She said she didn't have a lot of friends and she thought I was a really awesome person. She begged me to invite her on anything I did, and would bring up any instance of me doing something without inviting her and make me feel guilty about it. Okay, I thought, everybody struggles sometimes, maybe she's just looking for some friends. About 3 months after I met her, she started dating a guy from work. Cool, I thought. Perhaps it's the pickup she needs to feel better, raise her self-esteem a little too. Fast forward a year and a half, my friend insisted I was a bridesmaid, one of 2, for her and Guy's wedding. Okay, cool. She and hubby buy a house 1.5 miles from my house I own, loudly proclaiming there were much better houses, but we got this one because we were so close now. Oh my god, okay. Fast forward 6 months. My fiancé cheats on me and I leave him and sell the house. My friend is furious with me, screaming and telling me that I've abandoned her, and that I'm an awful friend, and she never would have bought a house there if she knew I was going to move, there's no point in her living here and now we aren't 2 couples and so forth. Fast forward about a year again, I'm healthy and happy and I meet an awesome Brazilian man. We date and move farther away. She moves to another state. I decide to marry the hot Brazilian, and stupid me lets her guilt trip me into letting her be a bridesmaid. My soon-to-be husband invites his huge family, about 50 people traveled just from his side alone. She insists to her husband on coming to my wedding alone, even though it's clear that I'm also friends with him. She misses her first flight, causing someone to have to leave the rehearsal dinner to pick her up, about 45 minutes away, instead of earlier that morning. She gets so drunk at the rehearsal dinner that a group of us carried her back up to her hotel room afterwards. At the reception, she continues sloppy drinking and ends up in bed with a married groomsman from Brazil. After she's missing for about an hour, other guests find her and alert me, causing the whole wedding to come crashing to a stop while more than 100 people ask each other, "But isn't she married?" Especially frustrating after earlier in the night she insisted we let her dance alone during the anniversary dance, because she wouldn't let her husband attend. She's scowling and making angry faces in every wedding picture, even during her bridesmaid speech, that she insisted on giving. Fast forward a year and my husband and I are happily married. She left her American husband and is trying to immigrate to Brazil where the dude is. She constantly complains about how things are not going well or she is somehow wronged in any particular situation. Nothing is her fault. She blamed her ex-husband for their divorce and never told him that she cheated on him at my wedding. So yeah, if she's got no idea why I removed her, then she's completely oblivious. Is it even worth responding? I feel like if you don't have anything nice to say, why light the pot on fire, you know? Relevant comments. Commenter: where's the part where she's bothering your family? Ops response: she basically started texting my sister and brother, and then my mom because she's worried. Commenter: hasn't your mom been dead for 12 years? Ops response: stepmom, to get technical. Dad's been remarried for almost 11 years now. Commenter: I would have unfriended her for causing a scene at my wedding like that. It's unforgivable. How can anyone argue against that? Commenter: I would have avoided her in the second paragraph where she was very negative and controlling. Ops sounds like a doormat. Ops response: after 25 years with a narcissistic controlling mother, 12 years after her passing, I am realizing now that you are correct. Commenter: she is a narcissist. You won't ever get through to her, so don't even waste your energy. Ops response: unfortunately, I feel like that's how I let it go on. She filled the narcissist hole in my life after my mom passed about 12 years ago. Very interesting, I never considered this, thank you. Top comment: here's the deal, if you had set boundaries sooner, I'd say ignore her. But you've had zero backbone in this relationship. You willingly participated in the blossoming of the friendship. You let her into your life despite allegedly not wanting to. You don't just ask people to be a bridesmaid because they annoy you enough. You don't spend genuine and significant time with the person and then act like it's all on them and that they are just some nuisance. You have completely enabled her behavior. Given the history of your relationship with her, it seems typical now that you would do another spineless thing, not confront her at all and delete her out of nowhere. This lady is clearly unhealthy and probably codependent. But you have not helped the situation. You are no better. Please respond to her and be very clear about why you did what you did. You are 100% correct to detach from her, but ghosting is cruel, and in this situation, unjustified. Update, 1 month later. So first, thank you for every comment and suggestion. Even though I was very confused as to what to do for the first few days after my post, I knew I needed to say something. About 2 weeks after I posted here, she sent a message to my sister saying that I'm a lot of trouble and that after my last relationship ended I forgot what was important, her. She told my sister I was jealous because her Brazilian man is hotter than mine. What? My husband? 3 weeks after my post on Reddit, she sent me a direct message saying she supported me through a lot, and I wouldn't have made it without her, and I owe her an explanation. I decided this was the time. I'm thankful for the replies to my previous post because the words flowed much easier than I thought they would. I told her, I've realized our relationship was not healthy from the beginning. I think it's time we go our separate ways. I wish you the best. Her reply was her listing all the times she's helped me, including putting me in her wedding, what? Lol, to the guy she cheated on at my wedding, and including a different time she helped me by inviting herself last minute on a road trip that she didn't want to go on and complained the whole weekend. She was obviously upset, and she sent 10 or 12 long messages before she stopped. She also posted 7 or 8 passive-aggressive real friends are posts on Facebook, as told to me by friends. Then she showed up at my dad's house that evening, very, very drunk. She was standing on the porch screaming that they tell her the truth. My stepmom ended up calling the police after about 15 minutes when it looked like she wasn't leaving. They didn't open the door. 2 officers arrived and she proceeded to yell at them. She was arrested. The officers gave my dad their info, mentioned restraining orders and left. No contact from her since then. Dang, I'm glad I don't live near her anymore. Relevant comments. Commenter, she couldn't handle the truth. Ops response, ha 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 ha, oh my god, I hadn't thought about that movie. What an idiot. Commenter, is there any chance that she was in love with you? I just mention it because this all seems like the responses of someone with hidden love feelings that they just don't know how to deal with. And mental health issues. Ops response, this is something more than one person has said to me over the years after her weird outbursts about plans I made without her. Commenter, you know what's funny? I had read that old post a month ago, and thought she was psycho for buying a home next to yours and blaming you for selling it after your engagement broke. And look, I found your update post today. Such a small Reddit world. Anyway, glad you got out of that friendship. Some girlfriends sometimes take platonic friendships to be like soulmate relationships. It's creepy, but very sad that they can't set boundaries and have healthy relations with people. Good luck to you, Op. Also, beware in the meanwhile. Some people can't get over rejection and may not drop the crazy for a while. Op's response, thank you, Reddit friend. I wasn't sure if an update was necessary, but it was because of that post that I decided to grow a pair. Plus I can't make this stuff up, it is so ridiculous. Commenter, that was a sad ending. Op's response, I don't know. Maybe it's the wake-up call she needs to realize her actions aren't healthy. I hope, for others in her life. Commenter, what about her family? Do they know about her behavior? Op's response, she's an only child, and her family is on the other side of the country. I doubt they know what's going on. She never really contacted them, and never invited them to her wedding. Commenter, probably, but that is her own fault, clearly, as she drove them all away by being a jerk. Op's response, this is the impression I get. She doesn't have long-term friends.
My mom called CPS on me claiming I hurt my son during his seizure fall because my mother-in-law told her years ago I cheated on my wife, but she forgot to mention the part where I never actually cheated, so now my mom's been punishing me for 5 years over a lie. Posted by you/Throrano respect wife. I posted on here a bit ago about a situation when I sort of forced my way into a zoo trip my wife had planned with the kids, my parents, and my in-laws. See my previous post. A lot of people thought I was the jerk for doing that, even though that wasn't the point of the post. But now, I've found myself in a similar situation and tried doing the opposite, and it doesn't seem to be working out any better. So, my wife has already told me that I am the jerk in this situation, even if she didn't use those exact words. And I know nothing Reddit has to say about it would change her mind, especially since I won't tell her that I'm even posting about it. But I'm starting to question my own judgment a bit here, so maybe you all can set me straight. My wife and I are in the middle of a really rough patch in our marriage. We separated for 6 months, and even when we ended the separation, the issues that caused it weren't fixed. Long story short, I lost my job when she was pregnant. She asked me to move out. When I moved back in, I was sleeping in the basement for quite a while. She's refused any sort of physical contact, and we've just started marriage counseling. Second session was last night. And in marriage counseling, I've come to learn that her family more or less hates me. Or, at the very least, doesn't trust me. Like, not at all. During our marriage counseling session last night, our therapist said that it was important for us to start spending more time together, both as a family, 2 kids, and as a couple. My wife was resistant to the idea of date nights, so the counselor reframed it as exposure therapy. Basically, she said that neither of us will ever get past the barriers that have built up in our relationship if we continue to essentially live separate lives. My wife seemed to understand that and was fairly receptive to the idea, at least while we were in the counselor's office. Which brings us to this weekend. In America, it's a holiday weekend, and our family has a long-standing tradition of spending the 3-day weekend at my in-laws' camp on a lake. My sister-in-law and her family come, and most of my wife's extended family pops in at least for an afternoon or evening or two, even if they don't spend the night. Some of her and my sister-in-law's friends from high school usually drop by for a catch-up, too, and I know my wife has been trying to reconnect with friends in an effort to find an identity outside of just being a mom and a wife. But, given our current marital strife, the knowledge that my mother-in-law has actively and repeatedly tried to convince my wife that we should not be together, which I've known about for barely a week, my new and growing worry that my mistakes are now a black cloud hanging over my relationships with all of my wife's family and friends, and that due to space constraints we'd not only have to share a room but also a bed, it seemed to me like heading to camp should be a no-go. My wife didn't agree. In fact, 15 minutes after we got home from our marriage counseling session last night, she started packing up for the weekend. But she was only packing for her and the kids. She didn't come right out and say it, but it was pretty obvious, even to usually oblivious me, that the plan was for my family to go to the lake without me even though we'd just been told a little more than an hour before that we needed to spend time together. I tried pointing that out in as calm and as non-confrontational a way as I could, using the I feel statements that our therapist suggested. I said to my wife, I feel like this weekend is a really good opportunity for us to spend time together as a family, and I really feel like if 3/4 of us go to camp, that isn't just living separate lives but making a point of living separate lives. At first, she thought I was trying to be included in the trip and go with her and the kids, much like I forced my way into the zoo trip. I quickly explained that no, that was 100% not what I wanted, without even mentioning that being around my mother-in-law for an entire weekend would have required my entire bottle of Xanax, and what I was hoping for was that she and the kids could stay home with me. There's a whole bunch of picnic and barbecue and block party events going on in and around our neighborhood, and I thought we could go to some of those and spend time as a family. In my head, starting off by doing something as a whole family instead of just as a couple would build in a buffer for her, would give me a chance to show that I can be a real partner in parenting, and would let her see me in what I know is my best light, as a dad. That was what I thought in my head. But, apparently, my head and my wife's head were not on the same page as she said no to that idea by saying, I want to spend the weekend with my family. One thing our therapist stressed repeatedly was that to have any chance at productive conversations, we both need to avoid any kind of escalation in our communication, which was probably because things escalated more than once during our latest session. So, I took a deep breath and did not point out that spending the weekend with me and the kids would be spending it with her family. And despite what many Redditors have said I should do, I didn't lay out any ultimatums or ask her to cut back on contact with her family or suggest that she was planning some kind of lakeside hookup with some guy my mother-in-law might better approve of. But this is when I might have been the jerk, or definitely was, according to my wife. I tried sticking to the I feel idea and told her that I felt like if she took the kids and went to camp without me, especially if she went less than a day after our counselor said we needed more time together, that she was making a choice and that choice was clearly not us. So, in her mind, for all intents and purposes, I gave her an ultimatum. Do you think she took that well and we were able to have a calm and productive and healthy conversation about it and maybe even come to some sort of compromise? Do you think I'd be posting this at almost midnight on the Friday of a holiday weekend because my blood pressure is through the roof and I can't sleep if she did? She told me, in no uncertain terms, that I was a jerk for laying that all on her, reminded me that it was my choices that got us here in the first place, stopped packing, and after making sure both kids were asleep, she went into our bedroom, which has been only her bedroom for the last year, shut the door and locked it. And now I have no idea if I'm going to wake up to my wife and kids waiting to hang out with me and spend the next 3 days together or if they'll be on the road to camp before the sun is even up. I do know that she thinks I am absolutely the jerk. And I kinda think she might be right. Am I the jerk for telling my wife she was choosing her family over her family with me and the kids? Update 1, 1 week later. I got a comment yesterday wondering if my silence was a positive or negative sign. It was a sign of a crazy week at work. So I thought I should take the chance to post an update today since I have a bit of time. You can see the specific incident I'm updating in my previous post, and there's a bunch of posts on my history from the sub I originally started posting on, if you want more background, context, or reasons to question whether I have a spine. I mentioned in a comment reply to my last post that my wife actually woke me up early the morning after I had basically given her an ultimatum to choose between our family and her family. She wanted to talk before she and the kids left for my in-laws camp. To be honest, I was expecting it to be the I'm not coming back or we should get lawyers talk, but it wasn't. To my surprise, my wife, I called her Carrie on the other sub so I will do so here too, actually apologized. She said the comment about wanting to spend the weekend with her family had been out of line and intended to hurt me. She was angry, annoyed at me because she knew I was kinda right about what I was saying, and she lashed out. It's not the first time that's happened, so her explanation didn't shock me that much. But she also said that she understood where I was coming from. If we want to fix things, and we've both said we do, then lashing out like that needs to stop, and we do need to spend time together as a family. And she completely got why choosing to spend the entire weekend with her family, whose dislike for me had just become public knowledge, instead of being with me might have been upsetting for me. For a moment, I thought she was going to invite me to camp with her, and I'm not gonna lie, I was panicking. I was worried that right after I'd more or less demanded she spend time with me, I was going to have to refuse an invitation to do exactly that. But there was no chance I was going to willingly spend 3 days with my mother-in-law or sister-in-law, particularly not after our last counseling session. Carrie didn't invite me. Instead, she offered a compromise. She and the kids would go to camp Saturday and stay until midday Sunday, then come home and spend the rest of the weekend with me. There were some family members of hers who live out in California who would be there on Saturday, and she doesn't get to see them very often, so that actually felt really fair to me and like Carrie was putting in an honest effort to try and meet me halfway, so I agreed. They left for camp that morning and came back on Sunday, as planned, and we had a really nice day and a half together. There was a block party kind of thing on Monday, and we took the kids to that. And I made sure to handle baby duty with our daughter as much as possible to give Carrie a break. She seemed pretty appreciative of that and got to spend some time with a few of our neighbors that she struck up friendships with and introduced me to some of them who I hadn't met yet. It was nice. It felt normal, I guess. But as the day wore on and it got to be time to head back home, I started getting anxious. The kids were wiped and would clearly be heading straight to bed, which would leave me and Carrie alone for more than the hour or so we'd had on Sunday night. If we followed the counselor's advice, we should spend that time together. I was under no illusion that spending time was going to result in any sort of intimate relations or anything like that, but there would have to be talking, and I was concerned about what topic of conversation wouldn't lead us to some sort of trouble. And it felt like maybe I was right when the first thing Carrie said was that she wanted to talk about the possibility of her having those girls' nights with her mom and sister. We'd essentially punted on that topic during our last counseling session. Other things had come up that had escalated tensions, and the therapist said we probably weren't in the best place to make a good decision about any of it at that moment. But since she'd spent a day and a half with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised it came back up. I was surprised that she offered another compromise. She didn't have to cut her work hours down to part-time. She'd just have to adjust hours on other days so she could leave early on the girls' nights days and come in late the following day. Apparently, she'd already cleared that with work and could start doing it whenever she wanted, even as soon as this week. She hadn't been at work since our last session, so it was obvious that she'd gotten all this clearance before we had even talked about it with the therapist. On the one hand, I could see how it was a compromise and seemed pretty fair, which was good. On the other hand, I felt sort of misled. Not sure that's the right word. Like she had made the compromise about the weekend to soften me up for the possibility of agreeing to girls' nights. I'll say that might be me being paranoid or overly suspicious, and it's probably a direct result of how many she's planning to cheat or already is comments I've gotten here. But just because you're paranoid, that doesn't mean they're not out to get you, right? I did my best to ignore the paranoia but also get to what was starting to worry me. I asked her flat out why having a weekly girls' night with her mom and sister, something she'd never done before, was so important to her now, especially since both my mother-in-law and sister-in-law are very actively against our marriage. I said I didn't want to cut her off from them or prevent her from having some fun and an escape, but the idea of her spending an entire night out drinking and in situations where there's a pretty high likelihood of venting or complaining about relationships with two people who might be inclined to encourage her worst instincts when it came to our relationship made me really anxious. I didn't suggest that she might be using it as an opportunity to cheat. I didn't even let on that the thought that she might find someone else had crossed my mind, or the minds of a lot of anonymous Redditors. I stayed as far away from any of that as possible and tried to keep the conversation focused on my worries about her spending that much time with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Carrie said she understood. She said that was a reasonable concern, especially given all that she'd shared in our sessions about her mom's feelings toward me. And she said that, normally, she'd probably give in and stay home and spend that time with me and the kids. But, she said, my sister needs me right now. Her husband left her. Apparently, my brother-in-law left my sister-in-law the day after the family's annual 4th of July party. My in-laws have way too many holiday get-togethers. And my sister-in-law is not taking it well. And when my sister-in-law doesn't take something well, my mother-in-law takes it worse. And since my brother-in-law was the golden boy, the perfect son-in-law, the one I was always unfavorably compared to, there's a lot of upset and anger and sadness. And Carrie feels like she needs to spend time with her family to support her sister. She wants to help my sister-in-law navigate suddenly being a single parent and help her figure out if she can find a way to reconcile with my brother-in-law, and basically act like my sister-in-law's conscience and keep her from making any bad choices while there's still the possibility of saving her marriage. Bad choices like hooking up with some random dude at a bar during one of their girls' nights. Which, as I found out last night in counseling, is exactly the reason my brother-in-law left her. She cheated on him. So, my wife is asking me to be okay with her spending nights out with her mother, who hates me, and her sister, who's a cheater and hates me, and not feel any kind of way about all that. And even if I do, It doesn't really matter as my sister-in-law needs her and Carrie's already made it all good with work. And in doing that she was compromising on what she really wanted and had asked for, and that's a good thing and a sign of progress for our own reconciliation. And both Carrie and our therapist think if I can just see it in those terms, I'll realize that there's nothing to be worried or upset about. Which is how I got here. Writing an update to Reddit while my daughter is napping in her crib next to me and my wife is on her way to her mother's house for girls' night, which got moved to Friday night, thanks to the holiday, so she doesn't even have to worry about work tomorrow. And I am just fine with that. Really. I'm totally, 100% fine with it. I even told Carrie that on her way out the door. Go ahead, Reddit. Tell me I'm an idiot. An idiot trying to cling to any small steps in the right direction for his family, but still an idiot. I may update later on the other sub about the last 2 marriage counseling sessions because they were both a lot, but this post was already a freaking novel. And I'm still processing everything I've heard from Carrie and the therapist. I'm slow when it comes to stuff like that. Let me know if anyone cares to hear about it, after you get done yelling at me in the comments. Update 2, 6 days later. Previous posts in my history. Can't get linking to work on mobile. Not the update I had planned for. I thought I was going to post about the revelations in marriage counseling and more about my own therapy session. And instead, I'm writing this while sitting in an uncomfortable pleather chair in the family lounge of our local children's hospital, where I've been for about the last 24 hours. Long story short, my son fell down the stairs in our house. At minimum, he broke his arm. I say at minimum because they've been evaluating him for head trauma, and there are questions as to what caused the fall. We have very specific rules for the stairs with him. No socks or footy pajamas. Always hold the railing. Go very slowly. And if mom or dad are there and not holding his sister, hold one of their hands. He was good on the first 3. We even installed a second railing below the first one, at a more age-appropriate height. He had a grip on it. But I was the only one home and was carrying his sister down the stairs, so he didn't take my hand. I don't know what happened, exactly. I've described it like 20 times to the doctors and to my wife. But it's still not entirely clear. He was down 3 steps and his foot was out to go down 1 more, and then he just stopped. And then dropped. It was about 6 more steps to the bottom, and I chased but couldn't get there. And I think it was when he hit the landing that his arm broke. But he didn't even cry out. I called 911 and then my wife but had to leave her a voicemail. And how the heck do you leave that message without sounding like it's the end of the darn world? I don't even remember what I said. But then the ambulance was there, and off we went to the hospital. And here we've been since. My wife met us there a couple hours later, which was after they'd given my son some children's painkillers and something to calm him down a bit. They told and explained them all to me, but I don't remember anything except him crying. So at least she didn't have to see the worst of it. My in-laws and parents have both come by, and my daughter is with my parents now. There was no drama like at the zoo as apparently we're all able to be adults when the kid is hurting. And no, before someone asks, my wife wasn't at girls' night. She had a massive work event for all the offices in our region that was being held 2 hours away. She got back as quickly as she could. No one, including my wife or her mom or the doctors, has blamed me for what happened. The guilt is eating me alive, though. I should have been quicker. I should have been in front of him and not behind him. Heck, the only reason I'm even writing this is because my wife is in with him and she told me to take a break because she saw how bad it was getting for me. Like it or not, she still knows me pretty well. And I guess I just needed to see it in writing, on the screen, to see if it might make any more sense. It doesn't. I expect we're going to be here a while longer. I haven't slept since Wednesday night. I might crash in this awful chair and try to shut off my brain. Or I might respond to the messages in my inbox that I haven't gotten to. With my family not here and Ellie off on her final family camping trip of the season, y'all are about the only people I've got to talk to when I take a mental health break. I'll update when I can. Hopefully, it will be less busted arms and head trauma and more my sister-in-law cheated and it's all my brother-in-law's fault. Edit, we're being released today. He's in good spirits and excited to have everyone sign his cast. And he's already bonked me in the head with it twice. Thank you everyone for all the supportive messages. Update 3, 12 days later. I don't know how much of an update this really is, but I got a few messages asking about things. And after 2 hours of individual counseling last night, I need a place to put some thoughts, so here you go. It's been confirmed that the CPS report was not made by the hospital. And it was specifically about me and my neglect or mistreatment of my son. The fall down the stairs was cited as an example. Given that the only people who knew about it at the time of the report were me, my wife, her family, and my parents, and all the anonymous Redditors who read my post, it's kind of clear that the call was made by family. No, I don't know who for sure. My wife and I are still discussing how we want to go about confronting both my mother-in-law and sister-in-law and my parents. As angry as I am about it, I also understand that accusing an innocent party of something like that could make an awful situation even worse. We're going to talk to our therapist about it. So, no definitive answer, but I do have a gut feeling that I've kept to myself so far. I have consulted a lawyer and have a couple more meetings scheduled. Just checking all my options and learning about what I need to do no matter what I ultimately decide. I am in intensive individual counseling with the therapist I worked with for a year after I lost my job. Like I said, 2 hours just last night. My therapist considers me to be in crisis, so she's been making extra accommodations for me. We're digging in hard on how I handle things, why I don't seem to value myself, and my expectations for relationships. I know some comments on my other posts have suggested that I've left things out or not said everything. My therapist agrees. Last night we came to the conclusion, as in she guided me into figuring out what she already knew, that I hold back some things because I have minimized them in my head or think that they will make me seem like I'm looking for sympathy. And that isn't just in my posts. There are things I've never told my wife, either. My therapist wants me to work on being more forthcoming and honest with myself. So, I will probably be making posts like that on my profile, as she's encouraged me to write about it. Not necessarily for validation, but because I need to get it out, but I'm not at a point where I can say it out loud, even to her. I suggested giving her my Reddit info, but she didn't think that was a good idea. The thought is that I will do better if I don't feel like my thoughts are exposed to anyone I feel has power in my life. We've also discussed my apparent need to defend myself, even to commenters who seem bent on ignoring anything I say. I've actually broached that topic, without mentioning Reddit, with my wife. I asked her at the end of our most recent marriage counseling session if she thought I always have to be right. She said no, that it isn't that I always have to be right. It's that I can't ever be wrong. Apparently, those are two different things. And I want to thank those of you who have left kind comments or sent messages. I know I haven't responded to most of them. Read them all, though. Something about exchanging one-on-one private messages feels more like violating my wife's trust than posting out in the open. But I do appreciate the support more than you know. And to whoever sent the Reddit Cares referral, I think that's what it was called, I'm okay and it means a lot that someone was worried about me. I'll update if or when we find out who sent the report or when I know more about my sister-in-law cheating. My brother-in-law texted me after he heard about my son's fall, but I haven't managed more than a thanks in reply yet. Or if we make any breakthroughs in counseling, if anyone wants to know. Relevant comments. Op responds to a downvoted commenter accusing him of looking for someone to blame instead of himself. OP, I've got 3 jobs and don't drink, never yell at the kids, don't degrade anyone, no shouting. If you didn't read the other posts, my kid had a seizure and fell down the stairs. The hospital viewed it as a medical issue and an accident with no reason to suspect abuse. But someone in our family called in a report on me, specifically, after the hospital. I mean, I know I defend myself too much, but the whole situation feels like someone intentionally trying to do damage, not protect my kids. Commenter 1, is your therapist really saying you need to defend yourself against everyone on Reddit who criticizes you? I am skeptical about that. OP, the other replies were right. I have a habit of defending myself excessively. My therapist is helping me to understand why and how to better manage the feelings that are at the root of it. She's absolutely not encouraging me to defend myself against criticism. Commenter 2, sit all the family who were at the hospital down and tell them they have 5 minutes to admit what they did or you're cutting them all off. Their responses will tell you who it was. They tried to get CPS to take your kid. Gloves are off. OP, I like the idea. And in an ideal world, that's what I'd do. But if it was my mother-in-law or sister-in-law, my wife would have to be on board with cutting them off and she's just not. And if it was my parents, cutting them off sounds great, in theory. But if I do, then all I've got left is my wife and that's nowhere near a certainty, and her family who hate me. I know keeping in contact with my parents just so I still have some sort of family is not a great reason, and I will probably get told that I'm dumb for it in the comments, but I don't know what else to do. And that, in a nutshell, is why I haven't confronted anyone yet. Because neither answer is good. And, to be honest, I'm just pushing off the inevitable because I'm pretty sure I know what happened and I can't bring myself to know for sure. Op answers a couple questions. 1. Is your wife angry that her mother reported you to CPS? She's really angry that someone reported me and that we had the added stress of dealing with that on top of our son's health issues. I don't know how she will react once we know for sure who did it. 2. Does your wife still have essentially zero respect for you? Or is she at least starting to see that there are things wrong with how you are perceived? I honestly don't know. She is clearly and vocally mad that anyone could suggest that I would abuse my son. We haven't actually spoken to either of our families since CPS came. Everything through text, so there's written documentation. But I've seen the text she has sent to her mom, and she's made it very clear that there is no world in which I would ever be an abusive dad and she will not listen to any arguments to the contrary. I don't know if that translates to any respect for me as a man or husband. I understand what you were saying about being right and being wrong. I think it reflects my mindset fairly accurately. And I really think it explains why I have spent too much energy and effort arguing with the negative comments. Update 4, 15 days later. This got taken down in the Jerk subreddit, but might go back up in their update sub, so I'm posting it again on my profile, if anyone is looking. I've had an update written 3 times, but deleted them all. So much has gone on in the last couple of weeks that I've been processing through writing, but it was never concrete enough to post. It's been suggested that I'm too vague and leave important stuff out, so I wanted to make sure I was more focused and less working stuff out on the page. And then this last weekend happened, and I found myself completely lost. To answer some questions I've received. Individual and marriage counseling are ongoing. They've both been hard, filled with as many steps back as forward, and IC in particular has been painfully enlightening. My wife and her family, there have been fewer girls' nights and my wife hasn't spent a lot of time with her mother or her sister. I did speak with my brother-in-law after he reached out. That's a mess of its own and I'm trying to stay out of it, but my sister-in-law's cheating has become something of a dividing line in my wife's family, so there's been drama there. I've been replying to comments here and there as practice at not giving in to the need to defend myself, and I even read all the comments on the Bo-Roo of my posts, some of them out loud with my therapist, as a way of trying to come to terms with the idea that I don't have to care about what everyone thinks of me. But none of that seems important in light of the bigger issue, the CPS situation. I've known since the in-home visit what the report actually said. In our state, they have to tell you that but not who made it. The report alleged that my son's fall was not the result of a seizure or that, if it was, the seizures themselves were brought on by neglect or abuse on my part and that my son was in danger of something worse happening. The medical evidence says that's all nonsense, but the report was still made, and CPS had to follow up. I know most commenters have thought it was my mother-in-law or sister-in-law who made the report and so did my wife. But early last week, she drove to her mother's house and confronted them both about it. My sister-in-law is temporarily living with my in-laws. They flat out denied it, claiming that they both believed the seizure was the cause and that they would never jump right to CPS for fear that it might backfire on my wife. My wife wasn't 100% sold, but their explanation made enough sense to possibly be true. About the same time, my therapist guided me into talking about the family dynamics in my house when I was growing up, which ended up with me making a breakthrough of sorts and accepting that my parents were / emotionally immature. That's a whole psychological thing that I'm reading an entire book on. Shout out to the Redditors who suggested it, and it's been terrifyingly illuminating. My therapist has encouraged me to journal about it and talk to my inner child, which I haven't quite figured out yet, and also not to try and talk to my parents about it for now. I probably should have listened to her on that last point. But after my wife's family's denial, I had to talk to my parents one way or another. I didn't bring up the emotionally immature thing or the possibility that they had been emotionally neglectful of me as a child. I thought about asking the question I've seen in so many comments, why do they hate me, but I was smart enough, for once, to know that wouldn't lead anywhere good. But I didn't want to give them a chance to gaslight me or make excuses, so I stole an idea from some of the cheating spouses' posts I've read and bluffed my rear off. I told them I knew they'd been the ones to report me. And yeah, they were. My mom, specifically. She didn't deny it or try to downplay it. She said that I hadn't left her any choice as seizures don't just happen, a line that echoed from my childhood, and my behavior at the zoo had shown I still had anger issues and since I was trying to appear like I wanted to reconcile, I couldn't take my anger out on my wife, which meant I needed a new outlet / target. Her logic was that it couldn't have been a seizure and it couldn't have been an accident and I was the only adult there who could have caused it, and she said that since I've already proven myself to be a liar, she had no reason to trust that my story was true. What had I lied about? You cheated on your pregnant wife for months. That's lying in words and in actions. So, my mother-in-law didn't make the report, but she did reach out to my mother years ago after my wife told her that she believed I was cheating on her with my best friend. But then, somehow, my mother-in-law forgot to follow up and mention the very pertinent detail that I never cheated. And so my mom sat with that knowledge for 5 years and never said a word until she saw her chance to punish me for it in the name of protecting her grandson. That all came out on Saturday. I haven't spoken to my mom since then, ignored my father's half a dozen texts and 3 emails, and said about 6 words to my wife. I've had my regularly scheduled counseling session, and we have MC coming up, and I'm sure this will be the main topic. I have no idea where to go from here or how to even begin to wrap my head around this. I thought writing it all out might make it feel less surreal, but yeah, no, that's very much not the case. One good thing that's come out of all this? I finally made an independent choice and quit my 3rd job. I told my wife right before I went to see my parents, and she hasn't seemed to have any issue with it, but since I've been avoiding her as best I can, I might not know even if she did. I missed the time when this was just about losing a job. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I maintained from your first post until now that you and your wife need to have an entire month where you have no contact with her family or yours. Not your parents, not your siblings, not your cousins, nobody. Take a month to focus on the 2 of you and see what you 2 want together. A month will not kill your families, particularly when your mother and her mother are trying to break the 2 of you up. Ops response, personally, I'd like a month of no contact with anyone except my wife and kids. Period. Does anyone know of an abandoned cabin or an island with no civilization that I could rent for a month? I joke when I'm stressed. Badly. But I do. Commenter 2, it is officially time to go fully no contact with your family. And to really evaluate where your marriage, your life and your happiness are going. Because whatever it is you are trying to fix here is no longer sustainable. You need to be your first priority now. Ops response, logically, I know you're right. But the thought of prioritizing myself is like speaking a foreign language to me. Commenter 3, I'm so sorry you're going through this. I'm so glad you're in counseling. I think it's so helpful because oftentimes toxic family members make you feel like you're crazy and it's helpful to get an outside perspective. Your family is toxic. Your in-laws are toxic. They will never see you or give you the love you deserve. As cliché as it sounds, love yourself first. You can't pour from an empty cup, and the people who should be pouring love into you just keep kicking your cup over. You're a good person who deserves love. They don't deserve you. Ops response: you're a good person who deserves love. You have no idea how hard that hit me. But what hit harder is that I don't think. No. I know that I haven't heard that from anyone who actually knows me. Sometimes, strangers on the internet really are kind. Thank you. What's the title of the book? Ops response: Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. Commenter 5, friend, now you have a golden opportunity to regain stability for your family. Now you can get rid of your abusive parents and even stop your wife from telling her parents things or even listening to them. You should focus on strengthening your relationship with your partner and showing her that all the problems were caused by the narcissistic parents and in-laws that you both have.
I called the cops on my boyfriend after he threatened to unalive himself if I broke up with him for the 100th time, so they took him to a psych ward, but now he's texting me saying he was just testing my loyalty and threatening to sue me. Posted by you/no_definition_7097. I, 17F, have been with my boyfriend, 18M, for about a year. Throughout our relationship, he's often mentioned ending his life, at least once a month. Sometimes he's kind, but other times he has mental breakdowns where he blames everything on me and says I'm the cause of his problems. When we argue, I usually apologize just to calm things down, but he often keeps attacking my character. This cycle has been draining, and recently I told him I wanted to break up. A big part of our relationship is that during arguments, he frequently threatens to end his life if things don't go his way. Because of this, I found myself constantly apologizing and convincing him to stay calm, even when I don't feel like I've done anything wrong. It's been emotionally exhausting and has felt manipulative at times, but I've been scared that if I didn't handle things just right, he might actually hurt himself. I've wanted to break up for a while now, but I've been afraid to do it because every time things get serious or tense, he brings up ending his life. I was worried that if I left, he would actually follow through with it. That fear has kept me in the relationship longer than I wanted. Today, after a few days of arguing and me being more distant in messages, we're long distance, he said he was going to his father's house to get a gun and unalive himself. He told me it was either he gets arrested or he ends his life, and he kept saying I was ruining his life. At that point, I called the police. They later informed me that he agreed to go and is now in a mental institution. Now I don't know how to feel. He hasn't contacted me since, and I'm left wondering if I made the right choice. I didn't want him to hurt himself, but I also worry that calling the cops might have made things worse. Will the institution actually help him? And was I wrong for taking that step? I genuinely just wanted to help, but I'm struggling with guilt and confusion right now. Edit, thank you to everyone who replied. I've read all your messages, and I feel much better about the situation and validated in what I did. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, Op, you are 100% not the jerk here, but I'm going to dump a bit of cold water on you. If you maintain this relationship, you will be a jerk, because this person is obviously unstable and you're not only putting yourself in danger, you're endangering anyone who lives with you if this guy knows your address. I know it feels like this relationship is a huge part of your life, because it does represent a relatively large portion of the period of time in which you've had adult autonomy, but you are objectively still young and you struck out your first time at bat. It happens. You rolled snake eyes and this guy is unhinged. For your own sake and the sake of those around you, you need to sever this thing as quickly and permanently as possible. Just walk away, in the long run you'll thank yourself. He hasn't contacted you yet? Great. You should probably change your number. Tell your family about him and tell them not to talk to him too. Create emotional distance to match your physical distance and pray it works. Ops response, thank you for your honesty and advice, I really appreciate it. I know it's scary to think about, but you're right. I need to fully sever ties for my own safety and well-being. I hopefully don't think he is the type to go that far, especially since we live 5 states away from each other. Hopefully? Commenter 2, this is emotional abuse. Nothing will help him unless he wants to accept help. You can't change him and you deserve someone who will treat you with kindness full-time and not just when they're in the right mental space. Commenter 3, not the jerk, he's being abusive. Using self-harm as leverage to keep a partner is disgusting. Also sadly often used as a weapon to control a partner. You need to get far away from this boy. You did the right thing getting him sectioned as it sounds like his behavior was escalating. They will help him. I recommend a therapist or counselor for you to talk through this as the whole situation sounds traumatizing. But you need to dump him. Regardless of his threats. If he's going to harm himself, it's not because of you. It's because he is unwell and is projecting and manipulating you. Look after yourself, stay safe, stay far away from him. Find someone who loves you and doesn't put so much horrible pressure on you. Ops response, thank you for advice. This really helped me feel a lot better about this situation. Commenter 4, what he's doing to you is called psychological manipulation. If he was in any way serious about ending his life, he would have done it or tried to by now. He threatens to unalive himself to get you to do what he wants. And he continues to do it because it works. You soothe him, apologize, etc. for things you haven't even done. I get angry when I hear about women or girls staying in these types of relationships. This guy is obviously a royal jerk, pain in the rear, wimp. A real man doesn't do things like this. He handles his business and treats his woman with respect and love. If anything, you should be happy he's finally gone and maybe getting help for his numerous problems. Take this time to remove yourself from his life. Concentrate on making yourself awesome. You can find a guy who will show you how a healthy relationship looks and feels. No more being blamed for someone else's problems, no more having to apologize for nothing. No more being a pawn in whatever sick game this jerk is playing. Do not give in to him when he calls you and threatens unaliving himself unless you return. You're done with this trash and moving on to bigger and better things. Right? Ops response: thank you for saying this. I really needed to hear it put that way because I've been doubting myself and feeling guilty. You're right, it's not fair that I've had to constantly apologize and carry the blame for things I didn't even do. I know now that I need to focus on myself and not let his manipulation keep controlling me. I want to move forward and find something healthy instead of staying stuck in this cycle since it's been affecting me mentally. Additional information from Op: thank you so much for all of your advice, I really appreciate it and I'll take it to heart. I'm just really worried that I ruined everything for him and I'm scared that I messed up, but I genuinely only wanted to help and keep him safe. Update 1, 2 days later. For those who saw my last post, I wanted to give an update. Even though I blocked him everywhere, his messages went through on my MacBook. He sent me this from the mental institution. I'm using my only chance with my phone to message you. You got me tackled and handcuffed and sent into a white room with nothing in it after saying you want to break up. You somehow made everything worse because now I can't fix my windshield or work for Luke, and now I'm stuck in a mental ward with people screaming. I'm so scared. I slept on the ground and they keep doing tests on me. Why did you do this? I'm in so much pain right now. My life's getting worse. I'm just not gonna talk to anyone anymore. Well, I lost my phone time, bye, I'm stuck in this mental institution. You also hate me. It really sucks that he's still blaming me for everything when I just wanted him to get help. I haven't replied though and don't plan to. Also, thank you so much to everyone who replied. I read each comment and really appreciated the different perspectives. Your advice has given me a lot to think about and helped me reflect on the situation in a way I couldn't have on my own. I'm grateful for the support and honesty from all of you. Update: he got out a few days ago and I'm currently in no contact with him anymore. I officially left him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: you need to make the authorities aware that he's still trying to manipulate and abuse you from inside the hospital. The hospital needs to know, and you need it on file with the police. I'm sorry you're going through this. Ops response: thank you. I would, but I sadly don't know what institution he's at. Commenter 2: he's likely greatly exaggerating where he is. If they deemed him in enough distress to put him solo in a padded room, they would not give him an opportunity to use his phone. He has a bed, he's choosing to sleep on the ground. The tests are likely just his blood pressure. Ops response: yes, I 100% agree. I always see this theme with him exaggerating everything. Even when it comes to telling me about other things, like for example things that happen in movies. He would exaggerate everything, and I mean everything. It would annoy me so bad, but I didn't bring it up because I knew he was gonna shift the blame onto me. But thank you for reassuring me. Commenter 3: trust me, what he texted is a lie. Ops response: yep, now he's threatening to sue me, saying that he was just testing my loyalty. I ignored him. Commenter 4: so what exactly was I supposed to do? Just sit there while he threatened to end his life? That's not something you ignore. I tried comforting him, but it wasn't working, and he doesn't even have real support around him that I can contact. Calling for help wasn't a dirtbag move, it was literally the only responsible thing to do. If someone's life might be at risk, doing nothing would have been worse. Update 2, 3 days later. Hey guys, I didn't expect to have to update this thread. My ex has been sending me non-stop messages blaming me for everything and threatening to sue me. By the way, we are not from the same state and I'm 17. Here's basically what he said, verbatim as much as possible. He claims that I got his dad's apartment swatted and caused PTSD for both him and his dad. He admits he wasn't actually going to unalive himself and lied about being depressed to test me, but he still blames me for losing interest in him and making his life hell. He also accuses me of ghosting him so he could have more physical bonds with other people. He keeps claiming that being sent to the mental institution is now on his record and has ruined my life, saying he's lost my Second Amendment, 90% of career options, voting rights, and even the ability to join the military. He describes being locked in a white room for 3 days with bright lights, nothing to do, green scrubs, forced sleep disruption, and hearing screaming, calling it torture. Here are some of the things he's actually said. Now I know you either want to watch me suffer eternally or want to see me dead in some way. Your family or you can get sued or deal with an investigation that is going on based on the fact you got my dad's apartment swatted. I wasn't actually going to unalive myself. I just wanted to see if you cared about me. You caused me to lose my Second Amendment, 90% of my career options, my right to vote fairly, and even the ability to join the military. You got me sent to the mental institution, which ruined my life. Even after all of that, I'm still willing to help save your life from being ruined, even though you destroyed mine. That's because I care. He also keeps trying to manipulate me emotionally, saying things like, even after all of that, I'm still willing to feed you what will happen if and when I get a lawyer, and I'm willing to help save your life from being ruined. It's because I care. Now I know you either want to watch me suffer eternally or want to see me dead in some way. He insists he's forming a lawyer and keeps threatening legal action, claiming I slandered and destroyed his life, while still trying to make me feel guilty for calling 911 to help him. I don't know what to do. I haven't replied. Edit, I did block. He created another account to message me. He got out of the mental hospital a few days ago. Another edit, I actually have photo evidence of him showing me a picture of a gun to his head, but it was from February. And to everyone judging me for my choices, yeah, I was naive. I believed people could change, and I learned the hard way that not everyone will. By the way, thank you to everyone who replied with thoughtful messages. I read every single one of them, and I will try to reply to them too. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask me, or if you want to message me, please do. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I hope you have all his threats documented either through text or VM. Talk to your folks or whoever you can count on regarding this toxic manipulative manbaby and block him at ASAP. Or mute and let the messages pile up so you can use them in case he does try to bring some bogus suit and it's an empty threat. You have legitimate concern for his safety, so he's just ranting and crying like an impotent jerk. You should have dumped that person the second he started with that BS about self-harm or ending his life and blaming you. Don't ever stay hitched to a person that has that serious of mental issues or personality disorder. If you have a hint of a red flag similar to this in the future, just cut your losses and get out of it. It isn't worth it. If you can reach out to someone on his end like a parent or someone you think isn't as useless as he is and let them know why you contacted the police and what he has been doing and that he has threatened you repeatedly and you're still a minor at this point. He'll probably just disappear or face additional real legal troubles. He is 100% at fault here and guilty, not you. Ops response, thank you. I definitely learned something from that relationship, and I shouldn't have ignored the first red flag. I was dumb, yes, but I will for sure make better decisions in the future. I will try and bring this up to my parents though, I'm just super afraid of their reaction. Commenter 2, you're young op, you're still learning about relationships. It's not your fault he was institutionalized, medical professionals make that decision. Your parents need to know, they love you, they will want to protect you. Please tell them, from a mom. Ops response, thank you for reassuring me. I'm still scared, but I'll find the courage to tell my parents. Can Op contact her ex's parents? Op's response, unfortunately his dad and mom are crazy like him. Why hasn't Op blocked her ex? Op's response, texted on another account. Commenter 3, have you talked to your parents about this at all? They can help you file a restraining order. Op's response, I did tell my father about the mental hospital part, but haven't told him about this. I'm afraid that my dad will be mad at me or blame me. I'm scared to tell my parents this information because my dad will get mad at me for getting into stupid stuff. Commenter 4, not the jerk. He literally messed around with the manipulation and found out by someone who cares, calling the authorities to help him. His Second Amendment rights are not a problem as far as I know. Even if he was mentally ill, that doesn't mean you can't own guns. Actual doctors and therapists would have evaluated him for mental illness. If he were found not to have issues, it wouldn't affect his record. Guns are only restricted in some locations. If he were declared mentally fine, then he would have no problem getting a gun. I seriously think this jerk joining the military is laughable. So that point doesn't matter. He might actually grow up if he were in the military. Because right now, he's acting like a child. His parents need to parent him better because that 18-year-old isn't ready to be an adult. You did not swat him? Swatting is calling the police to a location knowing there is nothing going on other than you being a jerk for calling the police on the swatting victim. He gave you reasons to call the police. That's on him. You did nothing wrong. People like this guy are the reason those who are in real crisis are not believed. His BS about taking care of you is just that, BS. He's being manipulative, trying to make you feel guilty, so you'll allow him back in your life. He needs to grow up first. Right now, he'd be the statistic of partners who run away from a relationship when it gets hard, making you a single mother, probably, or he'd start hitting you because he's a jerk. Tell him straight out, I'm done. Don't contact me again. Then move on with your life. Make your socials all private if you can and don't take on new friends. Ops response: thank you for your support. I agree with everything you said, and at this point, he's just grasping at straws just to shift the blame onto me, still. After we broken up. He's so manipulative, and I honestly regret how stupid I was to not realize how terrible of a person he was. He even tried to bring up irrelevant stuff just to manipulate and blame me to make me feel like I'm dumb and a bad person. I don't know, he needs help ASAP. My boyfriend went to buy me a birthday gift at the mall and gave the store assistant his number because she looked sad and lonely, then got mad at me for being upset, so now he's laughing at me and saying my insecurities are my fault. Posted by you/hardenthewindow_. Went to work yesterday, called my boyfriend to say good morning. He was pissy cause I woke him up. I didn't know he was asleep. So he hung up. His mom called me on my lunch to ask how I am and if I spoke to my boyfriend today. I assumed she wasn't able to get through to his phone, so I shrugged it off saying I'm good and I only said good morning to him. Day goes by, he doesn't call or text at all. I call at 6 p.m. and he just got home from the mall and has an attitude. I ask him what's going on and he says now that he's home, I can stay on the phone and irritate him. I'm like, what the heck is going on, and he hangs up. Later, his sister tells me my boyfriend went to buy me a birthday gift at the mall and then gave the store assistant who helped him his number. She tells me the girl didn't ask, but my boyfriend gave it out. And then they were texting through the day. This morning, he said he wants to talk to me. I told him when I get home. Then he says he thought about it and it's not that deep, so it doesn't matter, obviously not knowing I already know. I get home and it takes like over 35 minutes for me to get him to just spill whatever happened. He then says he had pure intentions cause the girl looked sad and lonely, and he said, you know what, I'll be your friend. I ask him, how come you didn't speak to me at all but you had time to text her since you said you were busy, etc. He said, well, she texted me and you didn't. Bruh, I don't even know how to think or feel at this point. I feel like I'm stupid and overreacting, or I'm naive and gullible. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, are you guys teenagers? I pray to the heavens? His actions sound immature. He's either losing respect for you or never had it to begin with. I'll go with the latter. You're not overreacting, he has every intention to cheat on you eventually, if he hasn't already. Sometimes cheaters push you away when they have done something already. You must be a lovely person to have a close connection to both his mom and sister. I love that his own sister ratted on him to look out for you. Know your worth. He shouldn't be treating you like this, but he will only do what you allow. Ops response, he's 4 years younger than me, so I should have known. Commenter 2, I think he's keeping you around until he finds someone else. Don't be anyone's doormat. Ops response, I don't give for what though. He could be single and just go talk to girls. What's the point of staying with me to do that? Commenter 3, because he needs you around in case these other girls don't work out. Or he gets off on it. It's classic cheater mentality. Commenter 4, not overreacting. How old is your boyfriend? This sounds like something a high schooler would do. Also sounds like he had the intention of cheating. I don't buy the whole she looked sad and lonely thing. He probably wouldn't have told you and only did because his sister already told you. I'd reevaluate your relationship. You deserve to be with someone who treats you with respect, as this whole situation is extremely disrespectful. Ops response, he's 21. He's calling me insecure because he knew I'd react badly and said he tried to prove a point that girls and guys can be friends. But who gives their number to a stranger to be friends? Usually I'd get to know them first before even talking on the phone. Commenter 5, I'm literally the biggest advocate for girls and guys just being friends. I go off on here regularly at folk claiming they can't and being paranoid. And even still, that's nonsense. Nobody goes out to make a friend that's a girl just to prove a point, they just make that friend naturally. Ops response, he sees no wrong in his actions. I'd probably use up all my oxygen trying to explain and he would still remain ignorant. He said if I'm so insecure, he'll call her right now and have her speak to me to prove how the interaction went. I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm easily manipulated cause I don't know what to say at this point. Commenter 6, even if he gave his number to a stranger so they could be friends, why was he so horrible to you? That's inexcusable. Is he angry because they were texting and maybe it didn't go the way he wanted it to? Pure intentions? Sad and lonely? You are naive and gullible if you believe this nonsense. And why is his family so involved in your lives? Ops response, technically his sister told me thinking I already knew. She's really good to me and we're close. But about his mom, I don't know cause usually she only calls if she can't get a hold of her son. Update, 5 days later. For those who remember me talking about my boyfriend saying the girl looked lonely like she needed a friend, etc., I took a break from him to process everything. He calls me last night, said he missed me and he did some thinking. He came to the conclusion that a lot of our arguments is because we each refuse to compromise on things. I told him that's far from whatever the heck he did. Eventually, he told me they called twice since the Friday it happened. The girl flirted with him and he apparently shut her down and blocked her. This would be admirable if he didn't put himself in the position in the first place. But yeah. The conversation escalated quickly. He kept getting angry and having an attitude. He called me insecure and said my insecurities are my fault, despite me not having any before him. I explained to him when people have weird vibes or when they ask me out, I simply say I'm in a relationship, I'm not interested and move along. He laughed at me saying when people ask me out. I did so well in trying to give myself talks and hold myself together since Friday. And he just had to call and spew more horrible things just because he's feeling angry he's in this situation. He said there's nothing he can do to help, so let's move past it, forget it and not keep talking about it. He hung up on me and I'm blamed again. He messed up, but it's my responsibility to heal and get better. I don't know what to do, but guys, please don't ever insert women in you and your partner's life. If you're unhappy, please break up and then talk to women. This isn't normal. Edit. Thank you to everyone that commented and gave me their insights, etc. I do appreciate it and I've been reading everything through my workday. I haven't been able to reply to each, but I'm grateful you guys took time to comment. I don't know how I'll work through this and I don't know how I'm going to do it, but trust I am aware of what I need to do. Hopefully I can shut up and just run with courage, but thank you. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. How long has it been since the break started? Is it at the 1 week point? Do you want to continue the break? Ops response. Since last Friday. Today's Wednesday. I thought my mind would be better by Friday to address it. But he kinda worked my thoughts with that call. I'd love to go for a month, but my birthday is this month, so I know everything will be a mess. Commenter 2. He told you it's your fault? You have two choices here. 1. You suck it up and stay with him because yes, it's your fault he gave his phone number to an employee while searching for a gift for you. Be his submissive woman and watch how he twists your mind over and over. 2. Pick up your self-esteem and tell that piece of flesh acting like a man that it's over. He had the audacity to flirt while shopping for you. He has no respect for you or the relationship. He can go ahead and flirt all he wants because he is now single. Because how he has treated you isn't respect, love, or even like. You pick yourself up, dust off his nonsense and move on to better things. Ops response. I'm trying so hard for option 2, but this guy is in my head bad. I keep going back to square one every day this week. Op responds to a comment about stopping insulting herself and getting out of the toxic relationship. Op's response. It's difficult when I feel silly for putting myself in these situations. But you are right, insulting myself doesn't help my self-worth. I'm afraid to wonder about the reasons cause. What if it's cause I'm afraid of being alone? I denied it often because I'm an only child and I've been alone all my life, and I never felt any kind of haunting emptiness. Apart from missing my friend group, I did most of the things I needed to on my own. So if it is that, I'm scared to admit it, but also, I don't even know how to know if it's that. Commenter 3. Please look up signs of emotional abuse/manipulation. Do you have anxiety? A lot of anxious people have control issues, doesn't make you a narcissist. I fear that you are taking the blame for his actions, and that's what happens when you are being manipulated. You need to get your power and self-worth back. Please research. Ops response. I'm diagnosed with anxiety and depression, unfortunately. I think it's best I go back to therapy, to be honest. I'm sure a professional can assist more than me going as far as doubting the research too. Commenter 4. Yeah, therapy would be helpful. I read your last post again. How often in your relationship does your boyfriend hang up on you? I honestly wish I could hug you, he's just so mean. Ops response. He hangs up whenever there's conflict most often, and I annoy him.
I accidentally started dating my divorced client's wife without knowing who she was because she used a different name socially, then found out at our settlement meeting when we all walked into the same room, so now I'm the coffee shop lawyer with a disciplinary record. Posted by you/May, not, be lawyer for long. This happened a couple months back, but I saw a skit online that was scarily similar to what actually happened to me IRL. For context, I'm a divorce attorney. Been practicing for about 8 years now, mostly family law stuff. Generally pretty routine work, people want to untangle their lives, I help them do it legally, everyone moves on. Let's flash back to last March. I took on what seemed like a straightforward dissolution case. Client I'll call Dave, nice enough guy, been separated from his wife for over a year, just wanted to make it official. Nothing complicated, decent retainer, figured we'd have it wrapped up in a few months. Dave seemed reasonable, not one of those vindictive types trying to burn everything down out of spite. Around the same time, I'd been seeing this woman Sarah for a couple months. Met her at a coffee shop near my office, really hit it off. She mentioned going through a divorce, but I didn't pry, not exactly first date conversation, you know? She had a different last name from what was in my client files, so when I ran my conflict checks, nothing flagged. Everything was going great with Sarah. Really great, actually. We were taking things slow, but it was heading in a good direction. Until we scheduled the first four-way settlement meeting. I walk into the conference room with Dave, chatting about keeping things amicable, and there's Sarah sitting across the table with her attorney. I literally just stopped mid-sentence. My briefcase slipped right out of my hands and hit the floor with this loud thud. Sarah went completely white. Dave looked back and forth between us for what felt like an eternity, and I could see the exact moment it clicked for him. "Are you kidding me right now?" he says. Not shouting, but definitely not pleased. Sarah started tearing up. Her lawyer looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. I'm standing there feeling like the biggest moron in legal history. Had to immediately excuse myself with Dave. Guy was understandably upset. Started grilling me, how long had this been going on, did I know who she was this some kind of setup to screw him over? I'm trying to explain that I'd been dating his wife for a couple months without having any clue who she was. He didn't buy it at first. What kind of lawyer doesn't ask basic questions? He keeps saying. Had to pull out my intake notes to prove the name thing, show him how the conflict check works, basically convince an angry client that I'm incompetent rather than malicious. Took about 20 minutes before he finally believed it was just spectacularly bad luck. Even then, he's shaking his head, muttering about how messed up this whole situation is. I explained I'd have to withdraw from his case and help him find new counsel. There's no getting around it, I've got a personal relationship with the opposing party, which makes it impossible for me to represent him properly. By the end, he'd calmed down enough to say this is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Still wasn't happy about starting over with a new lawyer, but he understood why it had to happen. The paperwork was a nightmare. Had to file a motion to withdraw since we were already in litigation, transfer all his files, deal with refunding unused fees. Sarah and I didn't speak for 2 weeks after that meeting, we were both mortified. Her attorney spent forever trying to convince himself this wasn't some elaborate scheme. Even though nobody intended for this to happen, it was still my screw-up. Should have had better procedures to catch conflicts like this. Doesn't matter that it was an accident, you mess up the conflict check, you deal with the consequences. Dave texted me a few weeks later, but it wasn't friendly. More like hope you realize this completely messed up my timeline. Can't say I blame him. And just to add insult to injury, my malpractice insurance premium went up when I had to report the conflict. Relevant comments. Commenter, I mean you did waste a lot of his money on whatever time you spent that the new lawyer would have to redo. Did you and Sarah at least continue dating afterwards? Ops response, Sarah used another name socially that Dave had not disclosed. Her file had her legal name. Our check didn't catch it and I didn't connect the dots. Her and I's relationship was less emotionally involved to keep it brief. I've been overworked and dealing with more than a full caseload. Yes, I could have done better at preventing this from happening. This was a major FU. On her end, I don't think she knew based on her reaction as well as her being a workaholic too. Pretty much all communication had been directly between me and her counsel. No, her and I did not continue seeing each other for obvious reasons. Also, not a bot. Made a throwaway specifically so this would not be traced back to me or my firm. Ops response on another post, I don't fault Dave at all. I was sleeping with his wife while representing him, there's no version of that where I'm the victim. It doesn't matter that I didn't know who she was at first. By the time I figured it out, the damage was already done. He had real things riding on that case, money, time, his business, and my withdrawal blew up his timeline. I can say it wasn't intentional, but that doesn't mean it didn't wreck him. He had every right to hate me for it. Update, 2 months later. So it's been about 7 months since the conference room incident, and people have been asking what happened. Short answer, it's been a mess. About 3 weeks after I withdrew from Dave's case, I got called into a meeting with the senior partners. 3 partners, our firm's general counsel, and a rep from our malpractice carrier on video call. The managing partner slides a folder across the table. Opposing counsel reported a conflict of interest issue to the state bar under Rule 8.3. We've been notified of a disciplinary inquiry. Oh no. Dave's new attorney filed the report. They don't get to decide what happens, they just report potential violations and the bar takes it from there. I have to explain everything. How I met Sarah, how we'd been casually dating for a couple months, how she used a different name socially, how my conflict check on her legal name didn't flag anything because I never connected the dots. The general counsel is taking notes. Walk me through your conflict check process. I explain the intake procedures, how the system works, how Sarah's legal surname didn't match what she'd told me. It sounds worse when I say it out loud. This is a clear model Rule 1.7a, 2, issue, material limitation conflict, the general counsel says. You were correct to withdraw under Rule 1.16, but we need to understand how this wasn't caught earlier. The malpractice carrier rep unmutes. We'll need to document this as a circumstance that could lead to a claim. It'll be noted when your policy comes up for renewal. Great. The firm mandates that I complete an 8-hour CLE on conflicts of interest before taking any new client intakes. They've already registered me for a seminar that Saturday. 8 a.m., of course. I show up at a hotel conference room with about 20 other attorneys. One of the instructors is Patricia, a divorce attorney I've opposed a few times. She definitely knows why I'm there based on the look she gave me. Most of the morning is standard material, rules, case law, procedures. Then we get to case studies and Patricia brings up in Ree Johnson, a 2019 disciplinary matter. Attorney representing a divorce client starts dating someone, turns out to be the opposing party, discovers it at a settlement conference. Same exact situation as mine from 6 years ago in a different state, and I wanted to sink through the floor. At lunch, another attorney mentions he heard about something similar happening at a firm in town recently. Doesn't know it's me, but clearly the story's getting around. I finish the seminar, pass the exam, bring the certificate back to the firm. A few weeks later, the bar sends a letter. The inquiry is closed with a private caution, basically a warning that stays in their files but isn't public discipline. Could have been worse. My malpractice premium went up about 15% when it renewed in September. The carrier cited the reported disciplinary circumstance in the renewal letter. The firm implemented some new procedures for me specifically. For the next 6 months, I have to get conflicts pre-cleared by the general counsel before taking on any new client. They also added mandatory AKA/nickname fields to our intake forms and conflict check system. The worst part isn't the official stuff though. It's that people know. Not everyone, but enough. I've been called the coffee shop lawyer twice at bar events. Last month opposing counsel asked if I'd met the other party before with this look on her face. The story's definitely circulating. Some versions have me engaged to Sarah. One has me not finding out until trial. It's becoming one of those cautionary tales people tell each other. Haven't dated anyone since March. Deleted the apps. Before I did, I matched with someone who mentioned her divorce and I immediately asked who her lawyer was. She unmatched pretty quick. Can't really blame her. Dave, if you see this, I'm sorry, man. I really didn't know. I hope things worked out okay for you. Sarah, hope you're doing well. Everyone else, just ask the basic questions. Run proper conflict checks. Verify AKAs. It's not worth it. Relevant comments. Commenter, thanks for the update. Honestly, speaking from my non-lawyer brain, I think you really drew the worst hand. I don't think it's your fault and that you took the right steps when you found out. I hope this will turn into a funny story soon. I was already rooting for you after your first post. I don't think this says anything about your skills as a lawyer. Commenter, I work for lawyers and it's such a small community, even in a big city. I, without ever asking or digging, know so much dirt on so many lawyers. I know who's had the mental breakdowns, who's been to rehab, and for what, who got arrested for soliciting underage prostitutes, who knocked up their secretaries, who shot himself with a fellow lawyer's gun. And that's just the first few off the top of my head and doesn't even include the dirt I know about attorneys I've actually worked for. Man, I feel for you. But in a few years' time, it'll feel more like mythology and less like a ghost haunting you. Commenter, I'm a paralegal and this is so true. If I heard this story about an attorney I knew, I wouldn't think less of him. Attorneys dating their staff, taking intimate favors as payment, skimming from trust accounts. That stuff is way worse. Commenter, man, I don't know how long you've been an attorney, but discipline cases get so much worse than this. Stop beating yourself up. First, it was not intentional or through some incredibly basic neglect. Basic conflict checks were done and just didn't ring an alarm bell. Second, you immediately did the right things once you realized. Third, you've paid your price, man. You've done your stupid all-day CLE, all these new procedures, paid the new premiums, taken the small and temporary reputation hit. Man, you've been penalized. Stop adding more time onto your sentence. There was a local attorney who was openly dating clients, in lieu of payment, multiple times and it still took 2 years before he was finally suspended. You got zinged with a rare circumstance that let you fine-tune your conflict checks and learn a valuable lesson. You're not a fly-by-night garbage attorney. I have more experience as prosecution, but I've done enough defense work in my private practice years to give you the advice I've given self-flagellating clients. Guilt and shame are constructive, to a point. Once you've already made amends and done your time, you're benefiting nobody by beating yourself up more.
My boyfriend kept promising to propose for 4 years straight and using it to manipulate me during fights, so I finally left him. Then he showed up at my place with a ring, but turns out he spent our 2-month breakup having 3 ways. Posted by u/throw_ra_seesh. We started dating in 9th grade after he asked me out at Winter Formal, 2012. Went as friends but quickly hit it off and were together by New Year's. From there, we got to a lot of milestones fast, and honestly, we both figured we'd be married by 2017 to 2018. The excuse at the time was we're young and still in school. I finished college in 3 years, him in 4. Both have our dream jobs, and had a combined income of $144,000 per year. We have loans but none of them are atrocious, and we lived in a home he inherited. That said, our life felt perfect by the time I was 22. That's when he started randomly inquiring about my ring size, dream wedding, whether I like gold or silver jewelry more, etc. 22 went by and no engagement, no big deal. 23 comes and it's the same thing, I'm thinking it's any day now. 24 passes and the conversation becomes tiring. I started to ask what he's waiting for. He claims the right moment hasn't come yet. It took me till age 25 to realize he often used the promise to do it when I was upset at him for something. By 26, I told myself that he had until he turned 27, his birthday was closer. After that, I'm walking away. I got my own space ahead of time and followed through. The separation was peaceful, he didn't protest much if at all. Last week, about 2 months later, he showed up at my place. We shared locations a couple years back and just never turned them off. I completely forgot about it. I wasn't creeped out or anything once he explained how he found me. After some catching up, he pulled out the box. All while sitting on the couch across from me. It wasn't the romantic on one knee, and I can't help but feel I forced his hand. This feels like a here, damn more than anything else. He says I'm overthinking and he didn't realize what he had until he lost it. He never knew that marriage was that important to me. I kind of want to get back with him, but I don't want him to resent me and later on say he was forced to get married or anything. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, it's called a shut up ring. Look it up. He didn't marry you because he didn't want to. He still doesn't. But the time apart has made him realize he can't do any better, so he came back and proposed. He's also smart enough to know that no one with self-esteem will put up with his lies and fake promises. So he's willing to settle for now. But the moment he actually likes someone, he'll be out. Because you were never more than a placeholder to begin with. Why would you even consider getting back with someone like this? Ops response, I don't know. Honestly, I've known him since I was 10, dated him for half my life. I know this is embarrassing and I'm trying to just move on. It's just my common sense and feelings aren't on the same accord. Commenter 2, no, don't get back together, you have moved on and he realizes he no longer has someone to manage the home / possibly his life. You have never been on your own and may not have yet fully formed your own, separate to being a couple, identity. If he was serious, he would have asked you. This is just a shut-up ring more than one made for love and commitment. Stay separated, go to therapy and explore who you are. Hang with your friends, go on dates, enjoy your life. Ops response, thank you. You're right that I haven't really formed my own identity. Much of my friends are also his. My hobbies and his are similar. We lived something sort of the same life. Commenter 3, he used the promise of marriage to manipulate you during fights. That's a huge red flag. If it's not the promise of marriage, it'll be something else. You've been dating for almost half your life, you don't know what other relationships are like. Hell, you barely know what you're like by yourself. Spend some time being a single person for a while and get to know yourself. You'll be better off for it. Ops response, thank you. Was thinking of going to the cafe by myself for the first time today. Commenter 4, well, how did you feel in that 2 months without him? Ops response, sad, I won't lie. We always watch TV together after work, so I avoided it for a while. Same with baggy shirts. I slept more, still am considering, getting a dog. Even went to church for the first time. The only thing I surprisingly didn't do was see what he was up to on social media. I was scared I'd see him with someone else. Commenter 4, I think that's totally natural. This is an enormous life change. Honestly, it would be odd if you weren't sad. Did you feel regret, or as if the wrong decision was made? I worry for you that he is just proposing out of panic or realizing the grass was not greener. This isn't necessarily the case, but the right man would not need to lose you to want to protect his relationship with you. I would consider telling him you need 6 months alone to think about this. If he truly regrets the breakup and wants to win you back, he will give you that space. Then you can see how you feel, maybe go on another date or 2 and make your decision with more confidence. Ops response, I wouldn't say regret, tbh. It felt good to not have to compromise or consider somebody else. For example, I could go to Chick-fil-A without groaning about having to go to Wendy's after, because he doesn't like Chick-fil-A. I think after a while the sadness was just realizing I had no idea who I was. Everything I thought to do was connected to him. I tried to get into making paper airplanes again, because I always did that back in middle/early high school, but that had a connection to him too. My mom suggested I try dating him for a few weeks, but my dad thinks that it'll only bring me back to where I was mentally when we first broke up, assuming we were to break up again. Ops response to another comment, he brought up getting married. Me talking about it came after he started asking me about our wedding. Several years even passed between him bringing it up a few times and me asking about it. And even then, I didn't just leave right away. This was the span of 5 years. Commenter 5, Op, how much of the house care did you do? Like what % of the chores, cooking, planning events/appointments/special occasions, etc., did you do? Because I have to wonder if after 2 months alone, he hasn't just realized doing all of this myself sucks. I need to get my maid back. I never wanted to marry her and honestly didn't like her enough to even be initially upset about the breakup, but holy crap does having to take care of myself and the house on my own suck. If dangling a ring in front of her will get my manager, maid, and cook back, so be it. Ops response, I'm naturally into baking and cooking, so I did that. I'm also over analytical, so I always had alarms, reminders, calendars filled, etc. I do my Christmas shopping around this time of year for better understanding, and being clean is just in my DNA. Not type A clean, but I definitely kept the place looking pretty good. So that could be it. Ops response on goals: I want to be a wife, it's my non negotiable. Everybody has some of those. He knows that, he's known that since we were young. He's always claimed it's a non negotiable for him as well. So, yes, the ring talk excited me. Ops response: I appreciate everybody's nice words. I do have an update, it's kinda long, so I'll make a follow up post. A conversation was had, not in person, we'll explain in post. But besides that, I did in fact go to the cafe and even took a walk through the park. Caught up with an old friend on Facebook and did some arts and crafts, press on nails, lol. It was a good day, and I feel very confident in my decision. Thank you all. Update, same day, 8 hours later. Hi all. Earlier today, I made a post asking how I should navigate this situation. A short summary would be that my boyfriend of almost 13 years and I separated after the idea of marriage was dangled in my face for 4 to 5 years. We remained separated for 2 months before he suddenly reached out, proposing. Many suggested I wait, but I already knew what the correct choice was. A lot of hard truths being pointed out to me made it hard to ignore. That said, I had the ring. I never told him yes, rather I don't know. But he insisted I keep it. Given I decided I needed to move on, I wanted to meet so that I could give him his ring back. He agreed to it first, but was insistent on it being at either my place or his. I was already at the park with a ring in my car, just wanted a neutral meeting place, so I said no. He argued that it must not be that important then, so I said okay, I'll give the ring to your mom when I have the chance. He didn't agree to meet, but this did make him FaceTime me, so we spoke that way. I was okay with that. The call started with him trying to negotiate a meeting location for a moment or two. Once he gave up, I told him I had questions about our breakup period. He told me I live in the past, but quickly backtracked when I said okay, never mind, and attempted to hang up. He told me I wouldn't like the answer to some stuff, and he's right. He admitted that he saw 4 women during the 2 months, 2 of them being a threesome. He alleged to have wanted that experience before marrying me. He also claimed that he felt inferior to me in the recent years because of how put together I am, as if he's much different. I was in shock. I'd spent these last 2 months alone and trying to heal while he's having threesomes? It hurt, but it felt more like a disgust hurt than a betrayal one. Not because of the threesome, but because he thought he could just come back when he was done having fun. He asked me to come back to his place. He said the kids, 2 goldfish, miss me. I told him that I can't get back with him. I need to experience something new just like he did. He's all I've ever known. But saying this upset him and might have given me some real insight into how he felt. He called me selfish. I'm always thinking about myself. He brought up a time I went to the gym on his birthday, early in the morning before proceeding to spend all day with him. He said I constantly make unilateral decisions, like this one. He accused me of being with another guy and said that's why I don't want him to come over. I should have hung up earlier, my choice was already made. Once he'd known I was set and not rekindling, he was only looking to hurt my feelings. My father offered to return the ring so that I don't have to, and I've been advised to call the police if he shows up at my place again. Despite this, I feel good. I got some answers and saw what happened when he didn't get his way. Again, I appreciate the advice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, OMG. What was he saying? We were on a break? Congratulations on finally dumping Ross. Now you can start living your life. Ops response, LOL yes. You're acting like I cheated on you and you left me. Yes, and I told you why I was. You didn't seem to care, so why should I know? Ops response to another comment, post-breakup me realized I want experience. I was absolutely okay with dating one man my whole life before things got complicated. But between the advice I received, having time to consider everything and hearing his side, I know I need more time to grow. Commenter 2, keep this post saved somewhere you can easily access. In fact, go a step further and detail everything from your conversation that you remember. Anything he said, anything you said, and especially how you felt. Something tells me this won't be the last time your ex tries to reach out. At some point doubt will kick in and you will wonder if you did the right thing. Trust yourself. You are doing the right thing. Be proud of yourself for loving yourself enough to know you deserve better. And if you start to doubt your choice, pull out this post and any other reminder of who your ex is. Good luck. Commenter 3, you absolutely smashed this. Couple of things, hey, you've been attached a long time. You bonded. You'll have periods and moments of pain and regret, that's normal and okay. Just ride it out with loved ones, it will pass. He will likely get into another relationship and possibly marry quickly. It's just him being stupid again, And you need to keep your focus on your self-development and making yourself a strong and healthy career and social network. Keep him blocked and forgive him if you can so you can be at peace with your history and have an easier time ignoring him. You 100% have got this. Ops response, I expect him to. He's always been petty and I overlooked it, tbh. We broke up in high school and while we remained close friends and got back within 2 weeks, he flirted like crazy. At the time I did it to make you jealous as some sort of compliment. My friend claimed he made an indirect post about me on Snapchat. I blocked him on everything and asked her to not tell me anymore, as it isn't helpful. I think the hardest part is over, but I'm probably wrong. Just gonna keep myself occupied and spend lots of time alone so I can learn more about who I really am. Thank you for the advice. Commenter 4, so glad you didn't agree to meet him. He sounds like an emotional male and they can have a dark side. Not trying to sound dramatic, but don't find yourself alone with him. Take some chill time, but I hope a real prince finds you. Ops response, thankfully I never saw him get too emotional, other than maybe raised voice and slamming doors, but never anything that truly scared me in my time with him, but I also was pretty easygoing, never really gave him a hard time. I think today really surprised me in how fast the switch flipped when he realized I wasn't budging. Additional information from Updates. For anyone interested. Went on a date today. With a guy, 30 years old, from my church. Have been getting nasty texts from anon numbers. Considering changing my number, just annoyed because I've had this number since I was 12. Was also posted in a massive all-male group chat and labeled bad spits? By a man who has never touched me. One of the guys has a sister who is good friends with one of my friends, that's how I know. But boys will be boysig? I did get tested. Hope you're all well. My boyfriend asked me for $1,500 to buy a Spider-Man costume while living off government payments and already drowning in debt, so I dumped him, but then got back with him like an idiot, and now he's threatening to unalive my family after I finally escaped. Posted by you/Alexis Drake 1354. Me, 22F, and my boyfriend, 26M, have been together for around 4 years. I was recently asked by him if he could get a personal loan under my name so that he could buy a Halloween costume. I am feeling a bit unsure of how upset I should be or if I even should be upset about it. To explain his current situation, he currently has around $5,000 worth of debt and does not have a job and lives off payments from the government currently. When he originally asked, I got quite upset since for the last year his financial situation has continued to get worse as I currently pay for his groceries and essentials, and without it he doesn't have basic essentials like toilet paper or soap, let alone food, and can only meet the payments of his rent at the moment. When he asked me for the loan, it was about $1,500, and he wanted to have me open a personal loan since no financial lenders would give him any more money than he currently has on loan. I don't know why I felt like it was my breaking point, but I just cried and told him he was childish for asking me for money to buy something so stupid and hadn't spoken to him for the last couple days. He asked me for money when he already relies on me to buy his groceries and is in so much debt from buying video games and action figures. I'm struggling to figure out what to even do or say to him. The reason he wants to loan so much from me is for more of the same non-essential things that got him into debt in the first place. A custom-made Halloween costume seems like an outrageous thing to want to purchase in his current situation, but he doesn't see it as a big deal since in his words it's not a lot of money for you, and I think I just need advice on what approach might work to help him understand. No matter how much I have tried to explain the strain his dependence on me to support him with his basic needs has been when we don't live together, and despite me trying to suggest loan consolidation or a selected person to manage his funds on his behalf could benefit him, I feel like my approach isn't working. I would appreciate advice on what steps I can take or what approach I might be able to use instead in regards to talking to him and trying to resolve this issue in our relationship currently. Relevant comments. Commenter, tell him it's not a lot of money for you because you would never in a million years even contemplate something as foolhardy as taking out a 4-figure loan for a holiday that's A, months away, and B, can be celebrated just as, if not more effectively with an old bedsheet and a pair of scissors. Or no. Just no works. Or simply laugh as you walk away. Hopefully for good, because I don't know why you're trying to convince yourself this is reasonable unless you want to spend the rest of your life in debt catering to an overgrown 5-year-old's every whim. Ops response, I think I'm struggling and rationalizing it because my boyfriend has already invested about $700 into the costume and has been stressing and non-stop talking to me and showing me pictures of what costume he wants and cried to me over the phone about how he has always wanted to dress up in this costume since he was a child. He has never mentioned this character or costume to me since we have been together. He stressed how life-changing this costume was that he told me I would happily starve for weeks if it means I have this costume, which I really don't want to have him do. Commenter, he hasn't invested $700. He has spent $700 he does not have. This is hugely disturbing behavior. If he starves for weeks because of this costume, he wins a Darwin Award. Why are you still dating this idiot? Ops response: It's a Spider-Man costume with like ridged webbing, and it's screen accurate to the amazing Spider-Man costume from the movies. Update 1, same day. I'm sure most of you thought this was a dumb question to begin with and really tore through me, but for those who were kinder with their advice, I really appreciated it, along with the private messages that offered kinder words. I know I seem like an absolute idiot, but I think being with my boyfriend for so long as well as since high school made me feel extremely attached and like I wouldn't know what to do if he wasn't around, so in that way I was definitely dependent on him. To clarify things, it was for a Spider-Man costume, and no, I did not give him the money. I spoke to him and he tried explaining that it was his cousin who forced him to ask me for the money. Which I didn't believe and ended the relationship since a lot of your comments made me realize I have a seriously low standard for my dating pool and will have to reconsider my standards moving forward. I guess the reason I indulged this man for so long was because I felt pity for him and his situation. He lives off government disability payments due to having autism, ADHD, and severe clinical depression, and I think as we progressed in our relationship, I slowly became his carer after his family moved away and had no one to take him to his appointments, especially after COVID his carer quit, so he didn't have someone to help him in his day-to-day tasks. I understand now that should have never been my job to pick up, and blurring those lines made me become financially and emotionally used as he had no one else to depend on. Anyways, I have broken up with my boyfriend. I will try to listen to you guys and find someone who is more on my level of stability and self-reliance. Thank you, everyone, for listening and giving me the wake-up call I needed to get out before I committed to marrying or having children with him. Update 2, 1 year later. Hey, everyone who may care for an update. I received some PMs asking for an update on this ridiculous post. I have good and bad news. I ended up getting back together with my ex after breaking up after this post. Super dumb, yes, I know. It was a really tumultuous and abusive relationship that had become a kind of dependence on that person to escape a lot of my home life troubles. Despite my ex being the worst scum ever, it was better than what I knew in my home life and what I thought I deserved. I struggled a lot but was able to thrive in my personal life and career, but despite that, I clung to my ex as it was all I thought I deserved. It only got worse as he grew to hate me and still depended on me. He monopolized all of my time, but when I was at work, he was talking to another woman and worked toward cheating on me with her but was unsuccessful in that endeavor as she only wanted the attention but didn't want to have intimate relations with such a loser. He made a choice when I asked to pick me or her and chose her, hoping he would finally be able to make it with this other woman who thankfully would not give him the time of day once the chase was over and he was no longer in a relationship. He thankfully broke up with me when he picked her but didn't want to relinquish control over me and demanded to keep me as a friend. I was ordered to keep him in the loop about dates, who I was seeing, where I was going, and for how long. If I didn't tell him, he beat me, and it got bad enough, he punched me in the stomach on the side of a busy highway while I was in my work uniform. I decided finally to stop pitying this horrible scum and leave. I regret all the years I wasted with this scumbag trapped in his abuse and lies. I thankfully kept him at bay and would only answer his phone calls. He had panic attacks and would call me every couple of days crying and screaming, but after he threatened to unalive my family and make me watch and then unalive himself so he wouldn't go to jail for it and would leave me all alone, I felt unable to escape. Thankfully, he eventually lost interest and got upset. I wasn't being a good friend and blocked me after threatening to unalive me if he ever saw me in the street. It was an insane relationship not really encapsulated in my Reddit post because I was already being screamed at by hundreds of people for being absolutely stupid about it, so after being dragged, I figured it was best I didn't actually speak about all the depth of it. The whole relationship felt like an unreal experience between two people with severe mental health and self-worth issues, and I became someone unrecognizable when driven into a corner like I was. At least I have a whole lot of crazy ex-stories to tell, which my friends lovingly dub lore dropping. I have had a hard start to my life from childhood till about a year ago, but please know I am happy, safe, and doing well now. I have regular therapy sessions and live away from my abusive family and with friends who love and care for me who have become like an adoptive family to me. Things are really well, and thank you for checking in. My manager went on his little podcast talking about my high school dance posts from when I was 15 and joking about my flexibility with his buddy, so now he's at a new job still whining about how I reported him to HR for being a total creep. Posted by you/ThrowRainCityus2. I thought my friend, John, was pulling my leg when he told me, but he recently found out and told me about it because I was mentioned in said podcast. For background, this is an office job and I, 19F, am interning as a phone rep mostly while also in college. My friend showed me the podcast that someone showed him after finding it, and that's how I found out. Long story short, it's one of our managers, 29M, and his friend on the podcast, and his friend doesn't work at the company. He doesn't solely talk about his employees on the podcast, he also does sports and politics, but the segment where he did was about work stories related to his job, and I'll refrain from the actual title for obvious reasons. One of the clips my friend showed me was about a girl who went on maternity leave and the girl who replaced her temporarily, and he made jokes comparing them, using their first names, and even called her replacement an offensive slur. However, the clip about me involved my Instagram. Long story short, I haven't used Instagram in years, and my last post was literally 4 years ago, when I was in high school and 15. Maybe I should have had it private, and I've since deleted it this week. On the podcast, he talked about how some of the managers follow each other and some of the employees, but that there were a few he didn't follow that led him to search them to learn more about his team, and that's how he came across mine. He said I had a hidden talent of dance from high school that I didn't tell him about, and he joked it was because I didn't want to be hit on. He also said my boyfriend must be happy with my flexibility even though I'm single, and his friend said that that was the reason I posted and that my face wasn't doing it. The manager also joked about if I was still flexible, and his friend said to drop something to have me bend down. This manager is a jokester at work, but I was floored by his video. It's on YouTube. And while it doesn't show his face, his name is in the description, and my friend wants to address it with HR after telling the mother who was on maternity leave. However, he's not sure if there's anything else we should do beforehand besides having numbers, when we go in, that he thinks will be important, and he wants us to go in together. So here's my question. Are we handling this correctly, and is there anything else we should do beforehand to get our ducks in a row, perhaps even legally such as consulting a lawyer? Update 1 year later. As I'm writing this, I'm no longer at the company. My coworker and I went to HR according to the advice we received, and we used a YouTube downloader to download the videos specifically mentioning employees in case they'd be deleted upon him learning of a potential investigation. I also made sure to tell them that the dance videos he commented about me were from when I was much younger, and we also mentioned his derogatory comments about the coworker on maternity leave. We gave them links along with a thumb drive containing copies of the videos we downloaded, and we felt like it went fine at the time. We only received one follow-up meeting afterwards to let us know that they spoke to the manager about it, and that meeting was given separately to my coworker and I. The videos were also deleted around that time, and the manager was never fired, at least when I was there for a few more months. The follow-up meeting was the last update we got before months of radio silence, but my ex-coworker, and I have a guess as to why. All of the managers including the 2 HR workers at our office are tight, and they all often go out for sushi after close in the same plaza as our office too. They also follow each other on social media, although the manager's podcast was never linked to his personal social from what we saw before going to HR, so we weren't exactly expecting much when they're practically friends and post Instagram photos together, including the HR managers with them too. Months went by with no updates following the follow-up, and said podcast manager began to treat me somewhat differently, like being short with me or giving me side eyes too. Even the mother on maternity leave made a complaint after we told her about his comment. But again, nothing came from it to our knowledge. I eventually put in my 2 weeks, and that was pretty much it. His podcast channel is still up and posts new episodes, but nothing pertaining to work or coworker stories from when I last checked. My coworker friend said he wouldn't be surprised if the other managers already knew about the podcast given how tight they were. I began looking for other work around the time we initially visited HR because he really came off as a creep. There was another comment from the video about me that I forgot to add, but he said that he should offer a prize for whoever had the best split at the annual Christmas party as a way to see if I still had them. They play fun games at the Christmas party, and the whole thing just felt gross to me. I had already left the company by the time of the party, but it's creepy just knowing that a manager I thought was completely normal could be such a creep. Update 2, 7 months later. One of my biggest regrets from my old job was not getting legal advice before talking to HR. Some suggested going to HR instead, and my parents did too. I took their advice because I was 19 at the time, but now I regret not following my own instinct. Perhaps it wouldn't have gone to court, but a lawyer could have offered better advice on how to approach HR and potentially receive some sort of settlement, as some stated. The reason I'm thinking about it again is because of a new video the manager posted on his podcast that my ex-coworker told me about. The manager and his buddy made a video about a new job he landed before leaving the office I used to work at. And in the episode, he reflected on some things from his previous job too. He opened up about why the Work Stories segment stopped and how someone complained to HR about it. He said that Work Stories would continue at his new place, but that they'd have fake names so no one could accuse him of anything. Despite saying he wouldn't go into full detail about the HR incident, he said that someone got offended about how he said he looked up the social media of his employees to learn more about them in a since-deleted episode. He also said some people popped up randomly, like how Instagram suggests people you should follow. He also said that people shouldn't be offended when people see their posts because they shared it to the world. So if they didn't want anyone to see it, they never should have posted in the first place. And while he didn't mention me by name, he referred to me as the girl who did dance and complained to HR about him. He also pointed out how I later left the company and was always quiet, which was why he looked me up. He said that his comments about me were a joke and that I couldn't take it as such. He also said he went along with his idea of the Christmas party, where each manager suggests a game with a prize, to see who had the best split, and I didn't attend because I had already left the company. The fact that he was allowed to do the game that he mentioned in the video I downloaded and gave to HR, where he wanted to see if I could do the splits, shows the lack of seriousness regarding my complaint, unless they somehow forgot or didn't watch the full video. His entire video was making excuses for what happened, and the only lesson he learned was to make future names anonymous for work stories. He also said my dance posts from high school were thirst traps, and that I used it against him with HR. In light of his recent video vaguely mentioning me, I reached out to a counselor at my job to ask if it'd be appropriate to reach out to his new job, that he actually mentioned in the podcast, about what happened at his previous job, with the downloaded proof of him sexualizing me and calling that other employee an offensive slur from his now deleted podcast, and she said it'd be appropriate. She also pointed out how he openly sexualized me for the splits and proceeded to have a competition about them at the Christmas party, so there's enough there to hopefully prevent it from happening somewhere else after I try. My friend who alerted me to the video is also open to backing my claim. I also want to add something about how tight the managers were at my old job. 2 of those managers are now engaged as confirmed via social media. Most of the managers often went out to eat after shifts at a sushi place in our plaza, but you'd see photos of them together at other things on their social media, with the lead HR manager too. I'm glad to no longer work there because it felt impossible to receive support when they're practically close friends.
My ex's best friend kissed me without warning, then told my girlfriend I kissed her first, so my girlfriend dumped me over the phone and ghosted me for 2 years, but now she found out her entire friend group set me up because they didn't want us moving in together, so she's begging for another chance even though I feel nothing anymore. Posted by you/Dunohat0do. So right from the start, she's not entirely at fault here. When I was younger, 19, I cheated in one of my relationships. The circumstances don't matter, it could have been handled differently. I, now 26, cheated, and that's that. Fast forward when I was 23, I met my ex, 26 at the time. She was an absolute blast. I never really connected to another person like I did with her. We got serious from the second time we saw each other and started dating exclusively straight away. Even though it had been a while since my one and only time of cheating, I still felt like that was something you should disclose to anyone you're getting serious with. I told her about it, she talked, wanted to know more in depth about the situation, but ultimately it didn't matter for her because in her words I was a completely different person now. Here's where the trouble starts, her friends. They were all nice with me in the beginning, but as relationship kept going on, nearing the 1-year mark, they grew kind of standoffish with me. I didn't really feel welcome or like I was part of the group if my ex and me went out with them somewhere. Then all of a sudden that changed. They were all welcoming to me, really friendly, hanging out and physically affectionate. I'm not that way myself, but I like it when others are that way with me. It shows they care, I guess. One day, my ex's best friend asked me to hang out for a bit. Her best friend was someone who was always friendly with me, even during the short period when the others weren't. At one point, I even helped her get through her ex cheating on her, due to her knowing my past and wanting some different perspective on the matter. Anyway, I'm out with her best friend in the local park, just talking and waiting patiently to tell me what's wrong. Instead, she plants a kiss on me, and it's pretty intense. She grabbed me by the face and just tried to shove her tongue in my mouth. I pushed her off almost instantly. She starts saying she's sorry, that she didn't mean this to happen, etc. and so on, and quickly excuses herself and leaves. Meanwhile, I'm completely at a loss what happened and I don't call my ex straight away. I'm still kind of in shock. When I do end up calling my ex, I find out her best friend already called her and told her what happened, except not really. According to her best friend, I'm the one who kissed her first and started making out before she put a stop to things. Cue a lot of drama, a lot of name calling, a lot of begging on my part to be believed. But it didn't work. My ex and me were history. None of the people from her group of friends are even answering my calls or messages. I just wanted to know why this all happened. I don't get that. I don't get answers or closure. My girlfriend didn't believe me. She didn't even break up with me in person, it was over a phone call. So I sunk into a depression, no surprise. Couple of friends stuck by me, helped me get through, but for more than 2 years now, I have avoided any chance to meet new people, or if someone expressed an interest in me, I would just ignore it. I got an email yesterday from my ex. It's still here sitting on my screen. It starts off with a million apologies, because she found out the truth about what really happened recently. The whole thing with her best friend was premeditated. The whole freaking friend group was in on it. They didn't like that my ex and I were getting serious, that we were talking about moving in together after being together for less than a year. Her best friend decided to be the one to kiss me, because apparently I seemingly clicked the best with her out of all of them and the cheating thing would be most believable that way. The others backed up her stories about how close we were at the group meetups. Yeah, I know, it's so messed up. My ex has only found out about this a week ago from one of the people who had a falling out with the rest of the group, and on their way out they wanted to blow up the whole thing with every dirty little secret they had. She tells me she hasn't dated anyone since we broke up. She didn't have the will to try again after our relationship. She just studied and worked and hung out with her friends. After she found out the truth, she says she cried for days, because she really did love me, even after the breakup, because a part of her couldn't believe it happened, the cheating. She's begging me to get together with her, even if only for just some closure, just for one date where she can apologize in person. I haven't responded yet, because I don't know what to say. For a year or more after the breakup, I freaking dreamed of this happening, her finding out the truth, us coming back together better than ever. But now there's nothing. My heart didn't skip a beat. I don't feel anxiety or anticipation of any sort that might happen due to meeting her. To put it short, I don't know what to do. Do I agree to her request about meeting up? And if so, do I end up giving us two a go again? I'm not sure if I could. I'm not sure if I feel anything anymore for her. My best friend says that might be me just preemptively protecting myself from more hurt, but I don't know. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think you ought to meet at least once. Give her a chance to apologize in person. See if the spark is still there. If you don't, you will always wonder. But, be wary. She says she's sorry. She says she's cut her friends off and has nothing to do with them. Well, talk is cheap. Remember, she was friends with them for years. She may be just as toxic as they are. Op's response, she may be just as toxic as they are. How do I recognize if this is true or not? Commenter 2, for starters I would check whether or not she still talks with said friend group. Only if she no longer speaks to them would I consider going back to her. But those are my thoughts. Commenter 3, I'm conflicted on this. On one hand she chose to believe her collective group of friends before ever hearing your side of things. But then again, if you were in a similar position and the majority of the people you trusted told you a harsh truth about your significant other, would you not believe them for having your back? It's been 2 years after the fact. You closed yourself off due to this, she claims to have done the same thing. Maybe that's true, I honestly don't know. If you feel nothing, you may consider meeting her. You don't really have anything to lose. I might suggest something different if you weren't so detached from dating, but seeing her might give you a sense of closure in order to either move on, or give what could have been another shot. I also suggest seeing if her claims of not seeing anyone in between are true. You were broken up so she was technically free to do her thing, but considering the circumstances of your breakup, you may feel different if you choose to give it another shot and find out she lied about seeing other people. Op's response, but then again if you were in a similar position and the majority of the people you trusted told you a harsh truth about your significant other, would you not believe them for having your back? I forgot to say that all of them are her childhood friends, people she's known for more than 20 years. It's not that I found her believing them over me to be implausible. I guess I just wished she'd have trusted my version of the story. Commenter 4, she is just as much of a victim as you are in this scenario. The question is whether any feelings remain after all the drama. Update, 3 months later. I decided to give my ex-girlfriend that one meet up, for her sake. I honestly wasn't expecting to gain anything myself from this. But I still remembered how much I cared for her, so I figured I could do this one thing and we could both move on with our lives. Meeting her in person though, that was a whole different thing. I don't know how to describe this feeling, but it was quite like anticipation, like when you're just expecting something to happen and don't know if it's good or bad. Now that I look back on it, I know I was hoping for good. We talked a great deal when we met and ended up staying out for hours. A great deal of it was her sincerely apologizing for not believing me and breaking up with me over the phone without even giving me a chance, but in truth, I couldn't blame her and told her as much, since these were all people she grew up with. She didn't really have a reason to not believe them, since they never did this sort of thing before. This was followed by some trash talking of her former friends. That was kind of nice and we ended up having a few laughs over it, even though I could tell she was sad by what happened. She's only got 2 friends now, an older woman from her workplace and a girl her age from a hobby workshop. They seem to be good for her, from what she's saying, but she admits that occasionally she misses what she had with her previous friends, if not the people themselves. I really did end up feeling better from that one talk, and when the time came to go our separate ways, she asked me if I would be open to talking with her more in the future. My ex was upfront about her hoping that there might still be something between us in the future, but she wasn't pushy about it. Anyway, told her I wouldn't know, but also told her to just talk when she feels like it and I might or might not reply. Exchanged numbers and that was it for the day. Without dragging this out any further, we started dating again. Talking ended up bringing back how I used to feel about her, but I was holding back for a lot of the time and she was very patient with me. Never tried to push too much, never tried to just pick up from where we ended. It's basically dating like we've never dated with each other, in some way. Not sure if I can describe it properly, English isn't my first language. I guess it's got that good part of where you're getting to know someone and actually enjoying doing so. A lot of talk about trust has been had. Just a few days back was when after a night out she invited me to her place. I knew what this was about obviously, but I wasn't 100% sure. I guess I was just being cautious on some level. My ex seemed to sense it and let me off with some words of how I might need some rest for work in the morning, so she'd understand. I can't really tell you how that made me feel exactly, but it just shows me she cared. She cares and I went up with her and it was something I really freaking missed. It's not just 2 people together. It's her and me together. So yeah, we're together, we're dating and we're taking it a bit slowly, But I'm happy and she's happy and things are good. I promised my niece and nephew I'd buy them any car they wanted if they kept a B average through high school. My niece crushed it and got her dream car, but my nephew never did his homework and now he's mad I won't reward his laziness. So his mom is punishing my niece for following through on her end. Posted by you/oldman_reddita. Hey, I'm an old guy who has never posted on Reddit, but at the urging of my niece and nephew I'm going to attempt to post this here. So I, 50M, have a niece and a nephew who are both 18 and just graduated. A few years ago when they were entering high school I made a deal with them. If they kept a B average their entire time in high school I would buy them any car of their choosing, within reason of course. We added a clause that they got one semester forgiven, so they were able to mess up one semester and I wouldn't hold it against them. I felt like 7 out of 8 semesters with a B average was pretty fair. So my niece maintained her grades. She did mess up her sophomore year but otherwise was right on track. My nephew on the other hand pretty much never did right. We were lucky that he even passed every semester. I offered help, tutors, books, tried to make sure he was okay mentally, whatever he needed, but turns out he just straight up was not doing his work. He was doing good on tests but would never do his actual work, resulting in his grades being low. So last week was when my niece got her car. She chose a 2025 Toyota Camry. My nephew kept asking when he was going to get his, and I told him he didn't stick to his end of the agreement, so he did not get a car. He still got a very nice gift back at graduation. Now, him and his mom are angry with me and saying I'm favoring my niece, and now he is refusing to speak to me or his sister. I don't think I messed up, but I'm starting to worry. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. You made a deal and he chose to mess around and find out. Academic struggles are one thing, but being irresponsible is quite another. Ops response, yeah, I felt the same. I know school had always been a little harder for him, that's why I was trying to help before just giving up. But when it turned out he was making 90% on some of his tests but those were the only thing he did all year, I sort of lost sympathy. Commenter 2, NTA, you made the rules very clear. Question though, has he been tested for ADHD? I was very much the same as him, terrible at keeping up with my homework, but I did well on tests. I was diagnosed with ADHD much later, well into adulthood. Ops response, they've both been tested. Niece has it mild, nephew does not have it at all. I was the same way in high school, so if that was the case I would have been a lot more understanding. Commenter 3, don't want to say you're the jerk but, if I was your nephew I am definitely holding this against you forever and I can imagine the everlasting jealousy of his sister now driving this car. He's basically gonna be reminded every single day about it too. So maybe I'm gonna be one of the few going against the grain actually, was a cool concept to motivate them but not everyone is, learns, the same and now he's just gonna feel worse about it too, well done jerk. Commenter 4, I get where you're coming from, but at some point, consequences have to mean something. He could have spoken up and told his uncle he was struggling. Judging from the post, I'm pretty sure he would have understood. He clearly did his best to support him and keep him on track. And let's be real, if he still got the car despite not meeting the original agreement, the niece would have had every right to feel resentful. It wouldn't have been fair to her at all. Ops response, yep. I told him if he needed help to come to me. And as I said I offered tutors or anything and even told him I would give him an extra semester if he would take advantage of any of the help I offered. I attended a parent and principal meeting with him because he was in danger of not graduating. When I found out it was from him just being lazy, I knew the deal was off the table. Commenter 5, did his mom know the deal and agree with it too? There's no reason for her to be upset with you too. She should be thankful that you are so generous with her children. Ops response, their mom knew. I asked her before I ever even brought up the idea to the kids way back when. I love and take care of them like my own, so this is hard. It almost feels like my own son is upset with me. Commenter 6, info, did he turn down the extra help? Does he have a learning disorder? Would you reconsider if he does a trade school or other path to independence and is successful? Regardless of answers, NTA. Ops response, yes, he turned down all extra help. I offered to even forgive an extra semester if he accepted help. Nope. No, he has been tested in the past. No, he does not want to go to college or trade school. Commenter 7, what was Ops' nephew's gift? Ops response, my nephew got $5,000 for his gift. My niece did not get that. He does also have full access to an older car that runs excellent, it's just old and not amazing looking. I thought maybe he would use the money to get it repainted or something, but I'm not sure. He has been tested twice and does not have ADHD or autism. I also had it in school, so I would have completely understood. But also he agreed to the deal. It wasn't like I just sprung it on them. They had agreed and their mother had as well. Commenter 8, does Ops' nephew have a job? Ops response, yeah, he got fired from his only job because my sister-in-law went in to yell at his boss. Commenter 9, where are the twins' father in all of this? Ops response, my brother is not involved. Oops, meant to add that in the post. I'm basically their father figure. They call me Papa Unk. Commenter 10, Op responds to a downvoted comment about getting his nephew an older car. Ops response, maybe. He does have full access to a car though. His mom has two and never drives that one. It's honestly old and raggedy as hell, but it works. Definitely no sharing. And yes, my nephew's grad gift was $5,000. I've been saving for their graduation since they were babies. Update, 3 months later. Hi peeps of Reddit, I wanted to give an update because lots have happened. So first I sat down with my nephew and his mom to talk it through. I explained that this was the deal he agreed to before starting high school, and that he has known for years he was not getting the car. Some comments say I led him on, which was not the case. He has been aware of not getting the car for years. And that his sister followed through, he did not. Well, all of that to no avail, he was still sulking and pretty angry. His mom felt I ruined his summer because he couldn't drive himself around, and because he refuses to speak to his sister, she won't drive him either. I then discovered that my niece was being punished at home because she would not let nephew drive or ride in her car. I told him I was not forcing her to, and it pretty much turned into a fight between me and my sister-in-law. Also, to address a few comments I got, my nephew still got a very nice grad gift from me, and he does not have any learning disabilities like some comments suggested. And also he had been aware he was not getting a car for around 3 years. As for my niece, she's been nothing but grateful. It was planned for her and her brother to move in with me, but only she has. I have not heard from or seen my sister-in-law or nephew in about a month. They have also both blocked and cut off my niece, which has been hard for her. Me and my wife are working on getting her into therapy, but otherwise she is doing fine and we love having her. So things are still hard, but we are all working through it. Thanks everyone for all the advice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, why were they planning to move in with you? Ops response, they both planned to move in with me when they graduated. Purely because my house is bigger and they wanted a change of environment. Commenter 2, what else are you doing for her? It's starting to feel like you can provide them a lifestyle their parents can't and she's taking advantage and her brother is jealous and bitter he's not benefiting. I don't blame you for sticking to the agreement with nephew as long as it was clearly laid out from the beginning. And for him to treat you this way after you still got him a nice grad gift is just spoiled kid behavior. Oh, and shame on your sister for not sticking to any principles or standards. Ops response, my nephew is still welcome to live here if he apologizes. I was always going to pay for both of their college or wedding, whichever they choose. They've known this their whole life. I am paying for niece's college and still plan to pay for nephew's wedding. My sister-in-law isn't super well off, but by no means is she struggling. She could easily afford a car for him, she's just too cheap to do so. Niece also is not paying to live here. Yep, it's been clear since day one, which is why I don't understand why they are behaving this way. Commenter 3, Op clarifies the relationships between the twins and himself. Op's response, technically my brother's kids. But they don't know my brother and I haven't spoken to him in years. So I just say my sister-in-law's kids. Commenter 4, Op on having his niece's car in his name. Op's response, I do have say in it as the car is in my name. Also, she's an adult, so her mom has no say in what she does period. Neither do I honestly. Op's response, yeah, she wanted it in my name because she was worried her mom might try to actually take it. At the time it was still a few months before they were supposed to come live with me. Now that she lives with me we plan on switching it over. Still a gift, just protecting her. Commenter 5, this whole thing perfectly shows how being right can still blow up your family. You didn't break any promise, you actually stuck to the deal exactly as stated. But you completely underestimated how pride, shame, and family dynamics work. Your nephew didn't just lose a car, he lost face, and that humiliation got redirected at everyone else. Now your sister-in-law's furious, your nephew's cut off his own sister, and your niece, the one who did everything right, is paying the emotional price for your rigid fairness. You didn't create a lesson about accountability, you created a hierarchy. One winner, one loser. And that kind of setup always ends ugly in families, because people don't separate logic from feelings. What's genuinely concerning, though, is that you don't seem to realize the extent of the damage you've caused. You're describing a complete family breakdown like it's an unfortunate side effect, when in reality, it's the direct consequence of how you handled this. And honestly, it's weird that you made a long-term deal with minors about something this big without really including their mother in the process. That's not your call to make alone. It blurs the line between cool uncle and overstepping adult, and it probably added to the resentment your sister-in-law feels now. You're not evil, but you overstepped, underestimated the emotional fallout, and now act like the outcome was inevitable. Sometimes fairness without empathy, and without boundaries, just looks like cruelty wearing a suit. Op's response, their mother was involved the entire time. I asked her before I ever brought it up to them. Also, it was not one winner, one loser. They both could have won or lost. And lastly, I make a vast majority or all big decisions in their lives. For much of their lives I was raising them without my sister-in-law, and even to right before this, my sister-in-law would consult me on anything regarding them. Or the kids would ask me themselves. So while I understand, I did not overstep in any way. I planned a romantic couples trip for my girlfriend's birthday and even brought an engagement ring to propose, but she invited her friends without asking me and ditched me the entire time, so now the only thing I'm proposing is that we break up. Posted by you/deleted. I, 27M, and my girlfriend, 26F, have been together for 4 years and lived together for nearly 2 years. Recently, due to our work schedule, we have been unable to go out much. My girlfriend loves skiing, I'm a newbie, hiking and climbing. I can't do this due to my fear of height. A few weeks ago was her birthday. I bought her a necklace and proposed to her to organize together a couple trip on the mountains. I paid for it. This was the schedule we came up with. Day 1, skiing separately. Day 2, skiing alone and visiting a particular tourist spot we saw on the internet in the evening. Day 3, hiking together while chatting. Day 4, visiting the town nearby. Day 5, visiting another tourist spot and, more in general, free time together. Day 6, go back home. 1 week before our trip, she informed me that she had invited one of her friends and her boyfriend to come with us. She would pay for their hotel and they would pay for the rest. I was a bit upset because she didn't even ask me. Despite the schedule, this was how we spent the days. Day 1, skiing. Day 2, skiing. Day 3, hiking. She talked to her friend the whole time. Day 4, skiing and visiting the town nearby as a group. Day 5, she found out there was a climbing spot nearby and decided to go there in the morning. She was supposed to come back at 13 but came back in the evening. Day 6, we went back home. During the whole trip I asked her multiple times if we could do something together as a couple and every time she told me we would spend the 5th day alone together. That didn't happen, so we basically spent 0 time together. I tried to let it go, but once we got home she realized I was upset. She insisted, so I told her that I was happy she had fun but upset our couple trip became a group trip in which she either abandoned or ignored me. She got angry, claiming that since this was supposed to be her birthday trip, she had the right to decide what she wanted to do. Am I the jerk for being angry over what happened? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. She outright dismissed your feelings and decided to invite her friends. I get you've been together this long, but I don't see how your relationship can improve after this. This trip was supposed to be for the two of you, and yet others joined in? I can't imagine what would happen if you had a honeymoon with her. She would have invited her friends. Ops response, I didn't want to reveal this bit since it wasn't exactly a core point for this post, but I can't imagine what would happen if you had a honeymoon with her. She would have invited her friends. I had bought a ring and I intended to propose to her on this trip. I decided to wait when she invited her friends, but I brought the ring anyway just in case the right moment came. I guess fate wanted to send me a message. Commenter 2, my God. This trip is a big red flag. The signs are right in front of you. The fact that you didn't even get a day to yourself and your girlfriend speaks volumes about your relationship. Do not marry this woman. Ops response, the idea of marriage has already gone down the ditch. Update, 1 day later. Don't know if I need to ask for permission before posting an update. I will remove in case there is any problem. I stayed at a friend's house for the last couple of days. I didn't have the strength to deal with my girlfriend. I read all your comments and advice yesterday. I went back home today and waited in the living room for her to come back. I was obviously still upset, but I tried to stay calm and asked her how she felt about the trip and about what I had told her after we came back. She reiterated that she thought I was exaggerating and that the trip was a success and that everybody had fun. I reminded her that we had originally agreed this was supposed to be a trip for us to spend some time together. I asked her if she really thought that even under that point of view the trip had been a success. She hesitated but said that we will have plenty of time to spend together in the future. I told her that I doubted it and showed her the engagement ring I had bought to propose to her. I explained that before the trip, I was sure she was the woman I would have loved to spend my whole life with, but that after what happened, I reflected deeply on our relationship and realized that it wasn't working out. I explained how much I sacrificed for her in the past, only to be left alone when I needed help and how much what she did in the trip hurt me. She tried to say something, but I told her I was sick of listening to her and never being listened to. I told her I didn't want to listen to her now and probably not in the near future either. We broke up. The house is mine, so she went to stay with a friend. I wanted to thank all the people who commented under the original post for the advice. Thank you and goodbye. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you did the right thing. Did she just accept that you broke up and still thought she was right? Or did she see that she messed up and been at least remorseful? And how did she react when she saw the ring? Ops response, she said we could still be together and that she would try to fix things in some way. Commenter 2, I'd like to know how she wants to fix this, because I can't see any way besides time traveling. Ops response, I don't know and to be sincere I don't care anymore. Just the thought that I wasted my only vacation for the next 5 months being the driver and doormat for her and her friends make my blood boil. Tomorrow I have to go back to work and I just want to think about something else and move on with my life. Commenter 3, has this been the way she's always treated you throughout the relationship? Sort of dismissive of you, or just recently? Ops response, she was always a bit self-centered, but we originally used to support each other. In the last few months, though, her problems were our problems and my problems were my problems. Commenter 4, I would have done the same. Not worth keeping a relationship, which in my head consists of 2 and only 2 people, if only one is interested. Watching the original post, it almost seems like you went on a vacation with a friend, and not with a significant other. Ops response, I have gone to trips with friends in the past. The difference was that I had fun during those trips.
My husband screamed in my face after I spent all day supporting him through his depression, so I set a boundary that screaming isn't okay anymore, but he said guaranteeing he won't scream again would set our marriage up to fail, so now I'm the one failing to see how I'm supposed to stay. Posted by you/devastated wife. I've been married to a smart, sexy, witty, wonderful man for 5 years, dated him for 6 years prior to that, and known him as a friend for 5 years before that. He has been a part of my life for so long, it's hard to remember what my life was like before he was in it in some capacity. I love him dearly, and I love the life we've built together. He doesn't handle his frustration or anger or insecurities well. He has a lot of trust issues, despite the fact that I haven't done anything to merit distrust, which he will acknowledge. His trust issues stem from legitimate childhood trauma, and he will frequently presume worst intentions. Sometimes he might see something small and his brain will draw conclusions like, wife hasn't put the dishes away, even though I never asked it and there are plenty of times I don't put dishes away, therefore she doesn't respect me or prioritize our relationship. Frequently in arguments, his feelings will take precedence over my own. I do my very best to listen to his feelings and acknowledge and empathize with them, but in the heat of the moment very frequently my own feelings become things for him to react to rather than listen to, and thus the discussion about his feelings continue while mine never get addressed. We've been in couples counseling for years now. Originally it was more of a maintenance thing, but over the past year it has become critically necessary. My husband sunk into a really deep depression last spring, and last summer was honestly pretty hellish for both of us. He'd find fault in the smallest of slights, like she asked me a question via IM but there's read receipt, so clearly she didn't care about my answer and doesn't care about me, when I actually had seen the answer and it didn't mark a read receipt because I only looked at it through my phone's notifications, and then stopped talking to me for multiple days on end except for practical house questions via IM. He'd send passive-aggressive and manipulative messages while I was out to get me to come home, though he doesn't intend for them to be manipulative, they definitely fit the definition by any reasonable standard. If things are very extreme, he may scream in my face or knock something over. In previous years, he has punched the wall before, or lightly pushed me out of the way in an argument so he could get past me. I did a lot of supporting him emotionally, and often financially, when he would let me. If he's stressed, I'll try to do some housework to take something off his plate, or offer to pick up food he likes, or we'll cuddle together and watch something he likes that I don't really care about. I'll hold him while he cries, I'll pick up the slack, and I don't hold resentment about it. That's what partners do. But in the last few months, I've been going through a depression of my own. I don't lash out, but sometimes I get really, really sad and desperately need support. And it feels like when he's able to offer support, it very frequently comes back to haunt me later. For example, me feeling sad, him offering to pick up my favorite pizza and me taking him up on it, only for him to send me messages about how stressful and frustrating it is because the pizza wasn't ready in time and the other customers are being jerks, and by the time he gets home he's done and can't be near anyone for a while. Most recently I was having a really bad day, and he was there for me. He held me while I cried, did some housework, talked me through some things. And that evening I was starting to feel a little stable, and out of nowhere he hit me with some passive-aggressive comments and started talking about how his needs, which he had not communicated to me, hadn't been met all day, and how I don't meet his needs in other ways and how I prioritize everyone else in my life but not him. And I was floored and devastated, because I do prioritize him, probably more than I prioritize myself, which I'm trying to change since that isn't healthy. I think about what he wants or needs or might think of something practically all the time. But also, it was one more example of how I can't truly lean on him, I can't trust that he'll be able to support me emotionally even when he says he can. Later that same night our basement flooded, and he found it first. All I heard was slamming doors and yelling, so I went downstairs to check. And when I asked what was going on, he screamed at me, basically in my face, "What the fuck do you think?" Y'all, I'm bad at boundaries. I'm really, really bad at them. I'm always afraid people will be mad at me or leave me when I set them, and I have plenty of real examples to back up that fear, so it's not exactly unwarranted. Over the summer, during therapy, I set some explicit boundaries of things that were not okay in arguments, things like screaming, throwing things, passive-aggressive comments, etc. I've tried, since setting those boundaries, to make it known when they were crossed, saying ouch or that wasn't an okay thing to say, or I need to leave the room until we can discuss this calmly. Every inch of enforced boundaries has been painful and really hard, but I'm trying. But the screaming, and especially right after the day of supporting me and then lashing out at me without warning after, was one thing too many. We're in a crisis right now, because among other things, I've set a firm boundary around the screaming. It can't ever happen again. It just can't. Some people in my life who have been in abusive relationships have pointed out to me that screaming in someone's face is abusive and violent even if it's not physical violence. But when I speak to my husband about it, he feels that setting this boundary is setting him, and our relationship, up to fail. He doesn't feel like he can guarantee he won't do it again, and that if this is truly a hard boundary for me, that we should end our relationship. He knows the way he's been treating me is not okay. He feels remorse for treating me that way. I know that I'm not perfect and I have work to do of my own, among other things, setting and enforcing boundaries, and untwisting myself from the pretzel shape I've become to accommodate my husband's needs and wants. And in this list of problems, I haven't mentioned all of the good things. As with any post like this, there are amazing, positive things in our relationship too. We share values, politically and personally. We play video games together and travel together and have fun together and care deeply about each other. He can be so kind and lovely. He's passionate about doing good and helping other people. Is it reasonable for me to have this hard boundary? Obviously, with or without that particular boundary, we are really struggling right now and may or may not be able to make this work. I keep thinking, if the boundary was you can never hit me again instead of you can never scream in my face again, no one would think that was an unreasonable boundary. Even if the hitting happened rarely, as the screaming has. It seems to me that if someone can't guarantee they'll be able to manage their anger enough to not scream in someone's face, anger management therapy might be necessary, and I don't mean this flippantly. He apparently found out recently that he also has high blood pressure, so this seems like a potential health issue as well. I brought this up as an option and got no response. I don't want my marriage to end. I didn't say those vows lightly. The idea of breaking up this relationship feels like I'm being torn apart. But I can't stay with things the way they are. I can't. And it feels like he's saying things are not going to change quickly. That he wants to change, but it's going to be a journey. I don't know what to do. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you're already in counseling. What does your counselor say about all of this? Did they think your boundaries, of not being verbally abused, are reasonable? Hint, they are. Also, he's punched walls, which is a huge red flag. You mentioned his childhood trauma. What is he doing to address that? You mentioned depression. Is there a diagnosis? What's his treatment plan? Does he have meds? A therapist or other mental health professional he sees outside of your couple's counselor? You can't set yourself on fire to keep him warm. I think you know the answer I want to give you. Google sunk cost fallacy. Ops response, he's going to personal therapy as well. Things got much better for a few months when he started taking meds for his depression for the first time, around September I think, but then we moved and the stress of the move plus seasonal affective disorder and trauma around the holidays made things get bad for him again, which made things get bad for us again. When he's not depressed or extremely stressed, he's able to handle conflict in a mature and healthy way, but that's not good enough, because there's always going to be stuff that's stressful and hard. Commenter 2, your hard boundary is reasonable. Does he scream and punch walls at work? I'm guessing not. If he can control himself at work, there's no reason he can't control himself at home. Ops response, he doesn't, but he has trouble concealing his emotions even at work or around other people. If he's frustrated or impatient, everyone knows it, because of his tone or the fast, clipped way he'll speak. Commenter 3, does Op have a diagnosis, a treatment plan, etc.? Ops response, I am seeing my own therapist, yes. I've been referred to a psychiatrist just to talk and see if medication might make sense, but haven't made an appointment yet, mostly because it was very recent and this immediate crisis, plus some travel and work etc., has been taking up all of my energy and attention. Commenter 4, did Op and her husband set up the boundaries altogether? Op's response, we didn't work together to set that boundary, no. I set it on my own. It's hard to tell what our therapist thinks is a reasonable boundary. That said, he said a few times that he wants to stop but he can't just stop and that it will take time, and our therapist has disagreed and said he can just stop, as someone who themselves has been in the same position as him before. And then he asks, okay, but no one will tell me how to just stop. And that seems to be the sticking point. He doesn't feel like he knows how, and the advice his therapist and our therapist and others are giving him doesn't feel like it's enough or it's going to help. And the question of is this a hard boundary for me, I feel like it needs to be. Like I said, I'm terrible at setting boundaries because I don't have a good sense of what is a reasonable boundary to set, and I worry that setting boundaries will cause people to leave. So a part of me wants to say no, that it isn't a hard boundary. But I also remember how I felt the night he screamed, and I was done. I felt so done. And I feel like we're already on such shaky ground that, I don't know, the boundary may not be a thing I'm setting, but maybe a thing I'm recognizing to be true. Because I don't know if we could even possibly survive him yelling at me again. I feel like my trust in him and our relationship is so damaged right now. But I don't want our marriage to end. I really truly don't. Commenter 5, that doesn't sound like a smart, sexy, witty, wonderful man to me. Op's response, I mean, all of the things I wrote in my post are true. It's also true that he has a lot of really positive, amazing qualities. People aren't all good or all bad. I didn't spend paragraphs talking about how he worked a full-time job while going to school full-time and got great grades. I didn't tell you how he moved across the country to be with me, which is an enormously scary and difficult thing to do. I didn't tell you about all of the nights we've spent laughing and talking until way too late and spent the next morning tired but feeling like it was worth it. Or how he has this amazing talent for creating parody lyrics to songs on the fly and how we'll sing them together. How when I'm sad he'll make ridiculous jokes to cheer me up, and it totally works. How I've seen him grow and change as a person in the most amazing ways, and how he's helped me to grow as well. I haven't told you any of that, and all of that is true, too. I do get that someone can be all of those amazing things and still not be a good partner or be treating me poorly. But that doesn't negate the good things either. Commenter 6. If things have improved, why did Op's husband stop taking meds? Op's response: he hasn't stopped. They're just not as effective as they were when he first started. Op's response: my husband told the psych that they aren't working as well, but the psych apparently doesn't want to up the prescription until he tries exercise and some other stuff first. Commenter 7. Any chances that Op and her husband are poly? Op's response: hey. My husband and I are, actually, poly. I just didn't mention it because it's not relevant to the problems we're having, and I worried it would color the advice I'm getting. Commenter 8. How does he treat his other partners? Op's response: hey, he's not seeing anyone seriously right now. He had a really serious girlfriend for a while, who I adored, and they broke up because she tried to set some boundaries for herself, and as a result he felt like she couldn't support him the way he needed right then. They're still friends though. I guarantee she never saw the worst of it, but that may be at least in part because they weren't live-in partners. Commenter 9. Op on her flaws in her marriage. Op's response: I have plenty of flaws, as does everyone. I'm sure my husband could give you a laundry list of things he wishes I did differently. Cleaning more, for example. Prioritizing other people, besides him, less. Taking the initiative on planning more out of the house dates. I'm happiest cuddling on the couch watching a movie, but he really likes to go out to restaurants and such. I do my best to be self-aware, but I'm sure I have flaws that I wouldn't know to identify to. Edit. Oh, and more smash. He'd definitely like more smash, and more of the kind of smash he wants. That said, having discussed all of the above stuff with my husband at one point or another, and having heard his responses and his requests and such in therapy, I can tell you that he'd agree with the general accuracy of my account, even if his own perspective on the events or what's okay might differ in places since we are, after all, different people. Update 1, 1.5 months later. So, the first thing I want to do, before giving my update, is to thank all of you for chiming in. It can be really hard for me to be confident in my own perception of the world and of reality, and being able to get input from total strangers was enormously helpful. My update: I stuck firm to the boundary I set. In addition, I told him that what I needed from him was, 1, for him to go to anger management therapy or some other immediate intervention help, 2, for him to find a way to be a supportive partner to me when I'm having a hard time and have that not turn into being all about his own needs, and 3, for him to not only tolerate but actively encourage me to set boundaries, at least in the short term. I told him that essentially, my trust in his ability to respect my boundaries was broken and that rebuilding that trust would take a lot of work, including him supporting and encouraging boundaries even if he didn't like them or felt they were overcorrections, which he was saying that this no screaming hard boundary was. After a lot of back and forth of him essentially telling me he didn't know what I wanted from him, despite me articulating the above several times, while alternatively and continually pushing back on many parts of what I was asking for, and in the meantime him continuing to occasionally get upset and send manipulative, passive-aggressive messages, and not respect boundaries I was setting in the moment, I told him that something drastic needed to change. I asked him for a separation, but told him I wanted to continue to work on our relationship and date through the separation. I felt that separating might be the only way he and I had a chance of saving our relationship, because living together was doing continual damage that was going to be hard to recover from. He said he needed some time to think on it. A week later he came back to therapy with me and told me he no longer wanted to be married or in a relationship with me at all. That was devastating enough on its own. At first we were kind with each other, even had a few nights of hanging out and commiserating over our shared grief. He asked for 3 months to get his finances in order before moving out, and I agreed. But then one night last weekend he picked a fight with me and again started sending manipulative, passive-aggressive messages. I thought he might have been drunk, so I messaged in the morning, but he doubled down and said even worse things. I stayed out as much as possible for the rest of the weekend, but Monday morning he was stomping around the house getting ready for work, screaming at the cat, slamming doors, and I was hiding in bed and flinching at every noise. I ended up taking a sick day because I was such a mess. That day I messaged him and told him that he was behaving in an emotionally abusive way and that I didn't feel safe in the house with him, and that we needed to revisit our timeline for him moving out. I also told him that I had been terrified to tell him this, that I was shaking even sending the message. He minimized his behavior, acted incredulous, and asked how soon. I told him end of April. He freaked out and said he needed until July. Then he did a complete 180, said a friend would lend him the money and he'd be out by early April. He spent all week packing and visiting apartments and now he's moving out this Sunday. Which is a little bit of a relief, but is also such a strong rubber banding move that I'm certain it's him attempting to take control of the situation, and I'm sure his story to everyone else is that I don't care about his pain and am kicking him out early. Anyway, that pretty much brings us up to speed. I've been coming to terms, slowly, with the fact that I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship for years. Sometimes I feel horribly guilty, like I didn't do enough to try and save things, or like I'm making a big deal out of nothing and now I'm throwing my life away. I did have a really wonderfully validating one-on-one session with our couples therapist who reassured me that my perception of the situation is accurate, and I'm not the one who did this to us. Sometimes I'm just incredibly heartbroken and lonely. Sometimes I'm angry that he didn't care enough to try and work at it. But I think it's likely that ultimately, this ending is for the best, as awful as that feels. Again, I really want to thank everyone here who responded to my original post. Some of the advice and comments were really hard to read, but they were really important for me to read. It was so helpful knowing I had a bunch of internet strangers backing me up on some level. I think some of my ex's minimizing has caused me to feel really unsure about how I'm perceiving the situation, potentially even gaslighting, though likely unintentional, so having folks who could confirm that what was happening was not okay was vital. I'm lucky to have a good support system locally as well, so as awful as this all is, I might just get through it okay. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, has Op seen if her ex has treated anyone else the same way he treated her? Op's response, I mean, yes and no. No one else to the same degree or extent, but some of the patterns are familiar with how he treats other people, like his tendency to cut people out before they have a chance to reject him, or him not being able to presume best intentions of others. Edit, and yes, excruciating is a good word for it. Commenter 2, I think he's going to come crawling back to you when the outside world fails to put up with his abuse. Be strong, Op. Op's response, I'm not usually one to get back together with an ex, and given how this is ending and what I know now about how toxic he has been, it feels much more unlikely than with all of my previous relationships. Update 2, 11 months later. I wanted to give y'all another update, hopefully the last one. It's been about a year since my original post, 10 months since the first update. My ex did move out. Thankfully, moving day was uneventful, and then he was gone. And as many commentators predicted, when he was gone from the house it was a huge relief. I didn't have to cringe at every little sound anymore. I could breathe again. I was really, really sad, but my space was my own. And then I got laid off. No joke. Hell of a 1-2 punch right there. The past 2 years have, on the whole, been incredibly painful. The year that my marriage fell apart, and then the year I had to spend recovering from that blow. I had to job hunt while mourning the passing of my relationship, and as soon as I found a new job I also found out my house needed hugely expensive repairs that, after all of this mess as well as having supported my ex not working for a year, I just didn't have the cash for. And figuring out how to be on my own for a while, I had people there to support me, but in the day-to-day, hour-to-hour through this mess I was ultimately on my own, and that was hard. Binging The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel helped a bit. He also kept reaching out. For a while it was occasionally chatty, but as time went on and I came more to terms with how he treated me, and how frequently his messages had a tinge of emotional manipulation to them, I distanced myself. He messaged me once to ask if I regretted our entire relationship, on the whole, or if I thought he was a terrible person, on the whole. I didn't respond to that one at all. Then he'd reach out with things like, hey, the TV I took from our living room broke, do you want it from me? Like to sell or try and fix? I've been doing my best to keep my responses short and clear, in ways that don't invite follow-up. Lately he's been wanting to have a post-mortem conversation, to which I said that I wouldn't be ready to consider whether or not that'd be a good idea until our legal ties were ended. He also just messaged to ask if he could be my roommate, because his rent is really high. I have no words. The good news, and there's thankfully quite a lot of it, the new job I got is possibly the best job I've ever had. A step down in salary, but I'm super happy with the work and the people and the location, and I've been getting rave reviews from coworkers and management, enough that I think I can probably negotiate a decent raise in a few months. I had to get a new car as well, new to me, but purchased used, since my ex got the car we shared in the split, and I was nervous about negotiating and buying a car by myself, which I'd never done before. But I did it, and managed to negotiate the dealer about $1,000 down, and I absolutely love the car. Also, I met someone new. This person reminds me of my ex in a lot of ways, things like shared hobbies and creativity and sense of humor and charm, but very different in some really important ways. He treats me really well. He's thoughtful and kind and generous, not just to me, but to everyone. In the conflicts we've had, very few, we are able to talk through them calmly, no yelling, and he shows me how much he respects and cares about my perspective and boundaries and autonomy. He's not broken and doesn't need me to fix him, and I'm not broken either, thank God. Maybe carrying a bit of extra baggage, but such is life. This relationship is still new, but it feels like a game changer for both of us, and I'm excited to see where it leads. And one more bit of good news, I will officially be divorced on Friday. Yes, the day after Valentine's Day. There are a few more loose ends to wrap up after that, but not many. I wanted to provide this update in part because I know it can be nice to see updates from folks, but also because I wanted to give a bit of hope to anyone who might be in a situation like mine. It can get better. It really, really can. I'm actually happy. It took time and hard work, and things aren't perfect. I'm definitely going to need a lot of time to recover financially, and I'm still sometimes processing the weight of 11 years of emotional abuse. A+ for therapy. But I'm actually truly happy. Sometimes I wonder how much of the depression I'd been feeling before he left was the result of how much emotional weight I'd been carrying for so long, his and mine, without truly being aware of it. It's so easy to feel like that dark tunnel is all there ever will be, when you're in the middle of it, but I'm out in the sunshine now, and it feels amazing. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, congratulations. But block him entirely so he gets the message once and for all. You can speak through your lawyers. He is still emotionally manipulating you. Ops response, we don't have lawyers, so some amount of communication is necessary to get through this. But it is nearing its end, thankfully, and after that we'll see. Commenter 2, Op responds on what red flag she should have picked up into the relationship with her ex. Op's response, when we first got together, there wasn't anything immediate, but about 6 months in we had a fight and I was taken aback at the way he handled it. I have no recollection of what we fought about, but I remember it being something small, probably miscommunication based. But I felt his anger coming at me in a way that was startling at the time, and felt out of proportion with the conflict we were having. I think that was my first warning sign, honestly. He often would presume poor intent on my part, and that made conflict so much harder to get through. I think another warning sign was that he put off taking care of his own mental health for years, and he desperately needed it. Convincing him to see a therapist took a lot, probably in part because I wasn't setting good boundaries around how much emotional support I could give. I can't tell you how many times I sat with him while he was in a depressive self-shame spiral, trying to support and care for him however I could. But I'm not a professional, I'm not actually equipped to be a therapist for someone, and certainly not my partner. Though, even him getting help didn't fix things. It may be that he still hasn't gotten the actual kind of help he needs. Beyond that, it's kind of hard to pinpoint. Nothing was big or outrageous enough to ping warning bells aside from when we fight, and we were actively working on improving our conflict styles for years, but I have a long list of small things that, added together, paint a bigger picture. Things that indicated that his needs always came first. Ways I'd adapt to avoid bigger problems I knew were looming, like me proposing to support him financially for a year so he could design a game, when I knew he was miserable and taking it out on me and probably going to quit his job without another one lined up anyway, and I hoped that if he was working on something he cared about he'd be happier and thus treat me better. He didn't, and he wasn't, and he treated me much worse, actually. Commenter 3, Op on her finances and if it has been affected by the divorce. Op's response, my finances will recover. Though, the divorce part has been less expensive than the relationship, and its after effects was, because a lot of the financial issues came from the house we bought together that I ended up with on my own. I'm the only one on the loan but both our names are on the deed, which should be fixed soon thankfully, as well as the savings spent to support him being unemployed for the whole year prior to our relationship ending. Commenter 4, can I ask how the cat is that he used to scream at? So glad you're doing well. Op's response, I wish I had better news on that front, but the cat was his, so I have no idea how the cat is doing. We had 2 cats, one was mine and one was his. My cat passed away a few years ago, and my ex's cat went with him when he left. I still think about that kitty, I hope it's doing okay. On a happier note, when I found my new job, I went out and adopted 2 kittens from a shelter. They're sisters and super sweet and adorable and doing wonderfully. Commenter 5, Op responds to a downvoted comment on the divorce and take her ex back as he is now a changed man. Op's response, he asked me for the divorce and breakup, not the other way around. I had initially asked for the separation, but to keep working on fixing things, which I made clear when I asked for it. He's the one who ended it. But in retrospect I'm glad he did. And regretting something isn't the same thing as changing. Commenter 6, additional information from Op when in counseling. Op's response, if I told you that the couples counselor who saw my husband and I confirmed that it was abuse, would that change your mind or perception of what happened? If I told you that it took me many, many years, as well as the outside opinions of counseling professionals as well as the opinions of friends who witnessed his behavior and had been in much, much worse abuse situations, like sent to the hospital multiple times for injuries etc., than I had, all of them telling me that this was abuse, for me to label his behavior as abuse, would that change your mind or perception of what happened? If I told you that I was on either neutral, no contact but no bad feelings, or friendly and positive terms with every ex I've ever had aside from this man, would that change your mind or perception of what I'm typically like in relationships? I spent 11 years adjusting my behavior in every reasonable way, and many unreasonable ones, I could think of to prevent him from snapping at me, yelling at me, etc., and nothing ever worked. Nothing was ever good enough. Let's try an example. If he came home from work grumpy, what should I do? A. Try to do something nice for him to help lift his spirits, like pick up his favorite food or do one of the chores that were his to do. B. Give him hugs, offer smash, physical comfort. C. Give him a cheerful pep talk, tell him how great he's doing and how wonderful he is, etc. D. Give him his space because he needed to recharge after a long day. E. Ask him directly what he'd like for me to do, either to help him feel better, or at minimum help him not feel worse. If you picked A, I tried that, many times. It generally went unnoticed and did not seem to help, but I'd do it anyway. If you picked B, he would usually push me away, didn't want hugs or affection, say he wasn't in the mood for smash, etc. Totally fine, except that he also felt that we didn't have enough smash and it was my fault in some way. If you picked C, most likely I'm getting snapped at for saying the wrong encouraging word, because it's not realistic or something. Or he starts a shame spiral about how he's not amazing and he's terrible and everything's terrible. If you picked D, he would often say this is what he wanted, but then he'd take my giving him space as me actually wanting space from him, and would feel neglected and be upset with me, and it'd come out in some argument later. If you picked E, he almost never knew what he wanted, or would know what he wanted but felt that he couldn't tell me, because if I really loved him I'd just know what he needed without him having to ask, and him having to tell me what he wanted would make the act lose its meaning. But me guessing never worked either because his needs were a moving target, and a thing that helped one day would make him actively frustrated with me the next. Despite those outcomes, I still tried as best I could. I still kept trying to help, even if help meant giving him space or backing off. That would have been fine, because I cared, damn it. I love that man, and yes, also because I didn't want to get yelled at. I absolutely have flaws, but I promise you that the most angelic, perfect person you could possibly imagine would still have been yelled at and treated poorly. My husband quit his job to take a sabbatical that turned into 8 months of getting baked and trying to become an Instagram influencer, so now I'm paying 80% of our bills while he lives in our basement and threatens me with alimony whenever I ask him to contribute. Posted by you/FeelGo. My husband, 32M, and I, 30F, have no kids, and we own a house together with a mortgage. My husband worked for the same company for almost a decade. He earned a good salary, but the last few years were rough on him thanks to his overbearing boss. He discussed quitting every so often, and I was open to the idea as long as he had another job lined up. Well, last year, he quit spur of the moment over a seemingly minor dispute at work. He would later call it the straw that broke the camel's back. No other jobs lined up, nothing. He assured me that he had savings he could live on and that he wanted to take some time to recalibrate. He also had a few business ideas he wanted to pursue before getting back into the workforce. Trying to be a supportive partner, I said okay. Fast forward to today. He has no income and literally hasn't sent out a single job application. He hasn't even updated his resume. What has he been doing these past 8 months, you ask? Getting baked, a bunch of scammy work from home nonsense that hasn't made him a dime, and most recently, trying to become an Instagram influencer. Yes, seriously. To be fair, he has also done some handy work around the house and fixed up some things. But for the most part, he spends his days getting baked and messing around on Instagram, and I'm effectively subsidizing it. We used to split bills 50-50, now it's more like 80-20. The last time I tried to have a serious talk about his future plans, he jokingly said I could divorce him and pay him alimony if I didn't like the current situation. Then he broke down and wept, saying that he might be depressed. I felt horrible for him and offered him my full support, but in retrospect, I'm curious if it was just a convenient excuse to pivot the conversation and get me off his back. What would you do in my shoes? I have grown resentful of him and this whole situation. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. If he thinks he has depression, then he needs to see a doctor and get help. It only gets harder alone. I'd see how that goes first because it might get him back to his feet. If he declines that and won't change, you can't change him. Ops response, that's a whole other issue. He read some book last year and now he doesn't believe in antidepressants, or thinks that they're way overprescribed. When he told me he was depressed and I suggested seeing a doctor, he said no. He'll figure it out himself and to just help be there for him. Commenter 2, honestly, he sounds more like a punk than a grown man. It's one thing to not work if you're a stay-at-home parent, etc., a completely other thing if you're just a lazy bum. Dude's taking advantage of the situation and quite frankly you. Ops response, he wasn't always like this. He was responsible and hardworking before he quit. But I agree, I feel like I'm being taken advantage of now. Commenter 3, In your shoes, I would get him to undertake a specific plan for job applications, apply for at least 5 jobs a day, and prove to you that he does so, alternatively, immediately enroll into relevant further education or leave. Ops response: I thought of this too, giving him tasks and checking in on his progress. But it's not the way our relationship has ever worked. Frankly, it sounds like something a parent would do with their child, not one spouse to another. Commenter 4: trying to become an Instagram influencer. Nope, dump him. Ops response: honestly, this part is very annoying and what's caused me to actually seek help with my relationship. His ego and mood are wrapped up in his Instagram thing, it's all he's talked about for weeks now. He'll lose followers after a post and get moody about it. It's pathetic and I've just had enough. Commenter 5: is Op working? Ops response: I work full-time. I make a decent income, but if my husband can't contribute anything toward our monthly expenses, I don't make enough to cover them totally myself. Update 1, 6 days later. First, thanks to all who responded to my prior post. A lot of good advice that has helped me navigate this situation. On the day I made my last post, my husband and I had a talk that night when I got home from work. I basically said he needed to make a doctor's appointment for his mental health, or cut out the marijuana use, or both. He repeatedly refused and actually got a bit hostile about it, which is not like him at all. Then I moved on to finances. I asked him how much of his savings he had left, and all he said was enough. I pressed him for a dollar figure and he wouldn't answer. I asked if he had a balance on his credit card and he said no. When I asked to see his bank statement to confirm, he basically told me to fuck off. Again, hostile and out of character for him. I told him that the current arrangement wasn't working, and that he'd have to start paying 50% of the bills on March 1st. At this point in the conversation, he completely shut down. He wouldn't even look at me, he just sat looking away from me with tears in his eyes as I talked. I doubt he even heard a word I said, but I clearly stated all the other issues I had. The Instagram stuff, our plans for the future, etc. After this conversation, he stopped sleeping in our bed. For almost a week now, he's slept in the basement. He basically doesn't leave the basement when I'm home unless it's to get food. Honestly, it's pathetic. I'm going out with some colleagues this weekend for a fun night, and my husband can stay home like a hermit. I also have a coffee date planned for Sunday with my best friend. I'm going to tell her everything and get her opinion. Because honestly, this isn't the life I want to live, and trying to correct it only made things worse. I am beginning to think of divorce as a real option, which would have seemed outrageous even 3 weeks ago. Thanks again for reading and giving your input. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: he sounds extremely depressed, ashamed and embarrassed of himself. Commenter 2: your husband is clinically depressed and needs to see a doctor. This is a mental health issue that only gets worse, and the marijuana is a part of the feedback loop. He needs professional treatment as soon as possible. Commenter 3: how long has this marriage been going on? It seems like you're used to everything being 50-50. But it's not how it always is in reality. I'm not saying put up with this nonsense. But your husband is clearly in a bad place and needs help. The way you explained confronting him about all of this sounds, to him, like an attack. We know it isn't, but it's probably how he felt. And 9 times out of 10, he knows you're 100% right. It sucks to hear the truth. And it also sucks to feel like a complete failure, then be told every way how you're completely failing. Both my fiancé and I felt this way when we had to essentially switch off on taking care of the responsibilities. It was embarrassing having to depend on him, and it was unbelievably embarrassing for him as the man in the relationship. We had countless difficult and emotional talks about this. Again, I'm not saying put up with this because you're married. I'm only commenting because of the fact that you seem to be really focused of this 50-50 thing, and I personally feel like marriage isn't always going to be 50-50. Sometimes it's 49-51 and sometimes it's 8-92. Does he contribute to the household at all? Like, does he cook, clean, do laundry, finish home projects, runs house errands? Or do you also take on those responsibilities? If you're also doing all of this, it's extremely unacceptable, and he is taking advantage of this situation. But again, I'm not telling you to deal with his behavior. Just trying to help find a solution. You know your limits better than anybody else. Don't forget that. Commenter 4: if he won't seek help, he's choosing to check out of the marriage. He's turning into a different person, and since he refuses to talk about the credit cards, who knows what he could be doing to your credit. What is Op supposed to do? This has been going on for 8 months according to her prior post. She can't force him into treatment, you can only involuntarily admit someone if they're currently a danger to themselves or others. If he's hostile to her and refusing help, that's his personal decision. He does retain some accountability here. Update 2 months later. Thanks again to all who responded to my prior thread, even if I didn't agree with the characterization of my relationship by many of the commenters. I did take some advice to heart though, including not sharing my husband's issues with my friends. My husband continues to sleep in the basement. I asked him a few times to start sleeping in our bed again, he'd say maybe but never actually do it. We have stopped having Smash entirely, but I have heard him watch Prawn in the basement. On the morning of March 1st, we had a horrible argument when I asked for his half of the monthly bills. He transferred me about 2/3 what he should have, and when I asked for the rest, he exploded. He just kept saying fuck off louder and louder over and over as I tried to say that he needed to contribute his fair share. Then he started talking about his depression again. The only time he will bring up his depression is when I'm criticizing his awful life choices. He hasn't even seen a doctor or been diagnosed, yet he uses it like a get-out-of-jail-free card to be totally unproductive and not pay bills. So I told him point blank, either see a doctor for your depression and start fixing your life, or this marriage is over. It sounded so harsh, but those are honestly the only two options at this point. He made some quip about me paying him alimony if I divorced him, not the first time he said this, and that was the last we spoke of it. We have briefly seen and talked to each other since then, but there's no warmth there anymore. It's like we're roommates. Last week he told me he booked a doctor's appointment and I was happy for him, but as far as I can tell, he never ended up going, even after I offered to take the day off and drive him to the appointment. I don't think he's left the house in over 2 months. I have stopped cooking him meals, so he now subsists on instant noodles he bought off Amazon. I met with a divorce lawyer for the first time earlier this week. He was excellent and gave me a comprehensive rundown of all my options. When I told him about my husband's alimony comments, he laughed and said not a chance. He voluntarily quit his job against my wishes. He has no official diagnosis from a doctor that would preclude him from working. I don't know where he got it in his head that he'd be entitled to alimony from me. I'm holding on to a shred of hope that my husband will put forth some kind of effort to get better and repair our relationship. I pray every night that he'll do a complete 180 and start being his normal self again. But if nothing changes, I plan to meet with my lawyer again sometime in early April and officially file for divorce. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, your ultimatum was appropriate. But since he's not changing, now you have to carry it through. Commenter 2, you did all that you could. In fact, this might be the best thing for your husband as well. Getting out of the cycle of depression is incredibly difficult without therapy or a drastic change. Losing his wife and having to live alone without an income might just be enough to make him seek help. Commenter 3, I'm sorry about all this. Don't hold out too much hope. Good on you for taking charge. Update 3, 4 months later. First, thanks to those who left comments in my prior posts. Hearing advice from all angles really helped me make practical, informed decisions during this extremely volatile time in my life. The short version is that we are separated, with plans to divorce in 1 year. I finally got him to see a doctor. I wasn't in the room for the diagnosis, but the doctor suggested my husband look into cognitive behavioral therapy and SSRIs. Of course, my husband was opposed to both. He could read about CBT online, and I've known for a while that he's outright hostile to the idea of taking antidepressants. He describes them as brain warping. We had a week or so in April where things almost felt normal. We talked more, ate dinner together, slept in the same bed together, even had a date and movie night. I felt so hopeful, things truly seemed to be getting better. It didn't last though. We had a fight about something completely innocuous and things quickly fell apart again. One day after work, I sat in my car and was completely overcome with dread. The thought of going home to my broken relationship, it was too much. I drove around aimlessly for hours, wondering how in God's name my life had turned out like this. Half the time I was sobbing. I must have looked crazy. This was my breaking point. I was done with the relationship and the marriage for good. When I told him my decision, he wept openly, as did I. He said he was sorry but that he understood. He didn't ask me to reconsider or make any effort to save the relationship, which tells me it was right decision for both of us. He moved into his parents' basement a few weeks ago. I am still in a rough place emotionally. I pray that time will heal me and that I'll be able to find love again. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, it's one thing to have depression, but it's another one entirely to get a diagnosis and then refuse treatment. I'm actually glad he moved back in with his parents, as they can keep an eye on him and make sure he's okay, or as okay as possible. If you're on good terms with them, you may want to tell them some of your concerns about him. Commenter 2, you are both relatively young and have no children. The fact that when you verbalized your decision to divorce, there was no confrontation or mention of attempting reconciliation is telling. Honestly, this is probably the best outcome for both of you. Him living with his parents means that there will be someone looking out for him whilst he sorts out his issues and you will have the space and freedom to move on with your life. Good luck to you. Commenter 3, sad that it's come to this. But it seems like the natural conclusion for so many relationships. Even in cases where one party does try to become better, the other party ends up checking out at some point and the relationship ends anyway. Your husband is an adult and has made some choices, for better or for worse, and he has to face those consequences. I'm truly sorry your marriage has ended, but I think we can both agree that your future lies down a different path. My boyfriend's mom planned his graduation trip but banned us from rooming together because we're too young and not married. Turns out she actually wanted free childcare for her boyfriend's kids, and now I'm uninvited after she called me ungrateful because her way or the highway apparently means no way for me. Posted by you/throw RA 4920. My 23F boyfriend, 23M, will be graduating college in a couple of months. His mom, 39F, wanted to plan a graduation trip for him. For context, my boyfriend doesn't have the best relationship with his mom. They rarely see each other, although my boyfriend and I live 5 minutes away from her. From everything he has told me, there was a lot of abuse when he was a child, and his whole family is low contact with her. Her decision. Now to the issue. She planned a trip with her boyfriend, his 2 kids, my boyfriend's sister, and obviously my boyfriend to another country. She told my boyfriend that he could invite me if he wanted to, but I would have to pay for my stuff, which I don't mind, and she will be paying for my boyfriend's trip. My boyfriend had no say in where the trip was going to be, and his mom said we were not allowed to room together. I would be rooming with his sister, 14F, and her boyfriend's daughter, 10F, while my boyfriend will be rooming with her boyfriend's son, 14M. We are staying in an all-inclusive resort, but I feel like I'm only going to babysit. Even my boyfriend mentioned he was scared his mom would just force him to babysit the kids. I'm also scared something will happen to one of the kids, like if they fall and get hurt or wander off, and I'll be blamed for it since it feels like they want us to take care of them. My boyfriend says I can pay for my own room, but he doesn't think his mom will let him room with me. I also don't want to stay alone in a room in a foreign country, but I know this is going to cause issues with his mom. In the end, I told him I wouldn't go unless we room together, but he's upset since he wants me to go. So am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, why don't you and your boyfriend just pay for your own room? Ops response, right. This is the exact point I brought up. From what he's told me, she said on a solid no, even if him and I split the cost for the room. Commenter 2, I also don't want to stay alone in a room in a foreign country. Unless you're in a really violent or increasingly backwards and misogynist country like the USA, normally that shouldn't be a problem. However, I wouldn't go at all with a family like that. Ops response, you're probably right about that. I've never been to this country, and she won't tell us the name of the resort, so I have no idea where we would be staying. I'm assuming it's nice, but I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than assuming. They have also mentioned that they don't want to stay in the resort the whole time. Commenter 3, NTA. Don't go. Very simple. Don't go. Don't negotiate. It will only turn into more issues with his mom, and then you will be the bad guy soon. Your boyfriend doesn't seem strong enough to stand up to her, so it is very likely you will be blamed. No need to subject yourself to this. Save your money for another vacation. Really, don't start arguing. Simply don't go. Commenter 4, and rethink the wisdom of involvement with a man who apparently can't separate from his mom, even though he doesn't like her. Ops response, yeah, this is what I've been thinking about all day, but he doesn't see it like that. In his head, he has no say since she's paying for him. Commenter 5, why is your boyfriend so afraid of his mom and giving her so much power? He's an adult. Does she still contribute monetarily to his life? If she does, you may want to rethink the relationship. A free vacation isn't worth this crud, and if he thinks it is, then he's got problems. Ops response, I have no idea why he gives her so much power if I'm being honest. It feels like this is a reoccurring theme in our relationship. In terms of contributing, I think she contributed a little to his education, but he mainly gets help from his grandparents. Update 1, 2 days later. This is the first update I've ever done, so I hope I'm doing this right. First off, thank you all for all the advice. It has made me take a step back and think not only about this situation but about my relationship. The day I posted this, I had a conversation with my boyfriend that snowballed into the worst fight we've ever had. He accused me of trying to convince him to not go on the trip, which isn't something I had even brought up. He said he wants to go since it's a free trip to a country he has never been to. He did end up telling me that his mom said no to us rooming together for the following reasons. We aren't married, neither are her and her boyfriend. We're too young. Because I said so. I spoke to my boyfriend last night, and turns out some of you that suggested she might be helping him with money were correct. She took out loans to help pay for his schooling. They're all under her name, but if she stops paying, he feels responsible for them. I also think she was helping him out with grocery money since he's part-time, so she's pretty much holding all of this over his head. He did end up asking her if he was going to babysit, and she answered the next day at 8 a.m. with "Stop being so negative. Good night." He told me how childish and immature she is, But the truth is, I don't want to spend my life battling his mom. He promised me that I wouldn't, and that things will change when he graduates, but I'll believe it when I see it. Part of the reason I am even contemplating going is because I want to see what I'm signing up for and if he is willing to stick up for me. If he isn't, then we're done. I won't waste years of my life on someone that can't even defend me. He did tell her that if I were to go, then I would book my own room reservation, my idea since I don't want any surprises. She's now telling him he's blowing things out of proportion. They're supposed to talk tonight, and he's pretty angry about the whole situation, so I'll let you all know how it goes. So sorry for the super long update. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, he did tell her that if I were to go then I would book my own room reservation. If you go and have to pay for your own trip, you are allowed to do whatever the heck you want. The fact she is mad at you both because you want your own room kind of proves that you were right thinking you were invited to babysit only. I wouldn't go, not even to see what's what. You will only be miserable and will now associate that country with that experience. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. NTA. Ops response, I agree. I think she confirmed that I was only going to take care of the kids. She just gave my boyfriend the name of the resort. I looked it up, and turns out that a child and a teen stay for free, but an adult has to be accompanying them in the room. It's a package, but I'm thinking that's what she wanted to do. Leave me with the kids that aren't paying to be there, and her boyfriend can have their own space. I haven't looked at the prices or compared it to how much she originally wanted me to give her, but I think you're right about not going. Commenter 2, part of the reason I am even contemplating going is because I want to see what I'm signing up for and if he is willing to stick up for me. You don't need to go to see that. You already know he won't stand up for you. Ops response, I don't think I spoke much about my boyfriend's character. He's truly the best person I've ever been with. He's everything I want in a partner, but I know you could be right about this. I want to believe that he would stand up for me if it came down to it, but I also need to be realistic and consider how this situation has been handled so far. Commenter 3, are you really going to waste the money to go and have your own room and still be pushed into babysitting? You know your boyfriend isn't going to be allowed to room with you even if you pay for it, so why are you wasting the money to go to be put in the exact positions neither of you want to be in? You aren't going to get to have any alone time on this vacation. You aren't going to get long walks on the beach, or snuggly time in front of the fire. You aren't going to get any sort of romantic time with your boyfriend. You will both get to be the babysitters, and why would you go to dinner alone? This is a family trip, we eat together. Ops response, yes, I would much rather spend the money on a vacation for the two of us to enjoy. He did offer to pay for half of it yesterday. I forgot to mention this in the post, but either way we're both students, plus the money I would lose from not being at work. I know he really wants me to be there, and I want to celebrate him, but I'm not convinced this is a celebration for him at all. Update 2, 1 day later. Thank you all for all of your advice and support. I really needed to hear some of it. Unfortunately, this isn't a good update. I am now essentially unwelcome on the trip. I wasn't outright uninvited, but that's how I interpreted it. My boyfriend talked to his mom yesterday as planned. From what he told me, she called me ungrateful, a brat, said that I am trying to make everything about myself, as well as other things I don't want to think about right now. She said I was making up excuses to get a room alone with my boyfriend, which I was not. I have no reason to lie. I asked my boyfriend about me getting the separate reservation for my room like we had talked about. That's when he broke the news that she had already booked the rooms for 4 adults and 3 kids, and it's not refundable. I'm pretty sure she did this on purpose to try to get me to accept her terms. I'm not sure if this is important to mention, but my boyfriend had invited me on the trip last week, and I had told him I wasn't sure. I told him to give me a couple of days to figure it out since my family member was in the hospital, and we weren't sure if they were going to make it, so obviously my priorities were elsewhere. She knew this and booked the reservation regardless. He started telling me how much he loved me. He told me he was done with his mom and wants to go no contact when we move, and that after he graduates things will change. The trip is a couple of months after he graduates, so I asked him what he was going to do. He said he was still going since it's a free trip to a country he's never been to. I then asked him what was going to change, and he said that he had to go along with what she says because she's helping him. I was trying my best to understand his situation because, although it might seem easy for me, I know there's a lot more at play. I asked him if I was uninvited, and he said no. His mom said I could go on the trip as long as I went along with what she wanted. I asked again if I could get my own room, and he said no because he doesn't want me to spend that kind of money if it's not worth it, and said that would cause tension. And since his mom had already booked the reservation, she would lose money. So her way or the highway. He knew that I wouldn't go along with this, so pretty much I can't go. He might invite a friend to go instead, but I don't know. Last night he said that he felt like there was no winning with me unless he doesn't go on the trip. If I'm being honest, I do feel betrayed by him still wanting to go on the trip after she disrespected me, but I'm also so tired and emotionally drained. I'm not sure if I'm valid for feeling like this. As of this morning, she has officially threatened to cut all financial support. He says he's at a point where he would rather not have her support than have to deal with this. I know that the reason she's doing this is because she's mad at me, and this is her way of punishing me. I'm sorry for the long and not so positive update. I tried to include all the details that I could, but I might have forgotten some. I haven't slept in over 24 hours, so please bear with me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I read through your original posts and then the updates, and I don't really understand why you want to go. Besides the fact that it's overseas somewhere, it's to a resort. And probably a small element of babysitting, but there are probably enough ways for kids to stay occupied, especially when they're not that young. If your boyfriend wants to go, let him. If he doesn't, okay. But putting yourself into that environment just sounds, well, dumb. You don't want to play by her rules, so then don't. So simple. If you want to go away with a friend, go anywhere else in the world. Or just chill at home, you don't have to spend all that money, just save it. Either way, I feel like you're really caught up on all this and making it seem really complicated, but it's not. You don't want to be around the mother, and she's not paying for you or including you anyway, so don't go. Easy. Finished. Commenter 2, let me give you some advice. You're 23. He's 23. That's pretty young, all things considered. For the moment, he is still financially indebted to his family. If you two are serious about a future together, have a serious talk together and pick your battles. You hate his mother's disrespect. That's valid. You are not in a position to fight her disrespect yet. Neither of you two are, and to do it before you're ready will only cost you more in the long run as well as create this short-term distress. If I were you? Stay home, let him go. Save your money, and tend to your family member. Recharge, rest, and plan. Commenter 3, oh just dump him. He hasn't got your back, just empty platitudes. My enemy and I fought all through high school and couldn't stand each other, but then something got slipped in my drink at her party and she saved me from a creep, then told me she didn't do it for me, she did it for revenge because he hurt her in junior year. Posted by you/Tobian017. I, 21F, live in a mid-sized town where everyone knows everyone. I'm going to college about a half hour away, but I still hang around town most days because I have friends there, and I live at home still. This one girl, Mary, 21F, decided to stick around too. I don't get along with Mary at all. We would fight all the time. I felt she was too standoffish and rude, she felt I was a complete phony and immoral. Mary was a lot more public with her feelings, whereas I tried to hide things to keep in everyone's good graces, which ended up just letting things get bottled up. We'd always clash over things in class. I'd get upset about how open she was about something I thought shouldn't be talked about, she'd be upset with me for saying I didn't agree, and we'd just fight. Anyways, we got kind of nasty in high school and have never truly been friendly with one another. It's just really stupid, and it's always been best for us to keep away from each other. I know I was awful, but I know she was just as bad. We did equally stupid and awful things, but anyways. On Saturday night, my enemy threw a party at her place, and our mutual friends told me to come. They didn't tell me it was her party until we pulled up, and I could see it was clearly her house. I stayed anyways, and saw really little of her. I had some drinks, hung out, and then I started to feel really weird. Like, I just got really dizzy, and I started to feel so exhausted like I couldn't stand up. This guy I went to high school with asked if I was okay. I said I wasn't, and he took me to my enemy's room. I passed out at some point, and I swear I don't remember anything else. All I remember is when I first woke up, I felt really sick, and my enemy was right next to me. I was tucked into her bed, and my hair was braided. I started to throw up, and my enemy just got my hair out of my face, rubbed my back, and put me back in bed. I didn't want to argue because I felt like I knew exactly what happened, and I didn't want to seem ungrateful for her taking care of me. I fell asleep for a little while, and I kept waking up to throw up and be given water by my enemy. She was the nicest I've ever seen her. She didn't say a word, just pulled my hair out of my face and passed me a glass of water. I was too tired to even hold the cup, so she'd do it for me. In the middle of the day on Sunday, my enemy drove me home in complete silence, and I didn't even know what to say, so I just thanked her and went back to my house. My parents took me to the hospital and the police station, and I'm just trying to recover at home as best I can. I still haven't said anything else to my enemy, and I feel like the worst person alive. One of my friends came to see me today, and told me that my enemy had seen the guy that had taken me to her room and basically tore him off of me because he was trying to do some creepy stuff. She's this tiny little 5-foot-tall girl that could get blown away if you blew hard enough in her direction, and she hit, bit, kicked, scratched, and did anything she could to get this skyscraper former QB off me. She did that all for me, and all I could say was thanks. I don't know what to do. How do I repay her without coming off as fake or obligated? What do I say to her? How do I express the gratitude I feel in a way that doesn't feel like appeasement? This is just so weird to me. I used to feel this bone-deep rage whenever her name was just mentioned, and now all I want to do is cry and hug her. I feel so weird, like I owe it to her to be her friend? I don't know. I'm so confused. Advice is welcome from all angles, please. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you have learned an important lesson. Just because you do not like someone, that does not mean they are a bad person, it can just mean your personalities clash. You do not owe it to her to be her friend, but you can now understand that she is a person with some seriously positive and strong values. It seems she acted more strongly and completely than the friends that brought you to that party. It is a good idea to communicate your gratitude in a more complete form now that the dust has settled, but you should also offer your respect, it was earned here. Commenter 2, in your shoes, I'd drive myself to her house, give her a hug, and tell her thank you. Explain that you heard everything she did, and you're extremely grateful. You don't have to be her friend, and it's not like her acting great now wipes your history clean. But I do think it's worth telling thanks in person. She did a stand-up job, and even if you don't become friends, I think you'll always have a better view of her. I have people I'm not close friends with, but I know would always have my back if I needed them, and vice versa. She could be one of those people, and it's worth letting them know you appreciate their efforts. Ops response, a huge thank you to everyone replying to this, it's really helpful. My enemy and I's relationship has been a lot more complicated and rough than I felt comfortable articulating, so this is a lot more difficult than it seems to be, but this advice was really helpful. I got her number from a friend, and texted her asking if I could take her out for lunch or something. She offered, instead, to bring me lunch, so she'll be over in a little bit, and I'm hoping to thank her for everything. Update, same day. So, my enemy just left my place. She brought me the most incredible soup, but it was just awkward to hang out together for the first time ever. I kept trying to tell her how thankful I was, but she shut me down and kept asking me not to. I stopped, and we just sat together in silence for a while. My enemy told me that the same guy from her party had done the same to her in our junior year of high school. Nobody had been there to stop him back then, and she became a victim because of it. She told me that she's always wanted revenge, and she didn't do it for me. She did it for herself. All she wanted to do was feel like she had won over him, and she didn't even care that it was me, she just needed it to be somebody. My enemy hadn't even known he was there, but she saw him, and she had her eye on him all night. I was so stunned I didn't know what to say, so all I could say was that I was sorry, and I hoped things were better, and I was so thankful. And my enemy just left. I don't even know what to do. I'm just floating. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I have read your updates, and I wish to offer you my sympathies for the outrage that occurred to the both of you. She is certainly a person worthy of respect and admiration. Seek counseling for what you have been through. You two are bound through a shared experience, others cannot truly understand. May peace and love be with you always. Commenter 2, you don't need to be friends. Don't hold on to high school grudge either. The reason you dislike each other seems to be just personality clash and, if I may be frank, you policing her behavior from the impression I got. I mean, why would you even feel like arguing when she was helping you without saying a word? But that doesn't matter now. Reading your edit, her response seems to be still a bit distant, so she may not want to be friends either. True, it could be for revenge, but she still held your hair and helped you drink afterwards. She did more than a decent person would do. She could have left it at kicking the guy out and not taking care of you, leaving you to help yourself. True, I think it could have been anyone, but the act tells it is more than revenge. She may do it to heal and save her past self, but she is channeling that by helping others. Despite her true intentions, she did a good thing and is a good person. Anyway, you have already gave her your thanks verbally, why not thank her by asking her to get her true revenge together by taking it to the police? You went to the hospital, so you surely had a drug test. You have witnesses and proof. Ask her to help you and help herself get the further revenge, then you can go your separate ways putting your past differences behind. My boyfriend was totally cool with our poly relationship when he got a girlfriend, but when I found a girl I liked he freaked out and lied to his girlfriend about me, then admitted he only sees me as marriage material because I'm pure and his girlfriend is just fun because she was adopted, so now we both dumped him in the same week. Posted by you/Manlita15. I'm 22F, in a poly relationship with my boyfriend, 23M, of 2 years. I'll put names to make things easier to read. My boyfriend is John, his girlfriend is Sarah, and my girlfriend/crush is Mary. I'll start by saying that I'm an asexual woman, and I made it clear to my boyfriend before we started dating. It was a bit hard because he had a very old-school upbringing, but he accepted it. He has a low intimate drive, so it's not that much of an issue. I've always been interested in poly relationships, and when he broached the topic about it, I was happy to agree to try. Long story short, he found a girlfriend, Sarah, who I actually like. I wouldn't say we're going to be best friends, but she is not someone I feel uncomfortable around, and it's been mostly okay. John looks happy, he has more motivation, and talks all the time about how much of a good idea this was. I haven't had a lot of luck though. My asexuality has blocked a lot of possible relationships, and I've been studying like crazy, so I barely had time to sleep. I'm part of a couple of asexual online communities and started talking to a girl, Mary, and we really hit it off. We're both ace, have lots of common interests, and she's funny as hell. A couple of my friends have met her, and everyone says we're perfect together. I wanted to introduce her to John. Just for the record, I talked to Mary, and she's interested in me too. I wanted to tell him in person, so I told him to come earlier. He got late, Mary got there before him, and I decided to let him meet her before everything. He really liked her and was singing her praises after. When I got home, he came with me, and I told him I really liked her and I could see us dating. He went really quiet, and I got anxious. He then started telling me that he thought this wasn't a good idea, that I didn't know what I was doing, that she wasn't that funny and, as I quote, she's not even pretty. I'm not proud of it, but I lost it. I told him to get out of my house and that a poly relationship wasn't just for his benefit. On the next day, Sarah called me and said she wanted my side of the story. Apparently I was crazy, I wanted to move out with a girl I met once, and he thought she was an alcoholic. I explained to her, and she went to talk to him. First he said I lied but got caught, then he changed his tune and said that she must have misunderstood. In short, she's pissed, and I'm pissed. Yesterday he sent me a message admitting that he was wrong and he had a very traditional upbringing, and that came out with a very sexist idea. He didn't like his women with another person, and he was sorry. I don't know, I feel hurt, angry, and I can't take this feeling like he thought I'd never get anyone. He did seem to regret what he said, though. What should I do? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, personally I would be pissed off at the lies too. I'd make it clear that isn't acceptable. Only you can figure out what you should do. The biggest thing to do I would think is communicate. It sounds like he wants to be poly while he wants you to be monogamous. That doesn't sound like something you are interested in. In which case it wouldn't be a good idea to do it just to make him happy. Make it clear to him that you will be seeing other people and having other relationships. If he can't handle that, then you have to figure out if what he wants will work for you or not. Regardless of how he was raised, he is an adult now and can make his own decisions and his own beliefs. How he was raised doesn't excuse his behavior. If you like this girl and she likes you and you think something could develop, I would pursue it. Hopefully you can get it all figured out and be happy with the results. Ops response, thanks for answering. I definitely don't want to be monogamous and him being poly. I'll text him and ask to have a conversation face to face maybe next week. He did sound truly regretful, and I will talk about his lies. We'll see. Commenter 2, you were right to lose it at him. He doesn't respect your decisions, and he's not supportive. While his input can be valuable if he presents and supports it well, this behavior is nonsense. He doesn't get to decide who you date, and he certainly doesn't get to insult that person. He's a liar and a manipulator? Insulting and lying about you to someone else is emotional abuse. No amount of traditional upbringing makes up for any of that, let alone the misogyny, or even the basic respect for your autonomy and decision-making abilities. Regret isn't enough, even if it is sincere in the moment. The only thing that matters is that he immediately changes for the better. No excuses, no nonsense. He needs to never do any of this again and instead be actively supportive of you. You need to have not just a talk with him, but a talk with Sarah, independently of him. All of you need to read up on emotional manipulation and abuse techniques, so that you can actively label those things when you see them, and if he does anything like this ever again, you all need to leave because you are all in danger. Personally, I'd throw him right out the door. Do not tolerate or make excuses for abuse. Don't wait for him to hit you, or worse. Ops response, thank you for answering. I'll talk to him next week, and we'll see how it goes, but yeah, I'm leaning more towards breaking up. I've been talking more to Sarah since this blew up, and she's pretty mad. She's going to her hometown this weekend, so they won't be able to see each other. I'll keep her updated. Commenter 2, lying about one partner to the other as a way of dividing and separating people, especially loved ones, is always 100% malicious, controlling, and abusive. Be sure to frame it to him in that way so he understands that this absolutely cannot be accepted. You deserve far better than that. Good luck. Update, 1 week later. So, my post didn't get that much attention, but I figured I'd post an update. Sorry for the length, guys. It was a mess. Just a quick summary. I'm asexual, in a poly relationship with a boyfriend, John, who also has a girlfriend, Sarah, and I met a girl, Mary, who I was interested in. Basically I told him, and even though he liked her before I said we might date, he started freaking out and even lied to Sarah. I asked if we could talk on the Tuesday, since I didn't have class on the next day. He agreed, and we decided to meet up at his apartment after classes, by the end of the day. I texted Sarah to let her know I'd be talking to him about the situation, and she asked me to call her after. I wasn't sure I'd like to talk right after, but said I'd text her if I wanted to be alone or in silence. I talked to a friend who lives close by if we could hang out after the talk because this kind of thing always shoots my anxiety to the roof, and having someone I trust around helps a lot. I get to his house, and even before I could say anything, he started to apologize. At first it seemed okay, but then he said something like, "Oh, I was being really stupid worrying about you in another relationship. You won't have smash anyway, and besides, she's a girl, so it doesn't count." All my whats. I asked what he meant by that, and he said that he didn't have a problem with girls having smash, but that it showed they didn't respect themselves, and you couldn't really take seriously a relationship with someone who did this. But that I didn't have to worry because I was pure and a real woman and whatnot. I was furious. Did he actually think this was right or that it would make me happy? But instead I asked, "But what about Sarah?" He answered, "Oh, she's not seeing anyone else right now." I said something like, "What if she was? You're in a poly relationship. She might fall in love with another man and they might have smash." At this point I was completely sure I'd be breaking up, but what he said after made me lose a portion of my faith in humanity. He said, "I like Sarah, but everyone knows she's not a girl to get married with. I mean, not even her parents wanted her. She's adopted." What the heck? I was speechless. I don't know if he thought my silence meant I agreed with him, but he kept talking. "You know, she even got adopted by another couple, and they sent her back. This all just shows there's something wrong with her. I like having fun with her, but I'd never even think about spending the rest of my life with someone like that." At this point I said I was done. I told him he was the most disgusting person I'd ever seen and that he was the lowest human I ever talked to. He then tried to stop me from leaving, but I made it clear that if he didn't let me leave, I'd mess him up so much his grandsons would feel it. He let me leave. I cried the entire walk to my friend's place, which freaked her out since I almost never cry. We opened a bottle of vodka and ate the curry she made. I love this girl. And I cried a lot. Well, guess who calls? I'd forgotten to text Sarah, and she got worried. So I was crying my heart out, half a bottle of vodka in, and talking to her. I said it all. I don't really remember what she said, but I knew things were bad. I woke up, went home, showered, and ate. I slept a lifetime. I wake up to my phone ringing. Sarah is calling. Apparently she was furious and left her hometown on Wednesday. She was supposed to stay until Easter, and went to John's house. It was, apparently, a mess. At first he tried to deny it but got caught on his own lies, then he tried to justify. Like, what the heck? Finally she broke up and left. Turns out she went home and realized she forgot her key at her parents' home, and her roommate was traveling. She called me, and I invited her to spend the night. We opened a bottle of wine and ordered some pizza. So there it is. Sarah is okay, as fine as someone can be. She went back to her hometown. John is messed up because Sarah's family is very influential in the area he intended to work, and I'm fine, I guess. Pretty much shocked, and I'm not sure if it has sunk in, so yeah, I've been better, I've been worse. Thanks for the advice, guys. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not even her parents wanted her. I noped the heck out for a moment right there before I realized I needed to know what Sarah did. Good on both of you. That was a roller coaster. Lots of love to you in this hard time. Hopefully you weren't completely blindsided. Most people look back and see signs of this kind of thing coming that help them form better relationships with more trustworthy people in the future. You're both all the better for this. Ops response, thank you. I went knowing we'd probably break up, but never, in my wildest assumptions, did I imagine he'd say something like this. I want to talk to Sarah and see what their relationship was like. Maybe it was because I was pure and his parents liked me, but I was 100% blindsided. I figured he had issues with gender equality, and we might break up because of this, but I've never thought he was thinking things like this. But that's okay. Better now than never. Commenter 2, holy heck. That guy is garbage. I'm glad he got dumped by 2 women in a very short period of time. He deserves it. Ops response, right? Unfortunately a pro-level revenge of me, Sarah, and Mary dating won't happen, but we agreed we have an indestructible bond for dumping the same guy for the same reason in 2 days. Also, I made reservations to his favorite restaurant for his birthday in 2 weeks, so now me and Sarah are going to have an awesome dinner with loads of pictures included.
I put equal money aside for college and cars for both my son and stepdaughter, but my son also gets support from his bio mom. So when my stepdaughter took his keys without permission and drove off, my wife thinks he should apologize for retrieving his own vehicle. Posted by you/fituse9417. I have a son, Max, 18M, with my ex and a stepdaughter, Kelly, 21F. My wife, Jamie, and I share a daughter, 7F. Since we got married 8 years ago, I have put equal amounts of money for college and towards things like a car for Max and Kelly. The amount I saved was enough for Kelly to live at home and go to a local state school. The amount I put away for a car was just enough to buy a very old used car that would run, but not much more. While I have put equal money away for them both over the last 8 years, Max also has access to money from my ex and my ex's parents. So, he got a brand new full-sized SUV when he turned 16. His mom paid for it and it is in her name. She also pays the insurance. In the fall, he will be going to college out in California. We live in the Midwest. He has also been across the world with his mom. Kelly wants to travel, but does not have the money to do so. Because of these things, there has been some jealousy from my stepdaughter towards my son. Additionally, Kelly has a set of 6 friends who she has been close to the whole 10 years I have known her. Early last week, I was out of town for work. Jamie, with our youngest, was visiting her sister. Kelly and Max were the only people at home. The youngest of Kelly's close friend group, who also recently got engaged, Annie, turned 21 last week. A lot of them were only in town through last week because they are starting internships this week. The group wanted to get together and celebrate Annie's birthday and engagement. Kelly asked to use Max's car so they could be in one vehicle for the night. Kelly said she would not be drinking and would be the designated driver. Max told her no. Max usually goes to bed around 9:30ish. He went to bed, and Kelly took his keys and took the car. Around midnight, he woke up to use the bathroom and saw the car was gone. He got on the app and saw the location of the car. He got his spare keys, took an Uber to the location, got in the car and drove it home. A couple of hours later, Kelly called Max frantic. She told him the car might have been stolen. One of the other girls was on the phone with the police. Max told her, "No, the car is at home." He came and got it. She then said, "How is she supposed to get home?" He told her that was for her to figure out and hung up. Kelly does not use rideshare because of a creepy experience a couple of years ago that has left her a bit traumatized. Kelly called Jamie and told her about the situation. Jamie called Max and demanded he pick up Kelly. He refused. Jamie called me and told me about the situation and told me to make Max pick her up. I told her Max is in the right and I am not going to make him pick her up. Kelly got home, but it took an hour of calling around so everyone could be picked up. When my wife and I got back home a few days later, we had a family discussion about it. Jamie asked that both Kelly and Max apologize to each other. Max refused because he did nothing wrong. Kelly got upset and said Max gets everything while she gets nothing. I told Kelly that if she feels what her mother and I have worked and sacrificed to give her is nothing, she is free to not take our money to pay tuition in the fall and she can move out at any time. Jamie is angry at me and thinks I need to make Max apologize and I need to apologize to Kelly for what I said. I refuse. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, info, do you know what story Kelly spun to Jamie about the car? Get to the bottom of that, first. OP, I know what she told her. All the facts are agreed to by Max and Kelly. This is not a situation where Max is saying one thing and Kelly is saying another. OP responds to a downvoted comment on having Max's car at his ex's house since the car is under the ex-wife's name and deal with the consequences. OP, why would I tell my son that he cannot have his car at the house? If Kelly can have her car at the house, so can Max. This incident is not a consequence of them having different cars. It is a consequence of Kelly acting way out of line. This would be like me banning Kelly from having alcohol in the house because Max cannot have it. I gave them each the exact same amount of money for a car. OP responds to another downvoted commenter on why Max was having a better car. OP, as someone who grew up on food stamps, I consider it incredibly strange to think walking away from a good 4-year without debt is nothing. That is insane. I am the first person with a high school diploma in my bloodline. Regarding Max, in order to get his car, he had to meet a bevy of conditions regarding grades, volunteering, working, extracurriculars, chores, etc. In order to keep it, he had to meet additional conditions. Regarding him going to college, his mom gave him a list of 30 colleges for which she would pay for. He got into multiple of such schools and is going to one of them in California. Everything Max has gotten from his mom has come with a number of conditions. Everything Max and Kelly have received from my wife and I has not. He has had to do a lot to get the things he has. Where is Kelly's father in all of this? What about Kelly's extended family members who can help with Kelly's funds? OP, her dad is in and out of rehab or jail and has been the whole time I have been around. He grew up in foster care. My wife's parents are retired teachers and live on a tight budget. So, in terms of financial contribution, they do not have much to give. My wife is a stay-at-home mom. So, really, if I did not put money aside for Kelly, she would not have many options to pay for school other than student loans. And she would be limited in loans she could get because my income is fairly high and would have been included on the FAFSA application. Commenter 2, NTA. I think Max's mother should be involved. She pays the insurance and probably has her and Max's name on it. You said there has been some jealousy, so which probably means that Kelly treats Max bad. Max does not need to apologize because he did nothing wrong. Get Max a lockbox so his keys won't be stolen again. OP, I didn't put it in the post, but I told her that if she ever does something like this again, it will be a call to the police and she will be kicked out of the house, no questions asked. I did not put it in the post because those are conditions that Jamie agrees with me on, so it is not part of the conflict. Commenter 3, it's interesting she agrees with that but doesn't think her entitled 21-year-old adult should apologize for stealing someone's vehicle. Not only should she make her apologize, she should make her thank your son for not reporting his vehicle stolen. She should also be thanking you for paying for her daughter and providing for her when she thinks so lowly of your son and you allow it. OP, she does think Kelly should apologize. And Kelly has apologized. The conflict is over whether Max should apologize to Kelly. Everyone agrees Kelly should apologize to Max, including Kelly. OP clarifies on how Max and Kelly receive treatments and things from their families. OP, how has he been treated differently by me? I cannot nor should I dictate what his mom can or cannot do for him. And they both have been spoiled. Kelly has received things from my wife's family to the exclusion of Max. There was a while early in our marriage where Kelly's dad had some money and bought her a number of very nice things, diamond earrings, a $1,000 purse, etc. I did not interfere with that. On the rare occasion he has paid child support, that money has gone directly to Kelly. Heck, the reason I have been able to save as much as I have for Kelly is because Max's mom gifted me the house in the divorce. So Kelly has tangentially benefited from her generosity. Plus, all of the things Max gets from my ex come with a number of conditions. He does not get them automatically. On the living situation with Jamie and Kelly, we did not move into Kelly's space. Kelly moved into ours. Max had a bedroom and a separate room for all his games and toys. He had to give up his game or toy room and that became Kelly's room. I spoke to Max and Jamie spoke to Kelly long before we got married and made sure they were okay with everything. Update, 2.5 weeks later. A couple of days ago, Kelly asked Max to use his car to pick up a TV she had bought. Before the incident in the original post, on a few occasions, Max had used his car to help Kelly transport something. Max refused Kelly's request and told her he will not be helping with things like that in the future. Kelly talked to Jamie. Jamie just matter-of-factly told Kelly that this was a consequence of her actions that she needed to learn to deal with. That went over about as well as a lead balloon. Kelly got angry at Jamie and said she is moving out and she does not need our money. Jamie said she was being incredibly ungrateful and selfish. But told her she was free to leave. So Kelly is planning on being gone by July 1st. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I still can't get over the fact that this brat stole your son's car, then when he took it back her and her mother somehow thought he was the bad guy. You were NTA in the first post and you're NTA now. I am curious though, what brought on the change from your wife? OP, I think people got the wrong impression. Jamie always thought Kelly was wrong. She backed me up when I told Kelly if she ever does something like that again, police will be called and she will be kicked out of the house. She thinks Max still should have picked Kelly up. It is not because she thinks what Kelly and Max did are equivalent, but she felt they both did something wrong, even if Max's actions were only slightly wrong in her mind. She thinks Kelly's actions are egregious, but Max still should have picked her up and was in the wrong for not doing so. Commenter 2, ask your wife why she didn't call a taxi to take all the young women home? A taxi isn't a rideshare. A taxi driver is a licensed professional working for a local business. That's why they're more expensive. Why didn't your wife insist that her daughter contact parents of the other 6 girls to come and get them? Neither one of you has a single adult friend who would have picked them up as a favor? Your wife's critical thinking skills are lacking. I hope just here and that this is not a pattern with her. Because she comes across as brainless in your post. Though that would explain where her daughter gets it from. Her inability to think of some very obvious solutions are not your son's problem. OP, our local taxi service isn't 24-hour and this was about 2:30 a.m. on a weekday. Plus, Kelly is uncomfortable about using any service where someone, usually a man, would be driving her around. One of the other girls' parents did come get some of them and some of them got rides from a friend. Why didn't OP or Jamie get up and get Kelly home? OP, neither Jamie nor I were home.
My company's HR manager is a compulsive liar who retaliates against anyone who challenges her and talks to staff like children, but when we finally confronted our boss as a group he screamed and cursed at us, then actually fixed everything. Posted anonymously on Ask a Manager. I'm in upper management at a growing company. Until 2 years ago, each executive had the HR responsibilities for their own department. But we became large enough to merit a full-time HR manager. We found someone with decades of experience, but she had moved jobs every 2 years. At first, we were all thrilled with her. But it quickly became clear why she never lasted very long. She is a compulsive liar and retaliates viciously against anyone who challenges her. She talks to the staff like they are children and can be incredibly insulting. While the entire management staff is frustrated by these problems, our CEO doesn't see it, or refuses to acknowledge it. Let me give you some examples. She saw 2 employees leaving for lunch and called after them, "Don't make it a liquid lunch." One of those employees was a recovering alcoholic and, assuming she knew that from the FMLA paperwork in his file, was deeply humiliated by the suggestion. When the employee's manager went to speak to her about it, she first claimed it never happened, there were multiple witnesses, then said she didn't remember but would apologize. Instead, She refused to speak to the employee for over a month and repeatedly made snide comments about him to others. She has refused to speak to several other employees for affronts such as asking her not to speak baby talk to them, requesting an explanation of why they didn't qualify for an internal posting, and having the nerve to question why it has taken 6 months to fill a vacant position. She posted a job that wasn't vacant when the employee who held the job expressed disappointment at not qualifying for a promotion. She then lied and said it wasn't for that job when the employee asked, but told the management that a friend had secretly called her to let her know that this employee had applied at their company and was plotting to leave without notice. No one believes either story. In staff meetings, she is fond of telling people that we need to act like adults. Our staff skews to the over 40 demographic, but then talking to us like we are children, explaining and repeating her instructions over and again. She has even placed these horribly condescending signs in the bathroom to tell us how to clean up after ourselves, which end with the statement that if we don't, sometime a coworker will catch your disgusting behavior, and HR won't be responsible for the consequences. Does that sound like a threat to turn a blind eye to violence? That's how we read it. The worst part is, there has never been a problem with our bathroom. Most troubling of all, she lies. When she wasn't bothering to review resumes for a posted position for several months, she told us when questioned that the senior manager believed the position could be phased out. The senior manager was livid when asked, because he never said that. She frequently attributes her actions to made-up discussions with me, and I get angry staff members in my office questioning why I would say things that I've never said. But when I try to confront her, she just lies to me too. Our CEO turns a blind eye, only acting on those things we can prove in writing. For example, when she says she wasn't informed about something but she was. I don't really understand why, but we have tried approaching him about it to no avail. He will address the procedural issues by creating policies, but never addresses her inappropriate behavior or dishonesty. He wants us to just focus on creating resolutions with her, but ignore the behavior. He doesn't acknowledge how seriously this is affecting morale throughout the company. We figure there isn't much we can do about her except give her enough rope to hang herself. But in the meantime, how do we professionally handle the complaints from our staff members? How do we encourage them and keep up morale? How do we make them feel they aren't at risk from her horrid behavior? Update 1, 3 months later. The management did exactly what you suggested. Our senior execs banded together and let the boss know the problems were intolerable. Most of it, he shrugged off. The one problem the boss keyed in on was that it had taken so many months to fill a vacant position. That he said he would look into. Apparently, he came back and told the department head over the position that he had spoken to HR, looked at the resumes, and this part-time clerical position was just that hard to fill. In other words, the HR lady completely snowed him. Still, his having looked into it had some positive effects, because lo and behold, suddenly the position was filled the next week. And several other positions that came open were filled rapidly, too. As for the other issues, for a while she improved. She kept to herself, didn't insult or offend anyone. But she's quickly sinking back into her old habits. For example, last week, she stood in the doorway of a manager's office where he was having a work discussion with several employees and yelled, "What are you clowns doing in here?" as though they were in trouble. She thinks this is funny. The manager wasn't amused, especially at being disrespected within the hearing of his entire staff. She also may have just gotten sneakier about pursuing her vendettas. And at least one member of the group that confronted the boss about the HR manager believes she is being targeted by HR. The big boss's attitude towards this exec suddenly turned sour after a long time of working well together, and she says she has reason to believe the HR lady may be suggesting negative ideas about her. So rather than pursuing her retaliation openly, maybe she's just running whisper campaigns. I don't know for certain. What I do know is that morale is at the lowest I've seen it, and several of us are keeping our eyes out for opportunities elsewhere. Update 2, 3 years later. I wanted to give you one final update on this letter from 2016. A few months after my last update, the management staff decided to make one more last-ditch effort before we all started searching hard for new jobs. We asked the most senior person to arrange a face-to-face meeting with the boss for the entire management team, except HR. Before, it was only senior management that met with him, and he fluffed them off. We felt a bigger show of concern might make an impression. And boy, did it. But not really the kind we wanted, unfortunately. The boss felt ambushed by having junior members of management there, even though he was told it was the whole management team that wanted to meet with him. He was defensive and on edge from the beginning, but after a while, he lost his temper completely. He yelled and cursed at a manager, and the senior manager who arranged the meeting blew up too. It turned into a shouting match between the two of them. This was the person who believed HR was targeting them, and apparently the relationship between this person and the boss had gotten very tense, which we didn't know when we asked them to call the meeting. Everyone else was deeply uncomfortable. But once the shouting stopped, we emphasized the problems we were having again, and explained that we wouldn't have taken such drastic measures as ambushing him if the problems were manageable without his help. He begrudgingly promised to intervene and laid down serious guidelines for HR. Personally, I didn't hold out much hope, considering how it all went down. But your advice worked. I don't know much about what action he took. As I understand it, he basically told HR to stay in their lane, and in their office. They weren't even to walk around the other departments unless they had a reason to be there. I gather he also told her that HR couldn't do their job if the other members of management didn't trust them, and it was on her to fix that. But whatever he said, it made a huge difference. The HR manager is a totally new person. She stays in her lane, doesn't say rude things, and has only caused one kooky problem that I know of since that time. Since I know commenters will be curious, here's the gist. We're allowed to decorate our own workspaces as we see fit, if the decorations aren't offensive in any way. For Black History Month, several African American staff members brought in inspirational posters for their doors of historical African Americans, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, etc. White employee complained about not feeling included, so HR came and took the posters down without consulting the people who owned them or their supervisors. The other managers quickly took action, got people their property back, clarified to everyone that decorations aren't company-sponsored but individual, and encouraged anyone who wanted to do so to bring their own decorations, if they wanted to include themselves. The atmosphere throughout the company has improved so much that no one ended up leaving, except the boss, who finally retired earlier this year. The new boss is making all the members of management feel heard, and the relationships of all the managers with HR have become functional and professional. What I learned from this is that these confrontations may be scary, but sometimes they're necessary, and there is strength in numbers. We went into it saying he can't fire us all. We came out of it all getting the jobs we loved back, free of what was making us miserable. Thanks, Allison, for the great advice. My friend told me he's a better match than my boyfriend because he met me first and he's more successful, so I explained I've been distancing myself because of how he treated his exes, and now he crashed a party to physically grab me in front of my boyfriend. Posted by you/besties_. So I, 21F, and my friend of 10 years, Mark, not real name, 23M, called me yesterday to meet him for lunch and that he had something important to discuss with me. I had free time, so I agreed. I met him already there and joined him. We had lunch. Then we talked a bit about random things. Then he cleared his throat and started speaking. He first told me that he didn't understand why I was dating my now boyfriend when he's a better match for me. I asked him to explain. And he basically went on about how he liked me first and he met me first, he's more good-looking, knows me better, he's taller than my boyfriend and more successful. Which is not true in a way. My boyfriend works aside from growing up in wealth while Mark's entire life is funded by his parents' money. He told me he doesn't understand how I can be with him when he's always been around waiting for me. I was out of words and asked him if he wanted me to be honest. To which he said yes. I told him that I would never want to date him given how I've seen the way he treated his past girlfriends. He ghosts them when he feels like it and just expects them to be there waiting. I told him he's too immature and irresponsible for me and that dating him would be exhausting. I also explained that the reasons I mentioned was why over time I started putting a distance to our friendship, because I didn't like the way he treated the women in his life. When I was done he was just quiet. He just excused himself and left. I went home and went about my day. Later in the evening our other friends started asking what I did to Mark and that he's been a wreck since he met me for lunch. He's drinking and not telling anyone what happened. I explained to them what happened, and they are saying I was harsh. And that I broke him, blah blah blah. But I think someone had to tell him the truth. So Reddit fam, am I the jerk? Edit 1, I know everyone says this but whoa. I didn't think this post would blow up so much. I'm trying to get through the comments and answer some questions that are there. Was sort of occupied the whole day, so I just opened Reddit. Thank you all for the comments, honestly. Edit 2, I'm so overwhelmed by the comments in a good way. Most are really funny. I've been laughing so much I woke my sister's baby. I've sent my post to my friend, not associated with Mark, and our group chat is blowing up with more laughter. But in all seriousness, I'm thankful for the great comments and people giving advice on my safety. I'll definitely be more aware of my surroundings going forward. I don't know Mark as a violent person, but then again this incident has proved that I may not know him like I think I do. Mark is currently blocked from everything. Our mutual friends who were supporting him and calling me out are also blocked. And this is also a learning lesson to me to distance myself a lot more quickly next time I see red flags in future friendships. Thank you again, Reddit fam. If anything happens I'll update you all. And I'll still be reading the comments and answering what I can. Edit 3, I have an update. But I'm not sure if I should put it below here since this post has gotten quite long, so I'll just make a new post for those who are still interested in this post. Relevant comments. Op was NTA commenter 1. NTA, even if you had kinda liked him, I feel like declaring his feelings by being rude about your current partner is such a turnoff. He doesn't say anything meaningful or romantic about you, just that he thinks he's better than your actual boyfriend, so you should date him instead. So entitled. Commenter 2, and all his bragging about himself is superficial, shallow stuff. Op is right, he's too immature and self-centered. It sounds like he's never had to earn anything for himself. How did he think this would go? She would say, "Gee, you're right. How could I be so foolish?" Then he could tell her she still had to earn his love. Pleck. Just gross. OP, he's the typical rich boy who thinks we should all bow down to him, but if we are to remove his parents' money, then he's got nothing to his name. Commenter 3, why doesn't she like me? I'm the most perfect guy. I'm a really nice person. You're a bad person. Cue a narcissistic existential crisis that has nothing to do with you but you will be blamed for. OP, very narcissistic. He makes everything about him and always wants to one-up his friends. I'm definitely dropping him and the people supporting him. Commenter 4, I find it disgusting that she thought she had a friend, while he was just waiting. Laying in wait, more like. Commenter 5, it's the waiting part that's a huge red flag. If I even thought I developed feelings for a friend, I would let them know to get ahead of it and see how they felt. But waiting 10 years and pulling the "I knew you first"? That makes you sound like a possession, not a person he wants to grow with. Not to mention the fact you have a boyfriend and he waits until then to tell you? Seriously, I think people think Hallmark Christmas rom-coms are documentaries. Commenter 6, yep. He put her in the friend zone with benefit zone, then gaslighted her into thinking he was a friend. Commenter 7, yes, this is a huge detail right here. Op's gonna realize that he was never her friend and that he was just being nice because he wanted to be with her. Once you realize that as a woman, your whole perspective changes as you question all the male friends you've ever had. Op's amazing for how she straight up told her friend. OP, I've honestly been thinking about our entire friendship. We went to the same primary school. That's how we have mutual friends and all. All this time I thought I had a great friend until I started noticing his relationships, and this just solidified my decision to leave our friend group. Update, 4 days later. Hello, Reddit family. I don't know if anyone will find this, but I did get a lot of comments and a lot of great suggestions and help on my first post, so I feel like I owe you an update. So a couple things have happened since then. After some people mentioned things about my safety, I took it to heart and told my sister and her husband, I live with them for now, the issue. Of course, it was also just in case my ex-friends were to stop by the house, since they would do that sometimes. Since there's a baby at our house, my sister's baby, they thought having cameras was not a bad idea for everyone's safety. And I told my boyfriend as well, since some of you were worried about his safety too. He's a fit guy and has security at his house, so he'll be all right. On Friday, I went to a birthday party with my boyfriend for one of his friends, and everything was going well until I saw one of Mark's sidekicks. Let's call him Ben. I pass him without saying anything, and he just looks at me. I notify my boyfriend that he's there, and we decide to not let him bother us. An hour later I saw him, Mark, talking to the birthday girl. Not surprised they know each other, honestly. Most of us went to the same primary school and stayed connected through the years. Then he made his way over to us smiling like nothing happened. He went straight to my boyfriend and extended his hand. I'm Mark, you remember me, right? And you must be the boyfriend, he says. My boyfriend shook his hand, being polite, of course. He then told him in his most annoying voice, can I borrow her for a sec? I just want to talk. I immediately shut him down and told him to leave us alone. He didn't. He persisted for a full minute, and when my boyfriend tells him to leave, he just goes on and tried to take my hand by force. My boyfriend, being already annoyed by the whole issue, slaps the arrogance out of him. He tries to fight back, but my boyfriend punches him in his face. The security people were called and took him out shouting, and we left after explaining the whole thing to the birthday girl. My boyfriend dropped me off at home and he left immediately. The next day, that is Saturday, a video was sent to me, a video of Mark being taken away by the security and people laughing. I guess somebody was filming. The person who sent it is one of Mark's ex-girlfriends. Her message was, served him right. So yeah, that's where we are now. It has been quiet since yesterday, but knowing Mark, he'll definitely pull something on my boyfriend. My boyfriend is not one to resort to violence, but Mark had it coming, honestly. If it wasn't him, someone would have done it. I tried to make it short, but it's still very long. I'm sorry for that. I'll try to answer as many questions as I can. And to those I couldn't respond to on my previous post, I truly appreciate your comments. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. Bro, you set boundaries and he refused to respect them. Your boyfriend protecting you equals normal. OP, thank you. He'll definitely appreciate this. He's still sad about me witnessing that side of him, but I've assured him that I'm not bothered. Mark crossed so many lines. Commenter 2, security came, and if they thought your boyfriend was a problem at all, they'd have hauled him off right alongside Mark. They knew who the jerk was even though they are complete strangers to you. Your boyfriend shouldn't be sad that you had to witness that side of him any more than he should be sad for you to see him take a poop. He just did what he had to do in an unfortunate situation. OP, I'll show this comment to him. And you're right on the security part. Mark wasn't even invited. The birthday girl was just being polite when he showed up after Ben told him I was there. Ben needs to grow a spine and stop being a puppet. Commenter 3, following for more updates. This guy is crazy. He must have thought you didn't tell your boyfriend when he thought he could borrow you. And it just shows that he has zero respect for women by thinking he could grab you and make you go with him. He needs to look at himself and take your previous words to heart and maybe get some therapy. OP, honestly, I wish he could get some therapy too. Mark is doing too much. I wouldn't be surprised if more people start distancing themselves from him. In a place where everyone knows almost everyone, people want to avoid being dragged into drama.
My wife wanted girls' nights with her mom who hates me and her sister who just cheated on her husband. Then our son had a seizure and fell down the stairs, but apparently protecting him wasn't the priority because someone in our family called CPS on me specifically. Posted by you/Throrano. Respect, wife. I posted on here a bit ago about a situation when I sort of forced my way into a zoo trip my wife had planned with the kids, my parents, and my in-laws. See my previous post. A lot of people thought I was the jerk for doing that, even though that wasn't the point of the post. But now, I found myself in a similar situation and tried doing the opposite, and it doesn't seem to be working out any better. So, my wife has already told me that I am the jerk in this situation, even if she didn't use those exact words. And I know nothing Reddit has to say about it would change her mind, especially since I won't tell her that I'm even posting about it. But I'm starting to question my own judgment a bit here, so maybe you all can set me straight. My wife and I are in the middle of a really rough patch in our marriage. We separated for 6 months, and even when we ended the separation, the issues that caused it weren't fixed. Long story short, I lost my job when she was pregnant. She asked me to move out. When I moved back in, I was sleeping in the basement for quite a while. She's refused any sort of physical contact, and we've just started marriage counseling. Second session was last night. And in marriage counseling, I've come to learn that her family more or less hates me. Or, at the very least, doesn't trust me. Like not at all. During our marriage counseling session last night, our therapist said that it was important for us to start spending more time together, both as a family, 2 kids, and as a couple. My wife was resistant to the idea of date nights, so the counselor reframed it as exposure therapy. Basically, she said that neither of us will ever get past the barriers that have built up in our relationship if we continue to essentially live separate lives. My wife seemed to understand that and was fairly receptive to the idea, at least while we were in the counselor's office. Which brings us to this weekend. In America, it's a holiday weekend, and our family has a long-standing tradition of spending the 3-day weekend at my in-laws' camp on a lake. My sister-in-law and her family come, and most of my wife's extended family pops in at least for an afternoon or evening or two, even if they don't spend the night. Some of her and my sister-in-law's friends from high school usually drop by for a catch-up, too, and I know my wife has been trying to reconnect with friends in an effort to find an identity outside of just being a mom and a wife. But, given our current marital strife, the knowledge that my mother-in-law has actively and repeatedly tried to convince my wife that we should not be together, which I've known about for barely a week, my new and growing worry that my mistakes are now a black cloud hanging over my relationships with all of my wife's family and friends, and that due to space constraints we'd not only have to share a room but also a bed, it seemed to me like heading to camp should be a no-go. My wife didn't agree. In fact, 15 minutes after we got home from our marriage counseling session last night, she started packing up for the weekend. But she was only packing for her and the kids. She didn't come right out and say it, but it was pretty obvious, even to usually oblivious me, that the plan was for my family to go to the lake without me even though we'd just been told a little more than an hour before that we needed to spend time together. I tried pointing that out in as calm and as non-confrontational a way as I could, using the I feel statements that our therapist suggested. I said to my wife, I feel like this weekend is a really good opportunity for us to spend time together as a family, and I really feel like if 3/4 of us go to camp, that isn't just living separate lives but making a point of living separate lives. At first, she thought I was trying to be included in the trip and go with her and the kids, much like I forced my way into the zoo trip. I quickly explained that no, that was 100% not what I wanted, without even mentioning that being around my mother-in-law for an entire weekend would have required my entire bottle of Xanax, and what I was hoping for was that she and the kids could stay home with me. There's a whole bunch of picnic and barbecue and block party events going on in and around our neighborhood, and I thought we could go to some of those and spend time as a family. In my head, starting off by doing something as a whole family instead of just as a couple would build in a buffer for her, would give me a chance to show that I can be a real partner in parenting, and would let her see me in what I know is my best light, as a dad. That was what I thought in my head. But, apparently, my head and my wife's head were not on the same page as she said no to that idea by saying, I want to spend the weekend with my family. One thing our therapist stressed repeatedly was that to have any chance at productive conversations, we both need to avoid any kind of escalation in our communication, which was probably because things escalated more than once during our latest session. So, I took a deep breath and did not point out that spending the weekend with me and the kids would be spending it with her family. And despite what many Redditors have said I should do, I didn't lay out any ultimatums or ask her to cut back on contact with her family or suggest that she was planning some kind of lakeside hookup with some guy my mother-in-law might better approve of. But this is when I might have been the jerk, or definitely was, according to my wife. I tried sticking to the I feel idea and told her that I felt like if she took the kids and went to camp without me, especially if she went less than a day after our counselor said we needed more time together, that she was making a choice and that choice was clearly not us. So, in her mind, for all intents and purposes, I gave her an ultimatum. Do you think she took that well and we were able to have a calm and productive and healthy conversation about it and maybe even come to some sort of compromise? Do you think I'd be posting this at almost midnight on the Friday of a holiday weekend because my blood pressure is through the roof and I can't sleep if she did? She told me, in no uncertain terms, that I was a jerk for laying it all on her, reminded me that it was my choices that got us here in the first place, stopped packing, and after making sure both kids were asleep, she went into our bedroom, which has been only her bedroom for the last year, shut the door and locked it. And now I have no idea if I'm going to wake up to my wife and kids waiting to hang out with me and spend the next 3 days together or if they'll be on the road to camp before the sun is even up. I do know that she thinks I am absolutely the jerk. And I kinda think she might be right. Am I the jerk for telling my wife she was choosing her family over her family with me and the kids? Update 1 week later. I got a comment yesterday wondering if my silence was a positive or negative sign. It was a sign of a crazy week at work. So I thought I should take the chance to post an update today since I have a bit of time. You can see the specific incident I'm updating in my previous post, and there's a bunch of posts on my history from the sub I originally started posting on, if you want more background, context, or reasons to question whether I have a spine. I mentioned in a comment reply to my last post that my wife actually woke me up early the morning after I had basically given her an ultimatum to choose between our family and her family. She wanted to talk before she and the kids left for my in-laws camp. To be honest, I was expecting it to be the I'm not coming back or we should get lawyers talk, but it wasn't. To my surprise, my wife, I called her Carrie on the other sub so I will do so here too, actually apologized. She said the comment about wanting to spend the weekend with her family had been out of line and intended to hurt me. She was angry, annoyed at me because she knew I was kinda right about what I was saying, and she lashed out. It's not the first time that's happened, so her explanation didn't shock me that much. But she also said that she understood where I was coming from. If we want to fix things, and we've both said we do, then lashing out like that needs to stop and we do need to spend time together as a family. And she completely got why choosing to spend the entire weekend with her family, whose dislike for me had just become public knowledge, instead of being with me might have been upsetting for me. For a moment, I thought she was going to invite me to camp with her, and I'm not gonna lie, I was panicking. I was worried that right after I'd more or less demanded she spend time with me, I was going to have to refuse an invitation to do exactly that. But there was no chance I was going to willingly spend 3 days with my mother-in-law or sister-in-law, particularly not after our last counseling session. Carrie didn't invite me. Instead, she offered a compromise. She and the kids would go to camp Saturday and stay until midday Sunday, then come home and spend the rest of the weekend with me. There were some family members of hers who live out in California who would be there on Saturday, and she doesn't get to see them very often, so. That actually felt really fair to me and like Carrie was putting in an honest effort to try and meet me halfway, so I agreed. They left for camp that morning and came back on Sunday, as planned, and we had a really nice day and a half together. There was a block party kind of thing on Monday, and we took the kids to that. And I made sure to handle baby duty with our daughter as much as possible to give Carrie a break. She seemed pretty appreciative of that and got to spend some time with a few of our neighbors that she struck up friendships with and introduced me to some of them who I hadn't met yet. It was nice. It felt normal, I guess. But as the day wore on and it got to be time to head back home, I started getting anxious. The kids were wiped and would clearly be heading straight to bed, which would leave me and Carrie alone for more than the hour or so we'd had on Sunday night. If we followed the counselor's advice, we should spend that time together. I was under no illusion that spending time was going to result in any sort of intimate relations or anything like that, but there would have to be talking, and I was concerned about what topic of conversation wouldn't lead us to some sort of trouble. And it felt like maybe I was right when the first thing Carrie said was that she wanted to talk about the possibility of her having those girls' nights with her mom and sister. We'd essentially punted on that topic during our last counseling session. Other things had come up that had escalated tensions, and the therapist said we probably weren't in the best place to make a good decision about any of it at that moment. But since she'd spent a day and a half with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised it came back up. I was surprised that she offered another compromise. She didn't have to cut her work hours down to part-time. She'd just have to adjust hours on other days so she could leave early on the girls' nights days and come in late the following day. Apparently, she'd already cleared that with work and could start doing it whenever she wanted, even as soon as this week. She hadn't been at work since our last session, so it was obvious that she'd gotten all this clearance before we had even talked about it with the therapist. On the one hand, I could see how it was a compromise and seemed pretty fair, which was good. On the other hand, I felt sort of misled. Not sure that's the right word. Like she had made the compromise about the weekend to soften me up for the possibility of agreeing to girls' nights. I'll say that might be me being paranoid or overly suspicious, and that's probably a direct result of how many she's planning to cheat or already is comments I've gotten here. But just because you're paranoid, that doesn't mean they're not out to get you, right? I did my best to ignore the paranoia but also get to what was starting to worry me. I asked her flat out why having a weekly girls' night with her mom and sister, something she'd never done before, was so important to her now, especially since both my mother-in-law and sister-in-law are very actively against our marriage. I said I didn't want to cut her off from them or prevent her from having some fun and an escape, but the idea of her spending an entire night out drinking and in situations where there's a pretty high likelihood of venting or complaining about relationships with two people who might be inclined to encourage her worst instincts when it came to our relationship made me really anxious. I didn't suggest that she might be using it as an opportunity to cheat. I didn't even let on that the thought that she might find someone else had crossed my mind, or the minds of a lot of anonymous Redditors. I stayed as far away from any of that as possible and tried to keep the conversation focused on my worries about her spending that much time with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Carrie said she understood. She said that was a reasonable concern, especially given all that she'd shared in our sessions about her mom's feelings toward me. And she said that, normally, she'd probably give in and stay home and spend that time with me and the kids. But, she said, my sister needs me right now. Her husband left her. Apparently, my brother-in-law left my sister-in-law the day after the family's annual 4th of July party. My in-laws have way too many holiday get-togethers. And my sister-in-law is not taking it well. And when my sister-in-law doesn't take something well, my mother-in-law takes it worse. And since my brother-in-law was the golden boy, the perfect son-in-law, the one I was always unfavorably compared to, there's a lot of upset and anger and sadness. And Carrie feels like she needs to spend time with her family to support her sister. She wants to help my sister-in-law navigate suddenly being a single parent and help her figure out if she can find a way to reconcile with my brother-in-law, and basically act like my sister-in-law's conscience and keep her from making any bad choices while there's still the possibility of saving her marriage. Bad choices like hooking up with some random dude at a bar during one of their girls' nights. Which, as I found out last night in counseling, is exactly the reason my brother-in-law left her. She cheated on him. So, my wife is asking me to be okay with her spending nights out with her mother, who hates me, and her sister, who's a cheater and hates me, and not feel any kind of way about all that. And even if I do, it doesn't really matter as my sister-in-law needs her and Carrie's already made it all good with work. And in doing that she was compromising on what she really wanted and had asked for, and that's a good thing and a sign of progress for our own reconciliation. And both Carrie and our therapist think if I can just see it in those terms, I'll realize that there's nothing to be worried or upset about. Which is how I got here. Writing an update to Reddit while my daughter is napping in her crib next to me and my wife is on her way to her mother's house for girls' night, which got moved to Friday night, thanks to the holiday, so she doesn't even have to worry about work tomorrow. And I am just fine with that. Really. I'm totally, 100% fine with it. I even told Carrie that on her way out the door. Go ahead, Reddit. Tell me I'm an idiot. An idiot trying to cling to any small steps in the right direction for his family, but still an idiot. I may update later on the other sub about the last 2 marriage counseling sessions because they were both a lot, but this post was already a freaking novel. And I'm still processing everything I've heard from Carrie and the therapist. I'm slow when it comes to stuff like that. Let me know if anyone cares to hear about it, after you get done yelling at me in the comments. Update 2, 6 days later. Previous posts in my history. Can't get linking to work on mobile. Not the update I had planned for. I thought I was going to post about the revelations in marriage counseling and more about my own therapy session. And instead, I'm writing this while sitting in an uncomfortable pleather chair in the family lounge of our local children's hospital, where I've been for about the last 24 hours. Long story short, my son fell down the stairs in our house. At minimum, he broke his arm. I say at minimum because they've been evaluating him for head trauma, and there are questions as to what caused the fall. We have very specific rules for the stairs with him. No socks or footy pajamas. Always hold the railing. Go very slowly. And if mom or dad are there and not holding his sister, hold one of their hands. He was good on the first 3. We even installed a second railing below the first one, at a more age-appropriate height. He had a grip on it. But I was the only one home and was carrying his sister down the stairs, so he didn't take my hand. I don't know what happened, exactly. I've described it like 20 times to the doctors and to my wife. But it's still not entirely clear. He was down 3 steps and his foot was out to go down 1 more, and then he just stopped. And then dropped. It was about 6 more steps to the bottom, and I chased but couldn't get there. And I think it was when he hit the landing that his arm broke. But he didn't even cry out. I called 911 and then my wife but had to leave her a voicemail. And how the heck do you leave that message without sounding like it's the end of the darn world? I don't even remember what I said. But then the ambulance was there, and off we went to the hospital. And here we've been since. My wife met us there a couple hours later, which was after they'd given my son some children's painkillers and something to calm him down a bit. They told and explained them all to me, but I don't remember anything except him crying. So at least she didn't have to see the worst of it. My in-laws and parents have both come by, and my daughter is with my parents now. There was no drama like at the zoo, as apparently we're all able to be adults when the kid is hurting. And no, before someone asks, my wife wasn't at girls' night. She had a massive work event for all the offices in our region that was being held 2 hours away. She got back as quickly as she could. No one, including my wife or her mom or the doctors, has blamed me for what happened. The guilt is eating me alive, though. I should have been quicker. I should have been in front of him and not behind him. Heck, the only reason I'm even writing this is because my wife is in with him and she told me to take a break because she saw how bad it was getting for me. Like it or not, she still knows me pretty well. And I guess I just needed to see it in writing, on the screen, to see if it might make any more sense. It doesn't. I expect we're going to be here a while longer. I haven't slept since Wednesday night. I might crash in this awful chair and try to shut off my brain. Or I might respond to the messages in my inbox that I haven't gotten to. With my family not here and Ellie off on her final family camping trip of the season, y'all are about the only people I've got to talk to when I take a mental health break. I'll update when I can. Hopefully, it will be less busted arms and head trauma and more my sister-in-law cheated and it's all my brother-in-law's fault. Edit, we're being released today. He's in good spirits and excited to have everyone sign his cast. And he's already bonked me in the head with it twice. Thank you everyone for all the supportive messages. Update 3, 12 days later. I don't know how much of an update this really is, but I got a few messages asking about things. And after 2 hours of individual counseling last night, I need a place to put some thoughts, so here you go. It's been confirmed that the CPS report was not made by the hospital. And it was specifically about me and my neglect or mistreatment of my son. The fall down the stairs was cited as an example. Given that the only people who knew about it at the time of the report were me, my wife, her family, and my parents, and all the anonymous Redditors who read my post, it's kind of clear that the call was made by family. No, I don't know who for sure. My wife and I are still discussing how we want to go about confronting both my mother-in-law and sister-in-law and my parents. As angry as I am about it, I also understand that accusing an innocent party of something like that could make an awful situation even worse. We're going to talk to our therapist about it. So, no definitive answer, but I do have a gut feeling that I've kept to myself so far. I have consulted a lawyer and have a couple more meetings scheduled. Just checking all my options and learning about what I need to do no matter what I ultimately decide. I am in intensive individual counseling with the therapist I worked with for a year after I lost my job. Like I said, 2 hours just last night. My therapist considers me to be in crisis, so she's been making extra accommodations for me. We're digging in hard on how I handle things, why I don't seem to value myself, and my expectations for relationships. I know some comments on my other posts have suggested that I've left things out or not said everything. My therapist agrees. Last night we came to the conclusion, as in she guided me into figuring out what she already knew, that I hold back some things because I have minimized them in my head or think that they will make me seem like I'm looking for sympathy. And that isn't just in my posts. There are things I've never told my wife, either. My therapist wants me to work on being more forthcoming and honest with myself. So, I will probably be making posts like that on my profile, as she's encouraged me to write about it. Not necessarily for validation, but because I need to get it out, but I'm not at a point where I can say it out loud, even to her. I suggested giving her my Reddit info, but she didn't think that was a good idea. The thought is that I will do better if I don't feel like my thoughts are exposed to anyone I feel has power in my life. We've also discussed my apparent need to defend myself, even to commenters who seem bent on ignoring anything I say. I've actually broached that topic, without mentioning Reddit, with my wife. I asked her at the end of our most recent marriage counseling session if she thought I always have to be right. She said no, that it isn't that I always have to be right. It's that I can't ever be wrong. Apparently, those are two different things. And I want to thank those of you who have left kind comments or sent messages. I know I haven't responded to most of them. Read them all, though. Something about exchanging one-on-one private messages feels more like violating my wife's trust than posting out in the open. But I do appreciate the support more than you know. And to whoever sent the Reddit Cares referral, I think that's what it was called. I'm okay and it means a lot that someone was worried about me. I'll update if or when we find out who sent the report or when I know more about my sister-in-law cheating. My brother-in-law texted me after he heard about my son's fall, but I haven't managed more than a thanks in reply yet. Or if we make any breakthroughs in counseling, if anyone wants to know. Relevant comments. Op responds to a downvoted commenter accusing him of looking for someone to blame instead of himself. OP, I've got 3 jobs and don't drink, never yell at the kids, don't degrade anyone, no shouting. If you didn't read the other posts, my kid had a seizure and fell down the stairs. The hospital viewed it as a medical issue and an accident with no reason to suspect abuse. But someone in our family called in a report on me, specifically, after the hospital. I mean, I know I defend myself too much, but the whole situation feels like someone intentionally trying to do damage, not protect my kids. Commenter 1, is your therapist really saying you need to defend yourself against everyone on Reddit who criticizes you? I am skeptical about that. OP, the other replies were right. I have a habit of defending myself excessively. My therapist is helping me to understand why and how to better manage the feelings that are at the root of it. She's absolutely not encouraging me to defend myself against criticism. Commenter 2, sit all the family who were at the hospital down and tell them they have 5 minutes to admit what they did or you're cutting them all off. Their responses will tell you who it was. They tried to get CPS to take your kid. Gloves are off. OP, I like the idea. And in an ideal world, that's what I'd do. But if it was my mother-in-law or sister-in-law, my wife would have to be on board with cutting them off and she's just not. And if it was my parents, cutting them off sounds great, in theory. But if I do, then all I've got left is my wife and that's nowhere near a certainty, and her family who hate me. I know keeping in contact with my parents just so I still have some sort of family is not a great reason, and I will probably get told that I'm dumb for it in the comments, but I don't know what else to do. And that, in a nutshell, is why I haven't confronted anyone yet. Because neither answer is good. And, to be honest, I'm just pushing off the inevitable because I'm pretty sure I know what happened and I can't bring myself to know for sure. Op answers a couple questions. 1. Is your wife angry that her mother reported you to CPS? She's really angry that someone reported me and that we had the added stress of dealing with that on top of our son's health issues. I don't know how she will react once we know for sure who did it. 2. Does your wife still have essentially zero respect for you? Or is she at least starting to see that there are things wrong with how you are perceived? I honestly don't know. She is clearly and vocally mad that anyone could suggest that I would abuse my son. We haven't actually spoken to either of our families since CPS came. Everything through text, so there's written documentation. But I've seen the text she has sent to her mom, and she's made it very clear that there is no world in which I would ever be an abusive dad and she will not listen to any arguments to the contrary. I don't know if that translates to any respect for me as a man or husband. I understand what you were saying about being right and being wrong. I think it reflects my mindset fairly accurately. And I really think it explains why I have spent too much energy and effort arguing with the negative comments.
My boyfriend kept asking me to watch his 8-year-old son more and more until I was doing 50 hours a week while he went to the gym. Then he told his kid not to trust me because I complained, so now he's single and needs a new free nanny. Posted by you/Note Mama Burnout. My 27F boyfriend, 29M, has a kid who is 8. We started dating a little over 2 years ago. My boyfriend has full custody of his son. About 6 months into our relationship, I was helping him with his budget. The son's after-school childcare is expensive, and it turned out that the hourly rate during mealtimes was almost double. My boyfriend asked me if I would mind starting to pick his son up after my shift, which would cut the dinner hour off, and save money. I agreed, and to be honest, it wasn't a big deal. The pickup was on my way home, and his son would play video games for 45 minutes while I studied until his dad came home. After I got my master's, I had more flexibility in my work schedule. My boyfriend started pushing me to start work an hour earlier, as this would mean I could pick up his son earlier and he would save more money. This was a major discussion, but I finally agreed because I knew money was tight. Then, in August, my roommates moved and I found myself needing a new place to live. My boyfriend and I decided to move in together. Soon afterwards, he shifted his shift back an hour, claiming it was easier to help his son to get ready for school if he wasn't having to leave at the same time. However, this meant I had his son an extra hour alone. Again, this was a major discussion, but I gave in. Then my boyfriend decides he is going to start going to the gym after work. For the record, this makes our schedule Monday through Friday that I go to work while they are asleep. My boyfriend gets his son on the bus in the morning, goes to work, goes to the gym, and comes back when his son is in bed. Meanwhile, I pick up his son and provide care for 5 hours, including dinner, bath, and bedtime solo. When I said I didn't like this setup, my boyfriend screamed that I wasn't taking his health seriously. It's been an ongoing fight for the last few months. After New Year, my boyfriend announced that his son was old enough to get himself up for school. Then that he had taken a completely different shift so that he would work out in the morning. The shift is 12 to 9 and includes Sundays. This means the only time he will even see his son is after school on Wednesdays when he has off, and I'll be expected to provide all childcare the rest of the week. I said absolutely not, this was too far. There was a huge argument where my boyfriend said I wasn't being a team player for the family. Then he took his son aside and told him not to trust me or listen to anything I said because I lied about caring for him. I left. I've been at a friend's house since Thursday. My boyfriend wants to meet tonight to try to make up. I'm not sure if I should go, and if I do, what I should say. I feel like every time I agreed to help, he pushed things further on me, and while I don't mind helping a partner with a kid, I don't want to be the full-time mom. Relevant comments. Commenter, then he took his son aside and told him not to trust me or listen to anything I said because I lied about caring for him. No, instant red flag right there. Dump him. Commenter, it sounds like he wanted a free nanny more than a so. You aren't this child's mother, and you shouldn't be expected to act like it. At least not until you're more serious, or married, etc. He was taking advantage of the situation and not being a very present father. I would say meet him for closure if you feel that you need it, but I wouldn't let myself go back to them. Not unless they can really change and value you, along with any bit of help with the child you decide to give. Telling that child that you're a liar, though. That's a huge deal breaker, Imho. Update, 6 days later. I met with my boyfriend a day later. I wanted extra time to think. He initially acted really lovey-dovey when we met up and told me that his son was making me a giant welcome home sign for when I came back. I said we needed to talk first. I basically had written down an estimated number of hours I was providing active care for his son in the past few months, versus him. Then how many hours of care he was predicting we each provide, which was 4 of his hours compared to 50 of mine. I said that I hadn't had time to pursue hobbies, go to the gym, etc. in the last few months. And also that we hadn't done anything as a couple. I said for me to come back, he had to change all that. He answered with his own list of stuff. Which was confusing, like his mom wants me to raise his son's grades more as he struggles with reading, and he thinks that we should enroll him in a club. I was upset because it was all stuff I'd have to do additionally to my workload. I said I wouldn't, he said I'd come around. Then he said that I had put him in a bind for childcare the last 2 days, and asked if I would come and watch his son for him anyway. I said I would help for a few days if we have a sit-down and he'd tell his son that I'm not untrustworthy, as he had told the boy earlier. He refused, saying that I proved I was untrustworthy by threatening to break up. Then he asked if I would at least chaperone him to a birthday party that's coming up at a bounce trampoline place. I said absolutely not, that I was undermined authority and that was awful in a place that dangerous. He left. My friends went with me to get my stuff yesterday. I've been a mess, but friends are convincing me to go out with them a few places next week, and I might take up dance classes again starting February. Thank you all for showing me I wasn't completely off base. Relevant comments. Commenter, so you're telling him that you spend all your time caring for his kid and then he tells you more ways to spend time with his kid? What a jerk. I feel bad for his son. And if you didn't have time to work out, clearly he wasn't prioritizing your health. Op's response, it was more like, I phrased my list as I have some things that I need to change for us to move forward. And he sort of jumped on it and started his this is all stuff I've been thinking about. I don't even think he listened to me, just heard the opening to list demands. Commenter, perhaps this is an inappropriate question, but I'm really curious to understand how someone like you, driven, mature, caring, empathetic, etc., ever ends up in a relationship with someone like your ex, short-sighted, immature, manipulative, selfish, etc. If anyone can explain that to me, I'd appreciate the lesson. Anyways, I'm glad that you've exited that one-sided relationship. Op's response, it wasn't like it happened at once. When we started dating, it was a lot of active stuff, because his son would be with us, so we'd go skiing or roller skating or to the beach. I never had a problem with him being there. And the original 1-hour deal was honestly no biggie, and it made sense financially. Each favor from there on just grew and grew. My friend I'm staying with has told me I need to reread If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. Commenter, I appreciate your response. I hope that my question wasn't offensive to you. My curiosity comes from a place of empathy, and I intend to leverage what I learn in order to grow. It seems that the slow regression is somewhat common in these types of relationships. I can see how the one foot in the door can turn into the entire elephant is in the room now when it starts off as a seemingly reasonable compromise and then festers into unreasonable expectations and demands. Op's response, I think the part that's hard right now is that each step was just a little more and I fought a little more. But when I put my foot down, he made it sound like the issue was just the last request and that it came out of nowhere. As though I was just suddenly being unreasonable for the last small change. That's what hurts.